Love has moved online. With a swipe, two strangers can meet, talk, and fall for each other. But not every match ends with happily ever after. On Daily Story, we share the raw, unfiltered experiences of people navigating love in the digital age, from fairy tales to heartbreak and everything in between. Dating apps, right? If you have ever dipped your toes into that particular cesspool, you know it is a minefield, a desert, even, full of thirsty wanderers and mirages. Most of the time, I just scrolled, swiped left, and sighed. It felt less like looking for love and more like sifting through digital trash. But every now and then, a profile would pop up that actually made me pause. Someone who looked normal, had a decent bio, and did not pose with dead fish. That is how I found Mark. Or rather, how he found me. His profile was, for lack of a better word, perfect. He was handsome in that rugged, outdoors way, but with kind eyes. His bio mentioned hiking, reading, and a love for good coffee, all things I could get behind. We matched, and our initial conversations were effortless. He was witty, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. I know, I know, red flag number one too good to be true. But I was tired of the duds, and a small, hopeful part of me wanted to believe. We set up a first date for a Friday night. He suggested a cozy little bistro downtown, the kind of place with exposed brick and subtle lighting. He offered to pick me up, which was a nice, old-fashioned touch. I remember feeling a flutter of nerves mixed with genuine excitement as I waited on my porch, watching the street for his car. Then, a dark gray SUV, a Mazda CX-5, I think, pulled up to the curb. It was new, or at least meticulously maintained. Sleek, polished, a subtle hum from the engine. Mark stepped out, looking even better than his profile picture's taller. With a confident smile that reached his eyes, he opened the passenger door for me, a true gentleman. As I swung my legs in, my hand instinctively braced against the door panel. That is when I saw them. Not a scratch, not a scuff mark you would expect from everyday wear and tear. These were gouges. Deep, parallel lines, clawed into the soft material of the door panel, just below the window control. 3 distinct marks, as if something with powerful, sharp talons had raked across it. They were too deep, too deliberate to be accidental. And they were not just on the door panel. I noticed more on the plastic trim around the glove compartment, and even a faint set on the edge of the leather seat. My initial thought was, what the hell? My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. A dog. Maybe a really big, rambunctious dog. But these were not dog scratches. These looked purposeful, violent, even. They looked like something had been desperately trying to get out. I quickly pulled my hand away, my heart doing a little stutter step. Mark was still holding the door, smiling at me. I forced a smile back, pretending I had not seen anything. Thanks, I mumbled, settling into the seat. The subtle unease began to curdle in my stomach. He closed the door, walked around to the driver's side, and slid in. The inside of the car smelled faintly of new car, but beneath it, I thought I caught a strange metallic tang, like something had been spilled and not quite cleaned up. I dismissed it as my imagination, blaming the sudden jolt of adrenaline from seeing those marks. The date itself was, on the surface, wonderful. Mark was attentive, funny, and made me laugh genuinely several times. He talked about his work in architecture, his travels, and his passion for obscure indie films. He asked me about my life, my dreams, my fears, and listened with an intensity that felt both flattering and a little unnerving. It was almost too perfect, too tailored to my interests. Every answer I gave seemed to resonate perfectly with something he would experienced or believed. But the claw marks kept gnawing at the back of my mind. Every time he shifted in his seat or gestured with his hand. I found myself glancing at the door panel, at the glove compartment. I even subtly scanned the driver's side when he was not looking. And yes, there were more. Faint, but definitely there, on the steering wheel itself, near the horn, and on the center console. almost as if the driver, or something next to the driver, had been agitated. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he had a really wild night with a friend who got sick and scratched the car in a frenzy. Maybe he rescued an injured animal. But the marks felt too primal, too deep, to be explained away by simple accidents. They felt like a silent scream etched into the interior of his expensive SUV. Despite my unease, Mark was undeniably charming. He walked me to my door, and as he leaned in for a goodnight kiss, his eyes, those kind eyes from the profile, seemed to hold a flicker of something else. Something ancient and hungry. Or maybe it was just a streetlight playing tricks. I told myself it was just first date jitters, that I was overthinking things. I agreed to a second date. After all, he was so different from the usual online dating drags. And a part of me, the morbidly curious part, wanted to know more. I wanted an explanation for those marks. The next few days, I found myself doing a little digging. Nothing extensive, just the usual social media checks. His LinkedIn was pristine professional. His IU2B was sparse, mostly shared articles and a few old profile pictures. No real personal life visible. No photos of pets, no family albums, no friends tagging him in drunken escapades. It felt curated, too clean. But then again, a lot of people are private online. I tried to find a cousin or a dog that might explain the scratches, but came up empty. Our second date was planned for a Saturday afternoon hike, fitting with his profile. He picked me up again, and this time, I paid closer attention as I got into the car. The metallic smell seemed a little stronger, almost coppery, and the claw marks, they looked different. Some seemed to have deepened, or perhaps I was just seeing them more clearly in the daylight. And there were new, smaller scratches near the back of the passenger seat, almost as if something had been thrashing around. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual, "what happened to your car door? Looks like something really went at it." Mark glanced at the door panel, then back at me, a tight smile on his face. "Oh, that old thing. My cousin's dog, a bull mastiff named Brutus. He is a terror in the car. Gets really anxious on long drives. Tried to claw his way out once." He chuckled, but the sound felt forced, devoid of genuine humor. His eyes, for a split second, seemed to darken, losing their warmth. "Wow, that must be a powerful dog," I said, trying to keep my voice light. "Those look like some serious gouges." "Yeah, he is a handful," Mark said, his tone dismissive. He changed the subject abruptly, asking about my week, launching into a story about a frustrating client. The conversation flowed, but the small seed of unease I would felt on the first date had now taken root and was beginning to sprout. His explanation felt rehearsed, and there was no mention of this cousin or Brutus on his sparse social media. As we drove to the hiking trail, I kept stealing glances at him. His hands on the steering wheel were strong, his fingers long. I noticed his fingernails were meticulously clean, almost unnaturally so, but the skin around him seemed rougher than I would expect, almost calloused. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the paranoid thoughts. I was letting my imagination run wild. It was just a dog, right? A very, very destructive dog. The hike was beautiful, the weather perfect. Mark was still charming, still engaging. But there were subtle shifts in his demeanor. He seemed to watch me more intently than before, his gaze lingering a moment too long. He would sometimes pause mid-sentence, his eyes scanning the woods around us, as if listening for something only he could hear. And when we stopped for a break, he would sometimes clench his fists, his knuckles turning white, a fleeting grimace on his face before he would smooth it over with a smile. It was like he was fighting an internal battle or trying to suppress something. By the end of the hike, I was exhausted, but my mind was buzzing with a new level of apprehension. I noticed something else on the drive back when he shifted gears. I saw a faint, almost invisible scar running along the back of his hand, near his wrist. It looked old, but like the kind of scar that would come from a deep, tearing wound. Another piece of the puzzle that did not fit the charming architect persona. He dropped me off, and this time, I made an excuse not to invite him in. He gave me that intense stare again, a flicker of disappointment, or something darker in his eyes. I told him I had an early morning, and he eventually relented, though with a lingering look that made the hairs on my arms stand up. That night, I could not sleep. The claw marks, the metallic smell, his evasiveness, the intense stares, the rough hands, the scar, the too perfect profile, it all swirled together into a terrifying cocktail of dread. I knew, deep down, that something was terribly wrong. I should have ended it then. I should have blocked his number and disappeared. But the morbid curiosity, combined with strange, almost magnetic pull he had, kept me from doing it. I wanted answers. And a part of me, a foolish part, still hoped I was wrong. He texted me the next day, asking about a third date. He suggested watching a movie at his place, saying he made a mean lasagna. My stomach clenched. Going to his apartment felt like walking into a trap, but also felt like the only way to get the answers I needed. I reasoned that I could always leave if things felt too off. I told myself I was strong, capable, and could handle myself. I agreed, telling myself it was purely for investigative purposes. The day of our third date, I felt a knot of anxiety twisting in my gut. I dressed carefully, picked out shoes I could run in, and made sure my phone was fully charged. I even subtly shared my location with a friend, just in case. I felt ridiculous, like I was preparing for a spy mission, but the feeling of dread was too strong to ignore. Mark arrived promptly. He was wearing a casual sweater, looking relaxed and inviting. He smiled, and for a moment, I almost believed my fears were unfounded. Maybe he really was just a normal guy with a clumsy dog. But as I opened the passenger door, the air hit me first. The metallic smell was undeniable now, stronger than ever, almost overwhelming. And the claw marks, they were everywhere. Not just on the door panel, but on the dashboard, deep gouges near the air vents, on the ceiling fabric, even on the back of the headrests. And they were fresh. Some of them looked like they had been made very recently. The edges still raw, some even glinting with a faint, almost imperceptible reddish-brown residue. This was not a dog. This was something else. Something powerful, something violent, something that had been in this car recently. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs. My eyes met Mark's for a second. His smile faltered. His gaze dropped to the door panel, then back to my face. He knew I would seen them. He knew I knew. Mark, I said, my voice barely a whisper. What is going on? His charming facade, the one he would maintain so carefully for weeks, cracked. The smile vanished, replaced by a cold, flat expression I had not seen before. His eyes, usually warm and kind, were now like chips of dark ice. It is nothing, he said, his voice low, a dangerous edge to it. Just Brutus had a bad day. Brutus. I scoffed, my fear giving way to a surge of adrenaline-fueled defiance. Mark, this is not a dog. This is animalistic. What have you been doing? He did not answer. He just stared at me, his jaw tight. The silence stretched heavy and suffocating. The metallic smell in the car seemed to intensify, making my stomach churn. I did not feel well. I stammered, try to open the car door. It was locked. My blood ran cold. Do not be silly, he said, his voice still low, but now with an undeniable growl beneath it. We are going to my place. Lasagna, remember. No, I said, panic rising in my throat. I fumbled for the door lock, my fingers clumsy. I need to go home. Now, let me out. His hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, almost crushing. I cried out, more in surprise than pain. His fingers were long and hard, and I could feel the rough texture of his skin against mine. You are coming with me, he said, his eyes burning into mine. There was no warmth left, only a chilling, predatory hunger. I struggled, twisting my wrist, trying to pull away. Let go of me. You are hurting me. He ignored me, his gaze fixed on my face. You are asking too many questions. Sarah, some things are better left unknown. My mind screamed. This was it. This was a horror story I would only read about. The one where the charming date turns out to be a monster. I had to get out. With a desperate surge of strength, I yanked my hand free, leaving a red mark on my wrist. I lunged to the door handle, frantically pulling at the lock button. He was reaching for me again, his other hand gripping the steering wheel. Stop the car. I screamed, my voice raw with terror. Let me out. He slammed his foot on the accelerator instead, throwing me back against the seat. The car lurched forward, speeding down the street. I could feel tears stinging my eyes, but I refused to give in. I looked around wildly. No one was on the street. It was getting dark. I saw a faint glimmer of something metallic under his seat. It looked like a knife or something sharp. My blood froze. Please, Mark. I pleaded, trying a different tactic, my voice trembling. I am really not feeling well. I am going to be sick. You do not want to throw up in your nice car, do you? He hesitated, a flicker of something, annoyance perhaps, crossing his face. He glanced at me, then at the road. The car slowed slightly. Pull over. I insisted, my voice firmer, trying to sound genuinely nauseous. I am serious. I am going to be sick right here. He cursed under his breath, a guttural sound that was definitely not human. He swerved the car to the side of the road, slamming on the brakes. The sudden stop threw me forward. Before he could react, I hit the unlock button for the passenger door and yanked it open. I scrambled out, not even bothering to close the door, and took off running. I did not look back. I just ran, my lungs burning, my legs pumping, my heart a frantic drumbeat in my chest. I ran down the sidewalk, past houses that were now dark and silent, their windows like empty eyes. I heard his car door slam. Then footsteps. Fast. Too fast. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. Mark was out of the car, chasing me. He was moving with an unnatural speed, a predatory grace that sent shivers down my spine. The distance between us seemed to shrink with terrifying rapidity. Then I heard it. Not just footsteps, but a low, guttural growl that reverberated through the quiet street. And a distinct, horrifying sound of claws scraping against the pavement. A sharp, tearing sound that made my blood run cold. I pushed myself harder, gasping for air. My mind was screaming. Claws. It was him. He was the one making those marks. Another glance. He was closer. And he was not just Mark anymore. His silhouette was changing, distorting. His shoulders seemed broader, his frame elongated. His head was thrown back, and I could swear I saw his jaw distend, a flash of elongated teeth in the dim light. His eyes, I knew, would be glowing. Panic seized me, raw and primal. I was not running from a man, I was running from a monster. A shapeshifter. A werewolf. Whatever it was no longer human. I spotted a house ahead, a faint light glowing in one of the windows. It was my only hope. I veered off the sidewalk, stumbling across the lawn, my shoes sinking into the soft grass. I reached the front door, slamming my fist against it, screaming for help. Help me. Please. He is going to kill me. Behind me, the growling intensified. I heard the frantic scrabbling of claws on the concrete path leading to the house. I risked one last look. He was there, just a few feet away, a hulking, shadowy figure, no longer recognizable as the charming Mark. His face was a contorted mask of rage and something else, something ancient and wild. His hands, now actual claws, were raised, poised to strike. My heart leaped into my throat. This was it. I was going to die. Just then, the door swung open. An elderly woman, her face wrinkled with surprise, stood in the doorway. What on earth she began, but I did not wait for her to finish. I shoved past her, stumbling into the brightly lit entryway, locked the door. I shrieked, spinning around, my eyes wide with terror. The woman, startled, hesitated for a second, but the sight of the monstrous figure looming on her porch, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, its claws scratching impatiently at the doorframe, seemed to snap her into action. She slammed the door shut, fumbling with the deadbolt. I heard a furious snarl from outside, followed by the sickening thud of something hitting the door, making the entire frame rattle. Then, the terrifying sound of claws raking across the wood, deep, splintering gouges being torn into sturdy oak. The house seemed to tremble. The old woman gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. We stood there, frozen, listening to the horrifying sounds of fury from the other side of the door. The scratching, the snarling, the frustrated roars. It lasted for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. We waited, huddled together, listening. Nothing. No footsteps, no growls, just the pounding of my own heart in my ears. After a few agonizing minutes, the old woman, her face pale, whispered, "Is he gone?" I did not know. I did not dare to hope. The police arrived eventually, called by the old woman who was clearly as shaken as I was. They listened to my hysterical account, the details about the claw marks, the transformation, the chase. They looked at the deep gouges on the old woman's door and at the red marks on my wrist. They seemed skeptical, but they took notes. They searched the area, but found nothing. No strange man, no strange animal, no dark gray SUV. They suggested it was a wild animal attack, or perhaps a delusional episode brought on by stress. They told me to get some rest, to see a therapist. They did not believe me. Not really. How could they? How could anyone believe such a monstrous tale? But I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. And the image of Mark's transforming face, the sound of those claws, the metallic smell, it was all burned into my mind. I never saw Mark again. His dating profile vanished, as if it had never existed. I checked the news for weeks, for months, for any reports of strange animal attacks, of disappearances, of anything that might confirm my terrifying encounter. Nothing concrete. Just a few local stories about unusual livestock mutilations in rural areas, dismissed as coyotes or bobcats. But I wondered. I still have trouble sleeping. Every shadow seems to hold a lurking threat. Every unexpected sound sends a jolt of fear through me. I jump at my own reflection in the dark, imagining the glowing eyes of a predator. I never swipe right on dating apps anymore. The thought of meeting someone new, of getting into a stranger's car, fills me with an icy dread. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I think I can still hear it. That low, guttural growl and the distinct, chilling sound of claws on pavement. I know he is out there somewhere. And I know, with a terrifying certainty, that he is still looking for his next unsuspecting victim. And I wonder, sometimes, if he is still looking for me. After what felt like an eternity of swiping through profiles that were either carbon copies of each other or outright red flags masquerading as quirky personalities, I was ready to throw my phone into the nearest body of water. Dating apps, man, they're supposed to connect people, but mostly they just highlight how many different ways there are to be profoundly disappointing. I would see it all the guy who spent the entire date talking about his ex, the one who tried to sell me essential oils, and, well, let's just say I would have experiences that made me question my judgment far more deeply than I care to admit. My hope for finding something real was dwindling faster than my phone battery. Then, one particularly uninspired Tuesday evening, as I was mindlessly scrolling, her profile popped up. Ilara. Her picture was not like the others. No duck face, No gym mirror selfie. No blurry group shot where you had to guess which one she was. It was a professional looking headshot, yet it felt intimately candid. She had striking eyes, a deep, intelligent hazel, and a faint, almost Mona Lisa-esque smile that hinted at secrets. Her bio was minimal, almost poetic seeker of quiet moments and profound conversations. Lover of the forgotten and the beautiful. No mention of her job, no list of hobbies beyond those vague descriptors, no travel photos with exotic backdrops. It was different, intriguing, and after months of the same old song and dance, different was exactly what I needed. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. My heart gave a little jolt. Maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. Our initial messages were effortless. She was witty, articulate, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, rather than just waiting for her turn to talk. She asked insightful questions, and her responses were thought-provoking, often laced with subtle, dry humor that I found incredibly appealing. It was not long before we were exchanging long paragraphs, delving into everything from abstract art to the philosophy of time. The conversations felt substantial, like we were peeling back layers of each other's minds. But even then, a tiny, almost imperceptible seed of unease was planted. She never offered much about herself beyond her thoughts and opinions. When I asked about her work, she would say something vague about consulting or project management, quickly pivoting back to a question about my life. I tried to ask about her family, her friends, her past, but she would always gracefully sidestep, offering a charming deflection or a change of subject. It was subtle, so subtle that I chalked it up to her being private, perhaps a little guarded, which, given my own recent experiences, I could understand. I was so starved for a genuine connection that I was willing to overlook these small anomalies. After about a week of intense messaging, she suggested we meet. "Let us trade pixels for presents," she wrote. I agreed, my pulse quickening. We picked a cozy, dimly lit coffee shop downtown. When I saw her walking toward the table, my breath hitched. She was even more stunning in person, taller than I expected, with an elegant posture and an aura of quiet confidence. Her eyes, those captivating hazel eyes, sparkled with an almost otherworldly intensity. She wore a simple, dark dress that somehow managed to be both understated and incredibly striking. I was instantly, completely smitten. Our first date was, for lack of a better word, perfect. The conversation flowed as easily in person as it had over text. She laughed at my jokes, offered profound insights, and listened with an attentiveness that made me feel like the most interesting person in the room. There was an undeniable chemistry, a magnetic pull that made the hours fly by. I felt a sense of calm and excitement I had not experienced in years. She seemed to understand me on a level no one else ever had. But still, the vagueness persisted. When I asked where she grew up, she simply smiled and said, "A long time ago, in a place that no longer exists in the same way." When I probed about her friends, she would say, "I cherish a few deep connections, but my circle is small." It was never a lie, not exactly, but it was never a direct answer either. Despite this, I was hooked. I was so eager for this to be the one that I pushed any lingering doubts to the back of my mind. We went on several more dates. Dinners, walks in the park, a visit to a small art gallery, each one more enchanting than the last. She was an incredible conversationalist, knowledgeable about an astonishing array of subjects, from ancient history to quantum physics. She seemed to anticipate my thoughts, finishing my sentences, offering perspectives that perfectly aligned with my own nascent ideas. It was uncanny, almost too good to be true. And that, of course, is when things started to get weird. It began innocently enough. After our fourth date, I was feeling a giddy rush of happiness. I wanted to tell everyone about her. I wanted to see more of her. So, like anyone in the modern age, I wanted to look her up. I wanted to find her on Instagram, maybe see if she had an IU2B profile, just to get a fuller picture of her life, to see what she posted, who her friends were. I searched for Alara and her last name, which she had eventually given me a somewhat uncommon, but not unheard of German name, Schmidt. Nothing. Not a single result. I tried variations Alara Schmidt. Alara S. I added the city we lived in. Still nothing. No IU2B. No Instagram. No LinkedIn. Not even a dormant profile from years ago. That was odd, but I thought, okay, maybe she is just really private. Some people are genuinely off the grid. I admired that in a way. It was refreshing in an age of oversharing. But then the curiosity gnawed at me. I tried a gut goose search. Again, Alara Schmidt city name. Page after page of results, mostly for other Alaras or Schmidts, but not a single one that matched her. No news articles, no university alumni pages, no mentions in local event listings, not even a single image. My initial amusement began to curdle into a faint unease. It is one thing to not have an active social media presence. It is another to have no digital footprint whatsoever. In 2023, it is almost impossible. Everyone leaves a trace. An old school yearbook photo, a mention in a local newspaper for an achievement, a distant relative's IU2B tag, a professional profile, a public record of some kind. Everyone. I started to dig deeper. I am no private investigator, but I am pretty good with computers and I know how to use search engines. I tried reverse image searches on her profile picture from the dating app. Not a single match. It was as if that image had never existed anywhere else on the internet. I tried searching for her name combined with her vague job descriptions. Nothing. I looked for public records property ownership, voter registration, even basic white pages. Silence. Complete, utter silence. It was like she was a ghost in the digital realm. This was beyond private. This was a void. The more I searched, the more unsettled I became. My rational mind tried to come up with explanations. Maybe she used a pseudonym. But why? Maybe she had a common name, and I was just missing the right keywords. But I had tried every variation imaginable. Maybe she was an international spy. My mind, desperate to avoid the truly terrifying implications, started grasping at absurd straws. I decided to subtly bring it up during our next date. We were at a quiet Italian restaurant, the candlelight flickering between us. You know, I began trying to keep my tone light. I was trying to find you online the other day, just to see if you had an Instagram or something. Could not find a thing. You are really off the grid, huh? She paused, her fork halfway to her mouth. Her smile, usually so warm, seemed to tighten just a fraction. Her eyes, for a split second, seemed to lose their warmth, becoming flat, almost predatory. Then, just as quickly, the warmth returned, a charming laugh bubbling up. "Oh, that is me," she said, waving a dismissive hand. "I am a bit of an anomaly, I suppose. I find the digital world overwhelming. Too much noise. I prefer to live in the present, in the real world." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Besides, I value my privacy. Do not you think there is something liberating about not having your entire life documented and dissected online?" She had a point, a compelling one, and her smile was so disarming, her explanation so perfectly reasonable on the surface, that I almost believed her. Almost, but that fleeting flatness in her eyes, that momentary shift in her demeanor, had registered. It was a crack in the facade, thin as a spiderweb, but it was there. From that moment on, my perception of her shifted. The enchantment was still there, but was now laced with a growing sense of dread. I started noticing other things, things I had previously overlooked or rationalized away. She never talked about her past in any specific terms. No childhood stories, no anecdotes about college, no complaints about a previous job. It was always abstract, philosophical, or focused purely on the present moment. She had no pictures of family or friends in her apartment, which I had now visited a couple of times. Her apartment itself was strange. It was beautifully decorated, minimalist and tasteful, but it felt oddly generic. There were no personal touches, no stacks of old books, no quirky souvenirs, no messy piles of mail. It felt like a showroom or a place someone had just moved into, even though she claimed to have lived there for years. I never saw any physical mail for her, no utility bills, no bank statements, nothing. When I asked about her car, she said she preferred walking or ride sharing, which was fine, but I never saw a driver's license, never saw her pay with a physical card. It was always her phone. One evening, we were curled up on her sofa, watching a movie. I casually mentioned a small, embarrassing incident from my high school days, a story I would only ever told my closest friends. She laughed, a genuine melodic sound. "Oh, I remember those days," she said, her eyes sparkling. The sheer mortification of it all. Like when you accidentally called your English teacher mom in front of the whole class. I froze. My blood ran cold. I had never told her that story. That was a memory buried deep in the recesses of my mind. Something I had not thought about in years, let alone share with anyone outside my immediate family. My English teacher had been named Mrs. Peterson, and I had accidentally called her mom when I was 13. The memory was so vivid, so specific. "How did you know that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Her smile did not waver, but her eyes held a knowing glint that sent a shiver down my spine. "Oh, darling," she purred, leaning in to kiss my forehead. "I just have a knack for reading people. You wear your history like a comfortable old sweater." It was a charming evasion, but it did not explain the specificity. It was not a general observation. It was a precise, intimate detail from my past. From that point on, my paranoia spiraled. I started observing her constantly, dissecting every word, every gesture. I became obsessed with proving her existence, or lack thereof. I spent hours, days, weeks, holed up in my apartment, hunched over my laptop, fueled by caffeine and a growing terror. I used every online tool I could think of. I paid for background check services, the kind that claimed to scour every public record imaginable. I tried obscure search engines, archived websites, international databases. I even reached out to a friend who worked in cybersecurity, asking him, without revealing the full, insane scope of my request, if he knew of any ways to find someone who seemed to have absolutely no digital footprint. He just laughed and said, "Everyone's online, man. Even the most careful people leave something." But Alara left nothing. She did not exist. Not according to the internet. Not according to any official record I could access. It was like she had materialized out of thin air just a few months ago, specifically to meet me. The thought was terrifying. If she did not exist online, did she even exist at all in the way I understood existence? What was she? My life became a frantic, desperate search. I neglected my work, my friends, everything. My apartment became a war room, littered with printouts of failed searches, scribbled notes, and diagrams of possible connections that always led to dead ends. I tried to trace her physical movements. Where did she go when she left her apartment? What did she do during the day? I even, shamefully, followed her once. She went to a library, spent a few hours reading, then went to a small, independent bookstore, then returned home. Nothing suspicious, nothing out of the ordinary, just normal. Too normal for someone who was digitally invisible. The more I failed to find her, the more intensely I felt her presence in my life. She was still charming, still captivating, still seemed to understand me better than anyone. But now, every compliment, every shared laugh, felt like a carefully constructed trap. Every time she touched me, I felt a cold dread mixed with my lingering affection. I was falling deeper in love with a ghost, a phantom, and I had no idea what her true nature was. One night, after a particularly unsettling date where she had, again, reference a childhood memory of mine that I had never shared this time. The exact name of my imaginary friend from when I was 5, I could not take it anymore. The charm had worn thin, replaced by a suffocating fear. I had to confront her, truly confront her. No more subtle questions or veiled accusations. I drove to her apartment, my hands clammy on the steering wheel, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. It was late, past midnight. I did not call, did not text. I just showed up, desperate for answers. She opened the door, dressed in a silk robe, her hair loose around her shoulders. She looked surprised, but not displeased. "Alex, what a lovely surprise. Is everything all right?" Her voice was soft, melodic, but I heard the underlying current of something else now, something ancient and cold. I pushed past her into the familiar, yet unsettlingly impersonal living room. "No, Ilara, everything is not all right." My voice was shaky, but I forced myself to stand my ground. "Who are you?" Her smile faltered. The warmth in her eyes receded, revealing that flat, depthless void I had glimpsed before. "What are you talking about?" "Alex." Her voice was still calm, but it held an edge, like ice. "I have searched for you," I said, my voice rising. "Everywhere. Online, public records, everything. You do not exist. There is no trace of you. No past, no history, no digital footprint. How is that possible? And how do you know things about me? Things I have never told anyone." She walked slowly towards me, her movements fluid and graceful, like a predator stalking its prey. The air in the room grew heavy, cold. "You should not have looked. Alex," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper that was far more terrifying than a shout. "Some things are best left undisturbed. Tell me," I demanded, my fear battling with a desperate need for the truth. "Who are you? What are you?" She stopped directly in front of me, her face inches from mine. Her eyes, those beautiful hazel eyes, shifted. They seemed to deepen, to swirl with an unnatural light, reflecting something vast and empty. The faint smile returned, but it was no longer charming. It was a terrifying, hungry rictus. "Ilara," she mused, her voice no longer soft, but a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. "That is a lovely name, is not it? I have worn many names. Alex, many faces, many lives." My blood ran cold. Every hair on my arm stood on end. I tried to back away, but it was like my feet were glued to the floor. "You see," she continued, her gaze piercing, "I am not constrained by your digital footprint, your records, your histories, your little lines in the sand. Those are for beings who are anchored to your concept of time, of linear progression. I am different." She reached out, her fingers brushing my cheek. Her touch was cold, impossibly cold, like marble. "I exist in the present. Alex, only in the present. And I feed on connection, on identity, on the essence of what makes you, you." A horrifying realization dawned on me. "You take people's lives." I whispered, the words catching in my throat. "You absorb them. That is why you know my memories. You have done this before." Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. "Oh, darling, not quite. I do not take lives. I simply inhabit them, experience them. And when I am done, when I have fully understood, fully felt what it is to be a particular person, I move on, and they simply cease to be. The records, the memories, the very notion of their existence, it all fades. Like a dream upon waking." My mind reeled. The horror was not just death, but complete, utter erasure. To have never been. To be forgotten, not just by others, but by the very fabric of reality. "And you chose me." I managed to choke out, my voice raw with terror. "You were so open. Alex," she said, her eyes now gleaming with an unsettling satisfaction. "So full of longing. so eager for connection. You were a perfect canvas, and so wonderfully easy to study. All those digital breadcrumbs you left behind, for me to observe, to learn, to become familiar with your every thought, your every secret. She had used my own digital footprint, the very thing I had searched for in her, to learn everything about me. She had studied me, prepared for me, before she even matched with me. I need to go, I stammered, finally finding the strength to try and move, to turn and run. But she was faster. In a blur of motion, she was in front of the door, blocking my escape. Her elegant posture was gone, replaced by something primal, powerful. Her eyes glowed with an eerie light, and her smile was no longer human. "Oh, Alex," she purred, her voice a symphony of ancient malice. "You are not going anywhere. Not yet. I have only just begun to truly understand you. And there is so much more to experience." Her form seemed to waver, to shimmer at the edges, as if she were made of smoke. The air grew colder, so cold that I could see my own breath. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. My body felt heavy, my limbs unresponsive. She reached out again, not with gentle touch, but with a grip that felt like ice-cold steel. Her fingers wrapped around my wrist, and I felt a searing, agonizing pain, as if my very essence was being siphoned away. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and my vision blurred. I felt my memories, my thoughts, my very sense of self being pulled, stretched, absorbed. I saw flashes of my life, not as my own memories, but as a view through a distorted lens, being consumed by an insatiable hunger. My childhood, my first love, my career, my friends, my hopes, my fears, all of it flowing into her, becoming her. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was her face, her eyes filled with triumphant, alien joy. And in those eyes, I saw not just a reflection, but a faint, shimmering image of myself, fading, dissolving, becoming nothing. I do not know how long I have been here, or where here even is. The concept of time has lost all meaning. My memories are fractured, like shards of glass. I remember being Alex. I remember the dating apps, the exhaustion, the hope, the fear. I remember Alara, or rather, I remember the being that wore the name Alara. Sometimes, I feel a flicker, a whisper of my former self, a desperate attempt to cling to the fragments of my identity. But it is growing fainter, swallowed by a vast, cold emptiness. I am a part of her now, a ghost in her consciousness, a fading echo in the mind of something ancient and horrifying. I am being forgotten, not just by the world, but by myself. My existence is being erased, piece by agonizing piece. Soon, there will be nothing left of Alex. No memories, no trace, no digital footprint. I will simply cease to have ever been. And the being that called itself Alara, it will move on, wearing a new face, a new name, seeking out another open heart, another unsuspecting soul to consume, another life to experience, another identity to wear, before shedding it like an old skin, leaving behind only the terrifying, chilling reminder that some horrors become a void where you once were, and the scariest monsters leave no trace at all. The world blurred around me, a chaotic mess of pavement and overgrown bushes as I pumped my legs, lungs burning, a primal terror clawing at my throat. Mark's guttural growl, a sound I knew deep in my bones was not human, tore through the night air, closer than it should have been. Every glance back showed him gaining, his silhouette a grotesque parody of a man, limbs elongating, fingers twisting into vicious, bone-white claws. His eyes, even in the dim light, glowed with an unholy predatory hunger. I was not running from a man. I was running from a monster. My only thought was to get away, to find light, people, anything to break the spell of that terrifying chase. I veered sharply, scrambling over someone's manicured lawn, the sprinkler system kicking on and soaking my jeans, but I did not care. The cold water was a shock, a momentary jolt that spurred me faster. A dog barked furiously from behind a fence, its frantic yaps echoing the frantic beat of my own heart. I could hear Mark crashing through the bushes, a heavy, powerful sound that made the ground tremble. Then a miracle, or what felt like one. The street ahead opened onto a main thoroughfare, brightly lit by streetlights and the neon glow of a late-night diner. Headlights approached, a steady stream of cars. I did not hesitate, bursting onto the sidewalk, waving my arms wildly. A car screeched to a halt. The driver, a startled young woman, staring at my disheveled, panting form. "Please, help me," I gasped, pointing back down the dark residential street. He is going to kill me." She must have seen the genuine terror in my eyes, the wild desperation. Without a word, she unlocked the passenger door. I practically threw myself inside, fumbling with the lock. "Drive. Please, just drive." She floored it, the tires squealing as we peeled away. I risked one last look out the back window. The residential street was empty. Mark was gone. Or, more accurately, he was no longer visible. The thought that he might still be there, lurking in the shadows, watching us disappear, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. The kind stranger dropped me off at the nearest police station. I tried to explain, tried to articulate the impossible to claw marks, the metallic smell, the transformation, the chase. The officers listened with polite skepticism, their faces carefully neutral. They took my statement, asked for Mark's information, which I barely remember beyond his first name and the dating app profile. They promised to look into it, but their eyes told a different story. They heard a woman who had a bad date, who had a vivid imagination, who was clearly in shock. They offered me a ride home and suggested I get some rest. I did not go home. Not to my apartment. Not to the place where I had unknowingly brought Mark, where he had seen me, where he might know how to find me. I called my best friend, Sarah, sobbing incoherently into the phone. She picked me up, no questions asked, just held me tight and let me cry. I stayed on her couch for weeks, jumping at every shadow, every unexpected noise. I barely slept, haunted by the image of Mark's twisting face, his inhuman speed, the sheer, visceral terror of being hunted. Eventually, the trauma began to dull, replaced by a lingering, gnawing anxiety. The police called once to say they could not find anyone matching Mark's description. No records of a sleek SUV with a specific license plate. The dating app profile had been deleted. It was like he had never existed, except for the indelible scar he had left on my psyche. Sarah eventually convinced me I needed to move on, to try and reclaim some semblance of a normal life. I could not stay on her couch forever, a shell of my former self. I found a new apartment across town, in a different part of the city, a quiet neighborhood with tree-lined streets and friendly-looking families. It was smaller, cozier, and I hoped a fresh start. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, went completely off the grid. I even changed my hair color, hoping to feel like a different person, someone he would not recognize, someone he would not find. For a few months, it worked. I went to therapy, talked about the fear, the paranoia, the feeling of being hunted. My therapist, a kind, understanding woman, helped me process the trauma, even if she gently steered me away from the more fantastical elements of my story. She attributed them to a severe panic attack, a brain trying to make sense of an overwhelming threat. I wanted to believe her. I truly did. It was easy to think I would simply snap than to believe monsters walked among us. Life slowly regained a fragile rhythm. I got a new job, a quiet desk job that did not involve much human interaction, which suited me fine. I started taking long walks in the park, enjoying the simple pleasure of sunshine on my face. The nightmares still came, but less frequently, less vividly. I was healing, or at least pretending to. Then the email arrived. It was from an unknown sender, with a subject line that simply read, "Remember me." My blood ran cold. My hands started to tremble. the old panic flaring up. I stared at the screen, heart hammering against my ribs. It could not be. I had changed everything. No one knew this email address. I had created it specifically for work, only given it out to a handful of trusted colleagues. Against my better judgment, a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to know, compelled me to click. The email contained a single attachment, a JPEG image. I hesitated, hovering my mouse over the file. My therapist's voice echoed in my head, urging me to be cautious, to protect myself. But the other voice, the one that whispered Mark, was louder. I clicked. The image loaded slowly, pixel by pixel, revealing my living room. My heart stopped. It was undeniably my living room. The worn, comfortable armchair I would inherit from my grandmother, the stack of books on the coffee table, the small, potted fern by the window. Every detail was accurate, but the angle was all wrong. It was a shot taken from high above, from the very corner of the room, looking down at the space. It was a kind of perspective you would get from a security camera mounted on the ceiling, or if someone was hovering in the air. But I did not have a security camera. I did not have anything mounted on my ceiling. I lived on the 3rd floor of an apartment building. No one could have possibly taken that photo. My breath hitched. My eyes darted around my actual living room, which was identical to the one in the photo. I looked up at the ceiling, scanning every inch. Nothing. Just a smooth, painted plaster. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. A prank. Someone I knew playing a cruel joke. But no one I knew was capable of this. And the email was anonymous. I deleted the email, emptied my trash, and shut down my computer. I told myself it was a fluke, a glitch, a random photo somehow sent to the wrong person. Maybe someone had accidentally uploaded a picture of their living room, which just happened to look similar to mine. It was a stretch. I knew, but I clung to it. For a week, nothing. I started to relax, to believe my own flimsy explanation. Then another email. Same anonymous sender. Same ominous subject line still here. This time, my hands were already shaking before I clicked. The image that loaded was of my kitchen. Specifically, my kitchen counter, with a half-eaten bowl of cereal the exact brand I would have for breakfast that morning and a half-full mug of coffee. The angle was even more disturbing than the first. It looked like it was taken from inside the cabinet above the sink, peering down through a gap. A cold, clammy sweat broke out on my forehead. This was not a coincidence. This was not a prank. This was me. This was my life, my home, my private moments, captured by an unseen eye. I threw my laptop across the room. It hit the wall with a dull thud, but I did not care. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I ran to the kitchen, yanking open the cabinet doors above the sink. Nothing, just plates and glasses. I pulled everything out, frantically searching, running my hands along the back and sides of the cabinet. No camera, no hole, no sign of anything out of place. I spent the rest of the day in a frenzy, tearing my apartment apart. I checked every vent, every light fixture, every smoke detector. I peered under furniture, behind bookshelves. I even pulled out the fridge and stove, convinced I would find some hidden device, some tiny lens blinking in the darkness. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The paranoia was a physical weight, pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a jolt of terror through me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a specimen under a microscope. I called Sarah, my voice a shaky whisper. I told her about the photos. She tried to be logical, suggesting I call the police again, suggesting I get a private investigator. But I knew it was useless. How could I explain photos taken from impossible angles, inside my own apartment? They would think I was having a breakdown. The emails continued, relentlessly, each one a fresh stab of dread. One photo showed me asleep in my bed, curled up on my side, my face peaceful in slumber. The angle was from the foot of the bed, low to the ground, almost as if the camera was under the bed, looking up. I remember that night. I would have been restless, eventually falling asleep after hours of tossing and turning. The thought that something had been under my bed, watching me, while I was at my most vulnerable, made me gag. Another photo was taken from inside my shower, just above the faucet, showing my feet and the spray of water. I nearly screamed when I saw that one. The sheer audacity, the invasion of privacy, was unbearable. I remembered feeling a strange chill in the bathroom that morning, dismissing it as the air conditioning. Now I knew it was not the AC. It was it. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating properly. My apartment, once my sanctuary, became a cage. I kept all the lights on all the time. I taped blankets over the windows, even though I knew the threat was not coming from outside. I walked around with a flashlight, constantly scanning every corner, every shadow. I started talking to myself, whispering desperate questions into the empty air. Who are you? What do you want? Why me? The photos became more personal, more intimate. They were not just showing me in my home, but showing me doing things. One photo showed me cry on the couch, my face buried in my hands, after a particularly bad phone call with my mother. Another showed me dancing awkwardly to music in my living room, a moment of fleeting joy I thought was completely private. It felt like a violation of my very soul. I started to notice things in the photos that I had not noticed myself. In one picture of me, reading on the couch, there was a faint, almost imperceptible smudge on the wall behind me, near the ceiling. I never would have seen it without the photo. I rushed to the spot, shining my flashlight. There it was, a tiny, dark mark, like a faint fingerprint. I tried to wipe it off, but it seemed to be embedded in the paint. It was not there before. Was it? I could not be sure anymore. My memory was failing me, or perhaps my perception of reality was. The photos were not just still images anymore. Sometimes they were short, grainy video clips, only a few seconds long. They showed me moving, walking across a room, reaching for something. The camera would follow me, smoothly, silently. It was like watching a ghost move through my own life, always just out of sight. The worst part was the angles. They defied logic, defied physics. How could a camera be inside my closed refrigerator, looking out at me as I opened the door? How could it be inside my closet, capture me getting dressed without me ever seeing it? How could it be behind me, in the middle of an empty room, without casting a shadow, without making a sound? I bought a professional bug detector, one of those expensive ones that sweeps for hidden cameras and microphones. I spent an entire weekend meticulously scanning every square inch of my apartment. The detector remained silent. No signals, no transmissions, nothing. This only deepened my terror. It meant whatever was doing this was not using conventional technology. It meant it was not a human stalker with tiny cameras. It meant it was something else. The connection to Mark resurfaced, stark and terrifying. The inhuman speed, the transforming body, the predatory eyes. What if this was him? What if he was not just a man who turned into a monster, but something more, something that could defy the laws of space and time? Or what if he had sent something else after me? Something that could slip through walls, something invisible, something that lived in the unseen corners of my home. I felt its presence. I knew it was there. I could feel the weight of its gaze, even when I was alone in my apartment. The air would grow heavy. Cold spots would appear out of nowhere. Sometimes, I would hear faint, almost imperceptible sounds, a soft scrape, a whisper of movement, a sound like something breathing just behind my ear. I would spin around, flashlight beam cutting through gloom, but there was never anything there. Just the empty room, the silence pressing in. One night, I was sitting on the floor in my living room, huddled in a blanket, staring blankly at the wall. Another email arrived. I stared at the notification, my fingers trembling too much to open it. I knew what it would contain. Another photo, another violation. But then, I heard it. A faint, almost musical hum, coming from the direction of my bedroom. It was too soft to be a buzzing appliance, too rhythmic to be the building settling. It sounded alive. My heart hammered. I grabbed my flashlight, my only weapon, and crept towards the bedroom. The door was ajar, just as I would left it. The hum grew louder, a low, resonant thrumming. I pushed the door open, slowly, cautiously. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of the streetlights filtering through the taped-up window. The hum was definitely coming from inside. I aimed my flashlight beam around the room. It landed on my bed, and there on my pillow, where my head should have been, was a photograph. It was not a digital image on my screen this time. It was a physical, printed photograph. My breath caught in my throat. I stumbled forward, my legs like jelly, and picked it up. It was a picture of me, but not me as I was now. It was a picture of me asleep. My eyes were closed, my mouth slightly open, a strand of hair falling across my face. The angle was from directly above my head, looking down at my sleeping form. It was clear, crisp, and horrifyingly intimate. But that was not the worst part. In the very corner of the photograph, just barely visible in the dark background, was a reflection in the glass of a framed picture on my nightstand. And in that reflection, a shape, a distortion, a shadowy figure, impossibly tall and thin, with long, spindly limbs standing directly over my bed. Its head was tilted, as if observing me. Its eyes, two pinpricks of glowing red, seemed to stare directly out of the photo, directly into my own. I dropped the photo as if it had burned me. It fluttered to the floor, face up, the monster's reflection glaring at me. The hum intensified, filling the room, vibrating to the floorboards, through my very bones. It was not a hum anymore. It was a low, guttural purr. It was in here. It was in the room with me. It had been watching me sleep, not through a camera, but in person. I did not scream. I could not. My throat was seized with terror. I turned and ran, blindly, instinctively, out of the bedroom, out of the apartment. I did not grab my keys, my phone, nothing. I just ran. Down the stairs, past startled neighbors, out into the night. I did not stop until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, collapsing on a park bench miles from my apartment. The cold night air did little to calm my racing heart. I was out. I was safe. For now. But as I sat there, shivering, alone in the dark, a horrifying realization dawned on me. The entity that had been sending me photos, the thing that had been watching me, it was not just observing, it was communicating. It was taunting me. And the last photo, the one on my pillow, was not just a picture. It was a message, a declaration. It knew where I slept. It knew when I was vulnerable. It could be anywhere at any time inside my home, inside my sanctuary. I had run from Mark, the man who became a monster. But this was something else entirely. Something more insidious, more pervasive. Something that did not need to chase me, because it was already everywhere. It was in the walls, in the shadows, in the very air I breathed. I looked up at the vast, indifferent sky, tears streaming down my face. I was homeless now, not because I had nowhere to go, but because my home was no longer mine. It belonged to the unseen, to the thing that watched, to the monster that had taken up residence in the intimate spaces of my life. I knew, with chilling certainty, that it was still watching me. Even out here, in the open, under the cold, indifferent stars. It was probably taking a picture right now. A picture of me, broken and alone, a testament to its victory. And I knew, deep down, that soon another email would arrive. Another photo. A photo of me, sitting on this park bench right now, and maybe, just maybe, if I look closely enough, I would see a reflection in the background. A reflection of something impossible, something waiting in the dark, always, always watching. The world outside a taxi window was a blur of colors, a frantic kaleidoscope that mirrored the chaos inside my head. My chest heaved, each breath a painful gasp, and my hands trembled so violently I had to clench them into fists to stop them from shaking. He was behind. Me, I knew it. Even though the taxi was speeding away, I could still feel the phantom grip of his hand on my wrist, the sickening lurch in my stomach as I saw my bedroom on his phone. The image of my sleeping face, peaceful, vulnerable, burned behind my eyelids. He had been there. He had watched me. "Are you okay, miss?" the taxi driver asked, his voice gentle, a stark contrast to the terror that had just consumed me. I could only shake my head, tears finally spilling over, hot and stinging. "Just drive." I choked out. "Please, just drive." He nodded, glancing at me through the rear-view mirror with a concerned frown, and sped up. I did not know where I was going, only that I needed to be away from that restaurant, away from him, away from the terrifying realization that my carefully constructed world had been shattered by a monster wearing a charming smile. My first thought was Chloe. She was my rock, my best friend, the one who had urged caution. I called her, my voice hoarse, the words tumbling out in a frantic, incoherent jumble. She calmed me down, told me to come straight to her place. The journey to Chloe's apartment felt like an eternity. Every car that pulled alongside us, every shadow, every person I saw felt like Ryan. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear. When I finally stumbled out of the taxi and into Chloe's waiting arms, I collapsed, sobbing into her shoulder. He was in my apartment. "Chloe," I whispered, the words barely audible. He had a picture of me sleeping. He said he liked me best when I was at peace. He is a monster. Chloe held me tight, stroking my hair. "It is okay. Sarah, you are safe now. We will call the police." But calling the police was not as simple as it sounded. They listened patiently, took notes, but the underlying skepticism was palpable. "So, he showed you a picture on his phone, and you hit him with a picture." The officer asked, his tone neutral, but his eyes said, "Is that all?" I recounted everything, the hunches, the specific knowledge of my routines, the scratch above my eyebrow, the security camera I had bought, the chilling whisper, the picture. They noted it all down. They said they would look into it. But without physical evidence of a break-in, without actual physical harm beyond a grazed wrist, it felt like I was just another panicked woman making accusations. They advised me to change my locks, install better security, and get a restraining order if he continued to harass me. A restraining order. As if a piece of paper would stop someone like Ryan. Chloe let me stay with her, and for a few days, I felt a fragile sense of safety. I did not go home. I did not even want to think about my apartment, my sanctuary now tainted by his presence. I changed my phone number, deleted my social media profiles, and tried to disappear. But disappearing is not easy when someone is determined to find you. The first sign was a bouquet of black roses delivered to Chloe's apartment. No card, just the ominous, velvety petals that felt like a direct threat. Chloe intercepted them, her face grim. Then came the emails, to an old, rarely used account I had forgotten about, full of coded messages about our connection and how much he missed me. Each one signed, "Your devoted admirer." I started seeing him, or rather, I started thinking I saw him. A flash of dark hair in a crowd, a familiar car driving by, a figure lingering across the street. My paranoia reached a fever pitch. I could not eat. I could not sleep. Every shadow was him. Every creak of the floorboards was him. Chloe tried to reassure me, but even she started looking over her shoulder. One evening, about 2 weeks after the restaurant incident, Chloe, and I were walking home from a late-night grocery run. The streetlights cast long, dancing shadows, and the air was crisp with the approaching autumn chill. I clutched Chloe's arm, my eyes darting nervously from side to side. "Sarah, you need to relax a little," Chloe said gently, though I could hear the weariness in her voice. "He is not here." As if on cue, a dark sedan, identical to the one Ryan had driven on our first date, pulled up silently beside us. The passenger window glided down. Ryan's face, illuminated by the dim interior light, was framed in the opening. His smile was wide, serene, chilling. "Hello, Sarah," he said, his voice a soft murmur that sent shivers down my spine. "You look beautiful tonight, even when you are afraid." Chloe gasped, pulling me back, but it was too late. Before I could even scream, the back door of the sedan flew open. Two large figures, cloaked in black, burst out. They moved with terrifying speed, overwhelming us before we could react. A hand clamped over my mouth, another around my waist, lifting me, struggling, into the car. I saw Chloe fight, heard her scream my name, but she was quickly subdued too, her cries abruptly cut short. The world went black as a rough sack was thrown over my head, muffling my screams, cutting off my sight. I felt the car lurch forward, the sickening sensation of being trapped, helpless. The terror was absolute. He had found me. He had won. The drive was long, agonizing. I lost all sense of time, drifting in and out of consciousness. The sack over my head smelled of dust and something metallic, making my stomach churn. My hands were bound, my feet tied, and I was thrown around like a rag doll with every turn and bump in the road. I tried to scream, to fight, but my efforts were futile. Each time I struggled, a heavy hand would press down on my shoulder, an unspoken threat. Eventually, the car stopped. The engine died, and an eerie silence descended, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I was roughly pulled from the car, my feet stumbling on uneven ground. The air was cold, damp, smelling of pine and earth. We were somewhere remote. I heard Ryan's voice, closer now, a low hum that sent shivers down my spine. "Welcome home, Sarah. Or perhaps welcome to our home." The sack was yanked from my head, and my eyes, accustomed to darkness, blinked rapidly, struggling to adjust. What I saw made my blood run cold, freezing me in place. I was standing in a small, rustic cabin, but it was unlike any cabin I had ever seen. Every single surface, the walls, the ceiling, even parts of floor was covered in mirrors. Not just regular mirrors, but a dizzying array of them, large, small, convex, concave, some perfectly flat, others subtly warped. My reflection stared back at me from 1,000 different angles, fragmented and distorted. A terrified, disheveled woman with wide, panicked eyes, bound hands, and a gag loosely tied around her mouth. The effect was immediate and disorienting. I felt like I had stepped into a kaleidoscope of my own fear. My mind reeled, tried to make sense of the endless reflections, the perpetual duplication of my horrified face. There was no escape from my eyes, no blank space to rest them. Every movement I made was amplified, multiplied, thrown back at me from every direction. Ryan stood before me, a serene smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with disturbing triumph. He was reflected endlessly around us, a legion of Ryans, all watching me. "Beautiful, is not it?" he murmured, gesturing around the cabin with a sweeping hand. "My masterpiece. I call it the Chamber of Truth. Here, you can truly see yourself. Sarah, every angle, every expression, every nuance. And I can see you, too. Always." He stepped closer, his reflection merging with mine, in a large, slightly distorted mirror directly in front of me. "You see, Sarah, you are most beautiful when you are at peace. But there's a certain raw honesty and fear is not there, a purity of emotion that is just as captivating. He reached out, his fingers gently tracing the outline of my jaw, and I flinched violently, trying to pull away. The gag prevented me from screaming, but a guttural sound of pure terror escaped my throat. "Do not worry," he said, his voice soft, almost soothing. "You are safe here. We are safe here. No one will bother us." He turned and walked over to a small wooden table in the center of the room, which was also reflected countless times, creating an illusion of an infinite number of tables. On it sat a single, flickering oil lamp, casting dancing shadows that seemed to multiply the reflections even further. This is a place of absolute intimacy. "Sarah," he continued, pouring himself a glass of water from a pitcher. "No secrets here. No hiding. Just us and our reflections. Forever." My eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for a window, a door, anything that was not a mirror. But there was nothing. Just endless, reflective surfaces. Even the floor, where it was not covered in a thin, worn rug, was polished to a mirror sheen. The cabin was a prison built of reflections. He watched me, his smile never wavering, his eyes following my every frantic glance. "You are trying to find a way out, are not you? Silly girl. There is no out from truth, only deeper in." He walked over to a section of the wall that seemed to be a door, though it was perfectly disguised by the mirror paneling. He opened it, revealing a small, stark bathroom, also lined with mirrors. All the comforts of home. "Sarah, just for you. And for me, of course." He closed the door, and it vanished back into the wall of reflections. My gag was tight, making it hard to breathe, and the sheer visual overload was starting to make me feel dizzy. I could feel my sanity fraying at the edges. I needed to get out. I needed to escape. Over the next few days, or what felt like days' time, lost all meaning in that mirror-lined hell Ryan's twisted game began. He would bring me food and water, always watching, always commenting on my expressions. He would untie my hand for short periods, allowing me to eat, but never taking his eyes off me. He would sit and talk, monologue, really, about our connection, about how he had always known we were destined to be together, about how the world outside was too chaotic for us. "Here," he would say, gazing at his own reflection, then at mine, "we can build something beautiful, something pure, uninterrupted." The mirrors became my tormentors. I could not escape my own image. I saw myself my most desperate, my most terrified, my most defeated. Every tear, every tremor, every flicker of despair was magnified and thrown back at me. And in every reflection, Ryan was there, watching. Sometimes he would stand behind me, his reflection hovering over mine, a chilling embrace. Other times, he would be in a distant corner, a tiny figure in a multitude of reflections, yet still undeniably there. I tried to break them. In a fit of desperate rage, I slammed my bound hands against a large mirror, hoping to shatter it, hoping to create a hole, a gap, anything that was not a reflection. But the glass was thick, reinforced, and my hands only stung with pain. Ryan simply watched, a sad smile on his face. "Such passion," he would sigh. "Such fire. Do not worry. Sarah, it will fade. And then you will find your peace." The lack of natural light, the constant visual stimulation, and the unending psychological pressure began to take their toll. I started losing track of reality. Was that a real reflection, or was it a hallucination? Was Ryan truly standing there, or was he just a trick of the light, a figment of my fractured mind? The lines blurred. I would see myself age, wither, transform into something grotesque in the warped mirrors. I would see Chloe, her face gaunt and accusing, reflected in a tiny shard. I would see my parents, their eyes filled with disappointment. The mirrors became a canvas of my deepest fears, my guilt, my despair. Sleep was a nightmare. Even with my eyes closed, the residual images of the reflections danced behind my eyelids. When I did manage to drift off, I would wake in a cold sweat, convinced that my own reflection was staring at me, not as a mirror image, but as a separate, malevolent entity. One morning, Ryan brought me a bowl of oatmeal. My hands were untied as usual, and I ate slowly, mechanically, my eyes constantly scanning the room, even though I knew it was futile. He was sitting across from me, his face calm, almost beatific. "You are quieter now," he observed, his voice soft. "Less fighting, less screaming. You are starting to understand, are not you, the beauty of surrender." I said nothing, just kept eating, tried to ignore the thousand reflections of a smug face. But then something caught my eye. A tiny scratch on the mirror directly behind him. Almost imperceptible, barely a hairline fracture. But it was there. And next to it, even smaller, a faint outline. It looked like a very small, almost invisible hinge. My heart gave a jolt. A hinge? Was it possible? Was one of these mirrors a hidden compartment? A secret panel? I finished my oatmeal, trying to keep my expression neutral. Ryan was still watching me, but his gaze seemed to have softened, as if he believed I was finally breaking. Later that day, when Ryan left the cabin for a short, while he would occasionally disappear for an hour or two, presumably to get supplies, or just to give me a moment of solitude, a twisted form of mercy, I began my search. My hands were still unbound, a routine he had established, believing I was too broken to fight. I started with a mirror, where I would see the scratch. I ran my fingers over it, cautiously, carefully, trying to find any give, any seam. The glass felt solid, cold. But then, I found it. A tiny indentation, almost like a button, hidden just at the edge of the frame, obscured by the mirror's reflection. My heart pounded. This had to be it. I pressed it, gently at first, then harder. Nothing. Frustration surged through me, threatening to overwhelm the fragile hope that had just sparked within me. I slumped against the wall, defeated, my reflection staring back at me, a distorted mass of despair. Then I noticed something else. A small, almost invisible seam running vertically down the mirror, parallel to the hinge-like outline. It was so perfectly aligned with the reflection of the wood grain that it was practically invisible unless you knew what you were looking for. I pushed against the seam, applied pressure to the tiny indentation again. This time, with a faint click, the mirror panel swung inward, not like a door, but like a small, shallow cabinet. Inside, nestled on a narrow shelf, was a small, dusty toolbox. My breath hitched. A toolbox. It was a lifeline. My hands flew to it, pulling it out. It was old, rusty, but it contained a few basic tools: a screwdriver, a small hammer, a pair of pliers. Nothing heavy duty, but maybe enough. I had to work fast. Ryan could return at any moment. My plan was simple: get out of this cabin. My immediate thought was the main door, the one he used. But it was too well hidden, too secure. My next thought was a window. But there were no windows, only mirrors. Or were there? I remembered the slight chill I sometimes felt, the faint sound of wind. There had to be an exterior wall somewhere. I started tapping on the mirrors, listening for a difference in sound. Most of them gave a solid, resonant thud, solid wall behind them. But a few, particularly on one side of the cabin, gave a slightly hollower sound. I chose one of the hollow-sounding mirrors, a large, flat one that seemed to offer a direct view of the outside, if only it were not a mirror. I took the small hammer from the toolbox. My hands trembled, but my resolve was steel. This was my chance. I raised the hammer, my reflection doing the same, 1,000 terrified duplicates. With a grunt, I brought it down, not on the center of the mirror, but near the frame, hoping to pry it loose rather than just shatter it. The glass cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading across the surface, distorted my reflection into a grotesque mosaic. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space, a sharp, violent crack that seemed to echo endlessly. I heard a car approaching. No, he was back. Panic seized me, but I pushed through it. There was no time to hesitate. I kept hitting, aiming for the edges, trying to dislodge the panel. With each blow, more cracks appeared, and I could feel the cold air seeping through the gaps. It was a window, disguised as a mirror. Just as I felt the panel give way slightly, the main door swung open. Ryan stood there, his face no longer serene. His eyes, reflected 1,000 times, were wide with chilling fury. "Sarah," he roared, his voice echoing, multiplying, surrounding me. "What have you done?" He lunged at me, his face contorted with rage, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. He was like a different person. This was the monster unleashed. I did not think. I reacted. As he reached for me, I swung the hammer, not at the mirror, but directly at his face. He dodged, but the hammer grazed his shoulder, making him stumble back with a cry of pain. "You do not understand. Sarah," he screamed, clutching his shoulder. "This is our sanctuary. You are ruining it." He came at me again, faster this time. I dropped the hammer, grabbing the edge of the now loosened mirror panel. With a desperate heave, I pulled it inward. The glass shrieked as it tore from its frame, sending shards raining down around me. A blast of cold, fresh air hit my face, and beyond the gaping hole, I saw at the dark, dense forest, the fading light of dusk. Freedom. Ryan was on me in an instant, tackling me to the ground. His hands clamped around my throat, squeezing. My vision blurred, the 1,000 reflections of his enraged face swimming before my eyes. I clawed at his hands, struggling for air, my lungs burning. In my desperation, my hand closed around a sharp shard of glass from the broken mirror. Without thinking, I brought it up, plunging it into his arm, just below his shoulder. He roared, a guttural sound of pain and disbelief, and his grip loosened. I gasped for air, pushing him off me with all my remaining strength. He stumbled back, clutching his bleeding arm, his eyes wide with shock. You hurt me," he whispered, as if truly bewildered by my actions. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly, my throat raw. I did not wait for him to recover. I dove through the jagged opening where the mirror had been, heedless of the glass shards that tore at my clothes and skin. The cold air hit me like a shock wave. I landed awkwardly on the forest floor, my body screaming in protest, but I did not stop. I scrambled to my feet and ran. The forest was dark, terrifying, but it was open. It was not a mirror. It was not a reflection. It was freedom. I ran blindly, tripping over roots, branches whipping at my face, my bare feet pounding on the cold earth. I could hear Ryan's enraged shouts behind me, his footsteps crashing through the undergrowth. He was coming. He would not give up. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until the sounds of the pursuit faded into background, replaced by the frantic pounding of my own heart and the whispers of the wind through the trees. I did not know where I was going, or if I would ever truly be safe. But I was running, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I was running away from the reflections and toward something real, however terrifying it might be. The mirrors were gone, but the image of my own terrified face, multiplied 1,000 times, would be etched into my mind forever. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that Ryan would not stop until he found his peace again. And that peace for him meant me, trapped, reflected, and utterly broken. I had escaped the cabin, but the horror of Ryan and the mirrors had just begun. The darkness that swallowed me was absolute, a suffocating blanket pulled over my very existence. There was no gentle fade, no slow drift into unconsciousness. It was like a switch being flipped. One moment a world of terror and metallic tang. The next, nothing. Just gone. When I finally clawed my way back to awareness, it was not with a jolt or a gasp. It was a slow, agonizing crawl from a deep, heavy fog. My head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, a bass drum beating out a rhythm of pain behind my eyes. My tongue felt like sandpaper, and a nauseating metallic taste still clung to the back of my throat, a grim reminder of that prick in my neck. My first sensation was the cold, a biting, pervasive chill that seeped into my bones, even through whatever rough fabric I was lying on. Then came the smell, a sterile, antiseptic odor, sharp and clinical, underscored by something else, something faintly organic, like stale blood or damp earth. It was a smell that promised nothing good, a smell that whispered of hospitals and morgues, but with a grittier, more sinister undertone. I tried to open my eyes, but they felt heavy, glued shut. My eyelids fluttered, straining against the invisible weight, and when they finally parted, it was a world of blurry, indistinct shapes. The light was dim, a sickly yellow glow that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once, casting long, wavering shadows. My vision slowly cleared, and I realized I was not in Lena's apartment anymore. Panic, cold and sharp, began to bloom in my chest. I was lying on something hard and narrow, like a cot, but without a mattress, just a thin, rough blanket over what felt like cold, unforgiving metal. My limbs felt heavy, sluggish, as if I had been running a marathon in my sleep. I tried to push myself up, but my muscles screamed in protest, a dull, aching soreness radiating through my entire body. It was like every fiber had been stretched to its limit, then left to rot. I managed to push myself onto my elbows, my head still swimming. The room was small, rectangular, with walls of what looked like reinforced concrete. No windows, of course. Just a single heavy-looking metal door set into one wall and a low, humming vent near the ceiling. The air was still heavy, and that antiseptic smell was even stronger now. My eyes scanned the room, desperately searching for any sign of escape, any clue as to where I was. There was nothing. Just a cot, a small, bolted-down metal table, and a single, equally bolted-down metal chair. It was a cell, a goddamn prison cell. The memories came rushing back then, a tidal wave of terror that threatened to drown me. Lena's predatory smile, her glowing eyes, the Project Chimera files, my own name on a subject tracking folder, the police report of my death, the photographs of my deceased body, and then her closing in, the prick, the darkness. Oh God, it was not a dream. It was all real. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I barely managed to turn my head in time, dry heaving onto the cold concrete floor. My stomach was empty, but my body still convulsed, racked with a profound sense of violation and fear. When the spasm subsided, I lay there, panting, staring at the small, wet patch on the floor, my mind racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. What did she want? What was Project Chimera? And what did re-engagement protocol mean for me? The words echoed in my head, each one a hammer blow to my already shattered composure. I pushed myself up again, this time managing to sit on the edge of the cot. My legs dangled bare, and I realized I was no longer wearing my clothes. I was dressed in a thin, drab gray jumpsuit, the fabric coarse against my skin. My pockets, my phone, my wallet all gone. Stripped bare. A chilling realization dawned on me. How long had I been out? A few hours. A day. More. The disorientation, the muscle soreness, the profound weakness. It felt like more than just a simple knockout. I stood, my legs wobbly beneath me, and took a tentative step towards a metal door. It was solid, unyielding, with no visible handle on my side. Just a small, circular peephole, too high for me to reach without standing on the chair. I dragged the chair over, the scraping sound echoing unnaturally loud in the silent room. Standing on the chair, I peered through the peephole. The view was limited, showing only a short stretch of a brightly lit, sterile hallway. The walls were the same concrete, but painted a clinical white. There were other doors, identical to mine, stretching off into the distance. It looked like some kind of underground facility, or perhaps a wing of a highly specialized, top-secret hospital. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was far beyond a simple abduction. This was something organized, something professional, something terrifyingly well-funded. I jumped down from the chair, the metallic clang of its feet against the floor echoing in the silence. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic thoughts, each one more horrifying than the last. I needed to get out. I needed to know what was happening. Just as the thought solidified, a soft click echoed from the door. It was not the sound of a lock disengaging, but something more subtle, more electronic. Then a small, rectangular panel slid open in the middle of the door, revealing a pair of cold, unblinking eyes. Lena, my breath hitched in my throat. Her eyes, those dark, bottomless pools, seemed to pierce right through me, devoid of any warmth or humanity. They did not glow now, not like they did in her apartment, but they held a chilling intensity that was far more unnerving. Good, you are awake. Her voice, usually so melodic and inviting, was now flat, devoid of emotion, like a recording. How are you feeling? Subject 734. Subject 734. The number hit me like a physical blow. Not my name. My identity stripped away, replaced by a cold, numerical designation. My name is Alex. I choked out, my voice hoarse. What the hell is going on? Where am I? A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips, a predatory curve that sent shivers down my spine. Your name is irrelevant now. Alex, as for what is going on, you are exactly where you need to be, and where you have always been destined to be. Her words were cryptic, chilling. Destined? What are you talking about? You drugged me. You kidnapped me. I saw the files. Lena, my name, my death, what is Project Chimera? Her eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle shift that somehow made her even more menacing. Curiosity, Alex, is a double-edged sword. It led you to us, and now it will lead you to understanding. Project Chimera is an initiative, a necessary evolution. And you, Alex, are a key component. Key component. What does that even mean? My voice was rising, laced with desperation. I died 5 years ago. The report said I died in a hit and run. But I remember surviving it. I remember waking up in the hospital. The pain, the recovery. Lena tilted her head slightly, her expression unreadable. You remember what you were allowed to remember. Alex, what you were programmed to remember. The human mind is remarkably resilient, capable of constructing intricate narratives to make sense of the impossible. My blood ran cold. Programmed. Allowed to remember. What are you saying? That my entire life for the past 5 years has been a lie. A carefully constructed reality. She corrected, her voice still unervingly calm. A necessary illusion. You were an anomaly. Alex, a unique variable in a highly controlled experiment. Your recovery was unexpected, unprecedented, and it necessitated a different approach. An experiment. The words felt like sandpaper in my throat. What kind of experiment? What did you do to me? We did not do anything to you. Alex, Lena said, a hint of something that might have been amusement in her eyes, if they were not so utterly devoid of warmth. Not then. You were a gift, a spontaneous mutation, a subject of immense interest. She paused, as if savoring my terror. You see, Alex, 5 years ago you did die. Medically, legally, undeniably. Your heart stopped, your brain activity ceased. You were pronounced dead at the scene. But then, something extraordinary happened. Something that defied all known scientific understanding. Your body reactivated. Your heart started beating again. Your brain flickered back to life. All without any external intervention. My mind reeled. This was impossible. This was insane. But the files, the police report, the photographs, they all pointed to this horrifying truth. But the hospital, I stammered. The doctors, the nurses, they treated me. They said I was lucky. A cover-up. Alex, Lena said, her voice dropping to a near whisper, yet still carrying perfectly to the small opening. A deep cover operation. Once your recovery was noted, you were immediately transferred to a secure facility. The hospital staff you encountered were all project personnel. The doctors, the nurses, even the other patients, all part of the theater. We needed to observe you in a controlled environment to understand the parameters of your resilience, your unique physiology. I stared at her, utterly speechless. My entire life, every memory of my recovery, every interaction, every person I would met in that hospital, a meticulously crafted illusion, a stage play, and I was the unwitting star. So what now? I finally managed to ask, my voice barely a whisper. You have brought me here. What do you want? Lena's smile widened, revealing a glimpse of teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too white. We want to understand. Alex, we want to replicate. You are a biological marvel, a living testament to what is possible. And we intend to unlock your secrets. Replicate. The word sent a fresh wave of dread through me. You mean you want to make more of me? Or at least understand the mechanism that allows you to exist? She corrected. Imagine, Alex, a world where death is merely a temporary inconvenience, where the human body can regenerate, can defy the limitations of mortality. You are the key to that future. I do not want to be a key to anything. I yelled, my voice cracking. I want to go home. I want my life back. Your life, Alex, was a carefully managed illusion. Lena said, her tone hardening. And your home is here now, with us. You are too valuable to be allowed to roam freely, too unique to remain unstudied. So I am a lab rat. I spat, rage finally bubbling up through my fear. Is that it? You are going to dissect me. Experiment on me. Not yet, she replied, the casualness of her tone more terrifying than any threat. First, observation. Then analysis. Then, perhaps, some minor procedures. Nothing you won't recover from. Of course. You have proven to be remarkably resilient. She gave a small, chilling laugh. In fact, your re-engagement protocol was designed to bring you back into our direct observation in a way that would not cause undue stress or suspicion. We needed to see how you would react to a familiar, yet subtly altered environment, how you would adapt, and how you would respond to a controlled stimulus. You mean you sent me on dates? I asked, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. You set me up with you. This was all just a test. A very effective one. Lena confirmed, her eyes glinting. Your profile, your interests, your responses, all meticulously curated based on years of data. We knew you would be drawn to someone like me. And your reaction to the files, your attempts to escape, all within expected parameters. You are, at your core, still very much human. Alex, despite your extraordinary biology, the panel slid shut with a soft click, plunging the small cell back into relative silence, broken only by the low hum of the ventilation system. Lena was gone, leaving me alone with the crushing weight of her words, the terrifying implications of Project Chimera, and the horrifying truth of my own existence. I was a walking miracle, a medical impossibility, and now a captive, a specimen. Days blurred into an agonizing monotony. Meals were delivered through a slot in the door, bland, nutritious sludge that tasted like ash. I tried to keep track of time, marking the passage of each day by the rhythmic clicks of the door panel and the brief, silent appearance of my food. But without a window, without any natural light, it was impossible to tell if it was day or night. My internal clock went haywire, and I felt a creeping sense of dissociation, a blurring of reality. Sometimes, Lena would return, not always through the peephole. Sometimes, the entire door would slide open, and she would step in, accompanied by two hulking figures in dark, tactical gear. They never spoke, their faces obscured by helmets, their movements precise and efficient. Lena would carry a tablet, her eyes scanning its glowing screen as she observed me, occasionally asking a question about my physical state, my mood, my dreams. Her questions were clinical, detached, like a scientist interrogating an animal in a cage. I tried to resist, to refuse to answer, but the silence that followed was always more unnerving than her inquiries. And sometimes, her questions would touch on things I could not explain, things that felt wrong. Do you experience any unusual sensations? Alex, any phantom pains? Any urges? She asked once, her gaze fixed on me. What kind of urges? I snapped, my voice raw from disuse. She simply smiled. A heightened sense of smell? Perhaps. A craving for specific nutrients. I did not know what she was talking about. I only craved real food, fresh air and freedom. But her questions planted a seed of doubt, a dark whisper in the back of my mind. What had they done to me? What was I? One day, the routine changed. The door slid open, and Lena stood there, alone this time, her usual enigmatic smile on her face. Time for your first assessment. Alex, she announced, her voice carrying a chilling undertone of anticipation. My heart leaped into my throat. Assessment? What does that mean? It means we begin to truly understand you, she said, gesturing vaguely down the hallway. Come. I hesitated, my legs feeling like lead. But what choice did I have? The hulking guard were nowhere in sight, but I knew they were close. Resistance would be futile and probably painful. I stepped out of the cell, my bare feet hitting the cold, polished floor of the hallway. The bright, fluorescent lights overhead made me wince, my eyes accustomed to the dimness of my cell. The hallway stretched out, sterile and identical in every direction. Lena led me down the corridor, her strides long and graceful. I shuffled behind her, my mind racing, try to memorize every detail, every turn. We passed several other doors, identical to mine, and I wondered if there were other subjects inside, other anomalies. The thought sent a fresh wave of dread through me. We eventually reached a larger room at the end of the hall. It was even brighter than the hallway, filled with an array of scientific equipment, blinking screens, intricate machinery, and long, gleaming metal tables. The air here was even colder, and the antiseptic smell was overwhelming. Several people in white lab coats moved around with quiet efficiency, their faces serious and focused. One of them, a stern-looking woman with spectacles perched on her nose, looked up as we entered. Subject 734 is ready. Dr. Petrova, she asked, her voice crisp and professional. Indeed. Dr. Ramirez, Lena replied, her full name sounding strangely formal and alien. Let us begin. They led me to one of the metal tables. It had straps. My stomach clenched. Please lie down. Alex, Lena instructed, her voice deceptively gentle. I stared at the straps, then at her. What are you going to do? Just routine examinations. Dr. Ramirez interjected, her voice devoid of sympathy. Blood samples, tissue biopsies, neurological scans. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. My mind screamed in protest. This was a horror show. I lay down on the table, the cold metal shocking against my skin. The straps were quickly fastened, securing my wrists, ankles, and torso. I struggled, twisting against them, but they were too strong, too tight. Relax, Alex, Lena said, her voice now a low, soothing purr that did nothing to calm my racing heart. The sooner you cooperate, the sooner this will be over. A cold, sterile wipe was rubbed on my arm, and then I felt a sharp prick as a needle pierced my skin. I watched horrified as a vial quickly filled with my dark red blood. More needles followed, drawing more blood. Then a small device was pressed against my arm, taking a tissue sample. The pain was sharp, but fleeting. Then came the scans. They slid me into a large, humming machine, the claustrophobia instantly overwhelming. The rhythmic thumping and whirring sounds echoed in my ears, and I could feel the cold, metallic tang of fear rising in my throat. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the reality of my situation, trying to conjure images of my old life, my cat, my apartment, anything to escape. When they finally pulled me out, I felt drained, exhausted. My head ached, and my body was sore from the repeated prodding and scanning. They unstrapped me, and I lay there for a moment, too spent to move. Remarkable. I heard Dr. Ramirez say, her voice filled with detached wonder. The cellular regeneration is even more pronounced than our initial data suggested, and the unique protein markers truly unprecedented. Indeed, Lena replied, his resilience is truly exceptional. We need to push the boundaries. Dr. Ramirez, we need to understand the limits of his recuperative abilities. My blood ran cold. Push the boundaries. I rasped, pushing myself up onto my elbows. What does that mean? Lena turned to me, her eyes alight with disturbing intensity. It means, Alex, we need to observe how your body reacts to stressors, to various forms of trauma, to see how quickly you heal, how completely you recover. My breath hitched. They were going to hurt me, deliberately, to see how much I could take. No, I whispered, shaking my head. No, you can't. You can't do this. Lena's smile was chilling. Oh, but we can. Alex, you are Project Chimera now, and your purpose is to serve its advancement. Over the next few days, the assessments escalated. They started with minor injuries, controlled cuts, small burns, carefully administered electrical shocks. Each time, I screamed, I fought, I begged. Each time, they observed, they recorded, their faces impassive. And each time, to my horror, my body did heal. The cuts closed, the burns faded, the pain subsided with unnerving speed. It was like watching a grotesque time-lapse video of my own suffering and recovery. The metallic tang in my mouth became a constant companion, a bitter taste of my own blood and fear. My screams echoed in the sterile rooms, but no one ever came to my aid. The guards were always present, silent and menacing, ensuring I could not escape. Then came the hunger, not just for food, but a deep, gnawing ache that went beyond simple sustenance. Lena's earlier question about specific nutrients began to haunt me. I felt a strange primal urge, a craving that I could not articulate, but that felt profoundly unsettling. One day, after a particularly brutal session where they had deliberately broken a bone in my arm, only to watch it knit back together in a matter of hours, Lena visited me in my cell. I was curled up on the cot, trembling, my body aching even after the miraculous recovery. You are adapting well. Alex, she said, her voice almost gentle. Your cellular regeneration is accelerating. Your pain tolerance is increasing. You are turning me into a monster. I whispered, my voice hoarse. She scoffed. We are simply unlocking your true potential. You are a new species. Alex, Homo redivivus, man reborn. I do not want to be reborn. I choked out. I want to be dead. Her eyes narrowed. Do not say that. Death is a waste of your unique gift. We are on the cusp of something truly revolutionary, and you are at its very heart. She paused, then continued, her voice taking on a strangely seductive quality. You feel it, do not you? The hunger, the craving. It is a byproduct of your accelerated healing, your heightened metabolism. Your body requires more specialized fuel. I looked at her, my eyes wide with fear. What are you talking about? She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, clear vial. Inside, a dark, viscous liquid swirled. This, Alex, is what your body truly craves. A potent cocktail of human plasma and specialized growth factors. It will satiate that hunger, amplify your regeneration, and push you even further. My stomach churned. Human plasma. The thought was repulsive, horrifying. No, I whispered, shaking my head. I won't. I am not a vampire. Lena laughed, a low, throaty sound that sent chills down my spine. Such dramatic comparisons. It is merely a biological imperative. Alex, you are evolving, and evolution often demands sacrifices. She placed a vial on the small metal table. When you are ready, Alex, the hunger will only grow, and it will become unbearable. She left, leaving me alone with the vial, its dark contents swirling mockingly. The hunger was indeed growing. It was a deep, unsettling ache in my gut, a constant, gnawing emptiness that no amount of bland sludge could fill. My body felt like it was devouring itself, frantically trying to fuel its unnatural healing. I stared at the vial, my mind a battlefield of disgust and desperate craving. How long could I resist? How long until the hunger consumed me? Until I became the monster they wanted me to be. Days turned into a blur of agonizing hunger and force assessments. The pain became a familiar companion, a constant thrum beneath my skin. My body continued to heal at an astonishing rate, but the hunger became a torment. It was a burning fire in my gut, a constant distraction, a maddening whisper in my mind. One night, I could not take it anymore. The hunger was a living entity inside me, clawing at my insides, demanding to be fed. I stumbled to the table, my hands trembling as I picked up the vial. The dark liquid shimmered, almost beckoning me. My mind screamed in protest, but my body, my new monstrous body, overruled it. I uncapped the vial, the faint metallic scent of it filling my nostrils. It was a smell of blood, undeniably, but mixed with something else, something intoxicating, something that promised relief. With a choked sob, I brought the vial to my lips and drank. The liquid was thick, warm, and surprisingly sweet, with that metallic tang. As it slid down my throat, a wave of intense heat spread through my body, followed by an immediate, profound sense of relief. The gnawing hunger subsided, replaced by a surge of energy, a clarity of thought I had not experienced since before I woke up in this prison. My senses sharpened. I could hear the faint hum of the facility's machinery, the distant footsteps of guards, even the subtle creak of the building settling. My vision seemed crisper, the colors more vibrant. It was like a veil had been lifted from my perception. But with this newfound clarity came a horrifying realization. The metallic tang, the urge, the accelerated healing, it was not just about survival anymore. It was about something more profound, more monstrous. I was changing. I was becoming something else. The next time Lena visited, her smile was knowing, triumphant. "You took the supplement," she stated, not a question. I nodded, unable to meet her gaze. The shame was overwhelming, but the relief was undeniable. "Excellent," she purred. "You are embracing your true nature. Alex, you are becoming what you were always meant to be." "What am I becoming?" "Lena," I asked, my voice barely a whisper, "what did you do to me?" She stepped closer, her eyes glittering with that dark, predatory hunger I now recognized, a hunger that mirrored my own. "We merely facilitated your evolution. Alex, you were always special. We simply help you realize your full potential." "And what is that potential?" Lena leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You are the next step. Alex, the apex predator. Immortal, unstoppable, and soon you will understand the true power that lies within you. The power to survive anything. The power to endure." Her words sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold of the cell. I had survived my death, only to be reborn into something far more terrifying. I was Project Chimera, and my nightmare had only just begun. The metallic tang was no longer just a reminder of fear. It was a part of me now, a constant taste of the monster I was becoming. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that there was no going back. The soft glow of my phone screen illuminated my face, casting a pallor that matched my current mood. Another Tuesday night, another endless scroll through Tinder. Swipe left, swipe left, swipe left. It was a mantra, a silent, weary protest against a parade of gym selfies, fish pictures, and thinly veiled requests for casual encounters. I was not looking for a soulmate. Not really, but a little genuine connection would not have gone amiss. Just someone to share a laugh with, maybe a decent conversation. Was that too much to ask? Apparently, yes. Then, Mark's profile popped up. No fish, no flexing. Just a warm, intelligent smile, a thoughtful gaze, and a bio that actually spoke of interests beyond Netflix and chill. He was an architect. He liked indie films. He volunteered at an animal shelter. He seemed normal. Refreshingly normal. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. His first message was charming, witty, and not at all suggestive. We exchanged a few messages. Then he suggested dinner. A real dinner. In a real restaurant. I was cautiously optimistic. The date was, to put it mildly, fantastic. Mark was even better in person. Tall, with kind eyes and a laugh that made me feel instantly at ease. We talked for hours about everything from bad movies to existential dread. He listened intently, asked thoughtful questions, and never once interrupted. It felt like we would known each other for ages, slipping into an easy rhythm of conversation that I had not experienced with anyone in years. By the time the waiter brought the check, I was practically floating. This was it. I thought this was finally something good. He walked me back to my apartment. The cool night air a welcome contrast to the warmth that had settled in my chest. We stood by my front door, the streetlights casting long, distorted shadows around us. There was a moment of comfortable silence. Then he leaned in, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I had a really wonderful time. Sarah, he murmured, his voice soft. I would love to do it again. My heart fluttered. Me too. Mark. Definitely. He kissed me then. A gentle, lingering kiss that promised more. It was not rushed or demanding, just sweet and full of potential. When he pulled away, he smiled that same warm, crinkling smile. Good night. Sarah. Good night. Mark. I watched him turn and walk away, his silhouette receding into the dimness of the street. He paused at the corner, gave a small wave, and then disappeared around the bend. I stood there for a moment longer, a silly grin plastered on my face, the taste of him still on my lips. Finally, I turned and fumbled for my keys, unlocking the deadbolt and stepping into the comforting familiarity of my apartment. As I closed the door, the click of the lock echoing in the sudden silence, I caught a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision. It was just a shadow, a fleeting darkness that seemed to detach from the wall by the door and melt into the deeper gloom of the hallway. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. Must be my imagination. I thought, or the streetlights playing tricks. I was tired, happy, and maybe a little tipsy from a wine. I dismissed it, the warmth of the date still enveloping me. I kicked off my shoes, tossed my purse onto the couch, and headed to the bathroom to wash off my makeup. The apartment felt cozy, safe. I hummed a little tune as I scrubbed my face, still replaying snippets of conversation in my head. When I glanced up at the mirror, I saw it again. A fleeting, elongated shadow, stretching from the corner of the bathroom door frame, across the wall, and then gone as if swallowed by the tile. It was too quick, too fluid to be a normal shadow from the overhead light. My heart gave a little jolt. Okay, that was weird. I peered around the door frame, but there was nothing. Just a silent, empty hallway. Relax. Sarah, I muttered to my reflection. You are overtired. It is just shadows. I finished my routine, changed into my pajamas, and climbed into bed. The sheets felt cool against my skin. I pulled out my phone, intending to text my best friend. Chloe, about the amazing date, but my fingers hovered over the keyboard. A strange unease had settled over me, a tiny, cold knot in the pit of my stomach. I could not shake the image of that moving shadow. It felt wrong. Not menacing, not yet, but definitely unnatural. I tried to push it away, focusing on Mark's smile, his laugh. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted off, but not before faint. Almost imperceptible shadows seemed to stretch across my bedroom ceiling, dancing just at the edge of my vision. I woke up several times during the night, each time with a distinct, unsettling feeling of being watched. The next morning, the apartment felt different. The air was colder, heavier, even though the thermostat was set to its usual temperature. I tried to convince myself it was just a residual chill of the night, but a shiver ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. As I made my coffee, I kept catching glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. A dark smudge against the kitchen wall, a fleeting ripple in the shadow cast by the refrigerator. Each time I turned my head to look directly, it vanished. I tried to ignore it, to attribute it to my imagination, to the lingering effects of a strange dream. But the feeling persisted. It was not just a visual trick, anymore it was a presence. Subtle, formless, but undeniably there. It felt like a silent observer, always just beyond the reach of my direct gaze. Later that day, a text popped up from Mark. Morning. Sarah, still riding high from last night. Hope you are too. Any chance I could tempt you into a second date this weekend? My stomach clenched. Before, this message would have thrilled me. Now, a wave of dread washed over me. Was he connected to this? Was this thing a part of him? Or something he left behind? I stared at the message, my thumb hovering over the reply button, paralyzed by a sudden, inexplicable fear. I could not bring myself to answer. The shadow became more bold as the days passed. It no longer just flickered at the edge of my vision. Now, when I was sitting on the couch, reading a book, I would see a distinct, elongated silhouette standing in the hallway, perfectly still. It was two-dimensional, a flat void of darkness, but it had depth, a sense of being. And it was tall, lean like Mark. When I looked up, it would ripple and dissipate, melting back into the ambient shadows of the room. But it always returned. I started to feel a constant chill, a pervasive coldness that radiated from the areas where the shadows seemed to linger. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a stage for some silent, macabre play. The air itself seemed to hum with an unheard frequency, a low thrum of unease. One evening, I was in the kitchen, washing dishes, when I heard a soft thump from the living room. I froze, my hand still in the soapy water. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. No answer. I slowly walked into the living room. A book, one I would left on the coffee table, lay on the floor, open to a random page. I had not touched it since the previous night. My breath hitched. This was not just my imagination anymore. I started turning on every light in the apartment, desperate to banish the encroaching darkness. But even under the brightest lights, the shadow persisted. It simply became a slightly less dark patch against the wall, a deeper void in an already dark corner. It was as if light could not truly touch it, could not disperse it. My sleep became almost non-existent. I would lie awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, convinced that the shadow was standing silently in the corner of my room, watching me. Sometimes, I would swear I could feel a cold breath on my face, a gentle pressure on my chest, as if it were leaning over me. I tried to scream once, but no sound came out. My throat was tight with terror. I knew I needed to talk to someone, but how could I explain this? "Hey, Chloe, remember that amazing Tinder date?" Well, his shadow stayed behind, and now it is haunting my apartment. She would think I was having a breakdown. I tried to hint at it, mentioning I was stressed, not sleeping well, seeing things. She suggested I take a vacation, or maybe talk to a therapist. I nodded along, pretending to consider it, knowing full well that no amount of therapy could explain or banish a persistent, sentient shadow. Mark continued to text me. Innocent messages at first, then a little more concerned when I did not reply. Everything okay? Sarah, have not heard from you. Hope I did not say anything wrong. Really enjoyed our time. Each message sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I could not block him. I was too afraid of what might happen if I severed the only tangible link to this. Horror. What if the shadow became enraged? What if it was him, and cutting him off would make him manifest fully? The shadow began to evolve. It was no longer just a flat, two-dimensional shape. It started to ripple, to undulate, like smoke or water, even though it remained a void of pure darkness. And then, I saw them two pinpricks of crimson light, deep within its form, like malevolent, glowing eyes. They were fixed on me, always. One night, as I was trying to make myself a cup of tea, the shadow appeared directly in front of me, blocking the doorway to the kitchen. It was taller now, stretching almost to the ceiling, its form vaguely human-like, but distorted, elongated. The red eyes glowed with eerie intensity. I dropped the kettle with a clatter, hot water splashing across the floor. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. Get away from me, I whispered, my voice barely audible. The shadow did not move. It just stood there, those terrible red eyes boring into me. The air grew impossibly cold, and I could feel a pressure building in my head, like an invisible hand was squeezing my brain. I felt a wave of dizziness, and my knees threatened to buckle. What do you want? I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. A faint, sibilant whisper seemed to slither through the air. Not a sound I heard with my ears, but thought projected directly into my mind. You. Pure, unadulterated fear surged through me. This was not just a shadow. This was a being, and it wanted me. I stumbled backward, desperate to escape, but the shadow seemed to expand, filling the doorway, blocking my path. I turned and ran to the living room, fumbling for my phone. I had to call someone. Anyone. My fingers trembled as I tried to dial Chloe's number, but the screen flickered erratically, then went black. The battery was full. It had been full just minutes ago. A low, guttural growl, impossibly deep, rumbled through the apartment, vibrating in my teeth. It was not a sound a shadow should make. It was the sound of something ancient, something hungry. I scrambled to the front door, pulling at the deadbolt. It was stuck. I twisted the knob, pushed, pulled, but would not budge. It was as if an invisible force was holding it shut. Panic seized me. I was trapped. The shadow glided into the living room, its form now more defined, almost three-dimensional in its blackness. It flowed like a dark current, filling the space, making the room shrink around me. The red eyes glowed brighter, pulsing with a malevolent energy. And then, I heard it. A voice, clear as day, yet utterly inhuman. It was Mark's voice, distorted and laced with something cold and ancient, whispering my name. S.A.Ra. The sound sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. It was him, or a part of him. A piece he had left behind, a dark fragment of his essence, designed to torment and claim. The charming architect, the kind eyes, the gentle kiss, it was all a lure, a trap. I was just another victim, another host. The shadow began to coalesce further, its edges sharpening. It stretched out a formless appendage, like a tendril of smoke, towards me. I could feel its icy touch even before it reached me, a sensation profound cold that seeped into my bones, chilling me to the marrow. My vision blurred, and the room began to spin. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that if it touched me, truly touched me, I would be lost. It would consume me, or possess me, or turn me into another one of its silent, shadowed victims. A desperate, primal surge of defiance ripped through me. I would not let it. I would not surrender. I might be trapped, terrified, but I would not go down without a fight. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything, any weapon, any source of light. My gaze landed on the floor lamp in the corner, its bulb a harsh, bright lead. With a guttural cry that tore from my throat, a sound I did not know I was capable of, I lunged for it. My fingers fumbled with the switch, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. The shadow hissed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement, and pulled back slightly, its red eyes narrowing. It did not like the light. My fingers found the switch and flipped it. The lamp blazed alive, casting a harsh, unyielding light across the room. The shadow recoiled, shrinking back against the wall, its form rippling violently. The red eyes dimmed, flickering like dying embers. I grabbed the lamp, ripping it from the wall, and held it like a torch, pointing its blinding beam directly at the retreating entity. "Get out!" I shrieked, my voice raw and broken. "Get out of my apartment. Get out of my life." The shadow writhed, a silent scream of agony emanating from its form. It twisted and contorted, becoming less human-like, more like an amorphous blob of pure darkness. It thrashed against the wall, leaving faint, oily smudges where it touched. The red eyes flared one last time, filled with a hatred so profound it made my blood run cold. Then they winked out. With a final, desperate surge, the shadow compressed itself, shrinking rapidly until it was nothing more than a faint, dark stain on the wall, barely visible in the harsh light. Then, even that was gone. It had vanished. I stood there, panting, the heavy lamp still clutched in my trembling hands, its light illuminating an empty room. The cold had receded, replaced by a suffocating heat, the adrenaline coursing through my veins. My apartment was silent once more, but it was a different kind of silence now. A hollow, terrifying silence that echoed with the memory of what had just transpired. I spent the rest of the night huddled in. The living room, every light blazing, the broken lamp lying uselessly beside me. I did not sleep. I could not. Every creak of the old building, every shadow cast by the furniture, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I kept staring at the spot where the shadow had vanished, half expecting it to reappear. It did not. By morning, I was a wreck. My eyes were bloodshot, my body a mass of aches and tremors. But I was alive, and the shadow was gone. Or so I hoped. I called Chloe, my voice hoarse. I told her I was leaving. I did not explain why, just that I needed to get out, to start fresh. She was concerned, but she did not push. She just offered to help me pack. Within a week, I was gone. I packed only the essentials, leaving behind most of my belongings, everything that had been touched by that lingering darkness. I moved to a different city, changed my phone number, and deleted every social media account I had, including Tinder. I wanted to erase every trace of my old life, every connection to Mark and the horror he had left behind. I tried to rebuild. I found a new job, a new apartment. I even tried to date again, eventually, but the experience had changed me. I was jumpy, constantly looking over my shoulder, always checking the shadows. I could not stand being in dimly lit rooms. The sight of a tall, dark figure, even a normal shadow, would send a jolt of fear through me. Sometimes, late at night, when the city lights were dim and the silence pressed in, I would catch a glimpse of it. A faint, almost imperceptible smudge of darkness, just at the edge of my vision, in the corner of my new bedroom, or stretching across the floor of my new living room. It never took shape, never manifested fully, never showed the red eyes again. It was just a lingering presence, a subtle reminder. I knew it would never truly leave me. It was a part of me now, a parasitic memory, a dark stain on my soul. Mark's shadow, the one he left behind. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can still hear his voice, distorted and cold, whisper my name, just at the edge of hearing. S.A. Ra. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that it is still out there waiting, waiting for me, or waiting for its next victim. Another lonely soul swiping through Tinder, unaware of the darkness that lurks behind a charming smile. You know, I thought I was done with all of it. The apps, the endless scrolling, the forced smiles, the hollow conversations. I was ready to settle into my life as a solitary cat man, content with the quiet hum of my own existence. But then, Lena, her profile was a glitch in the matrix, an anomaly that pulled me back in. No duck face selfies, no generic platitudes about loving travel and good food. Just a blurry, laughing photo, the kind that captures a genuine moment, and a bio that actually made me chuckle out loud. My thumb, almost on autopilot, swiped right. The match was instant, a little ping that sent a jolt through me. And then the conversation started. They were not just conversations, they were a torrent, a floodgate opening. We talked for hours, late into the night, about everything and nothing. Books, music, obscure documentaries, our deepest fears, our silliest childhood memories. It was effortless, a connection so pure and natural it felt like finding a lost piece of myself. She was sharp, witty, insightful, and possessed a dark, captivating sense of humor that mirrored my own. Our first date only cemented it. Coffee turned into lunch, lunch into a meandering walk through the city park, and that walk into dinner at a cozy, dimly lit bistro. Hours melted away like ice in the summer sun. I found myself completely, utterly captivated. Her beauty was not conventional. It was something else entirely. Gothic, ethereal, like a creature from forgotten myth, with eyes that held ancient secrets and a smile that could disarm a god. And I was smitten, terrifyingly, irrevocably smitten. A feeling I had not allowed myself to feel in years, not since I would built those walls around my heart. As the night wound down, standing outside her apartment building, the city sounds a muffled hum around us, she looked at me, her eyes glinting in the faint streetlight. "Come up for a nightcap," she asked, her voice a low, inviting purr. I did not hesitate. "I would love to," I said, my voice a little rougher than I intended. Her building was old, a hulking brick structure that seemed to absorb a light, casting long, deep shadows. As we walked down the flickering, dimly lit hallway towards her apartment, I noticed something odd. She subtly kept to the deepest shadows, her movements fluid and silent, almost like a whisper. I brushed it off, thinking she was just introverted, perhaps a little shy, or maybe just enjoying the mystery of the dim light. My mind, still reeling from the intoxicating rush of our connection, was not looking for red flags. It was looking for reasons to stay. Her apartment on the third floor was a world unto itself. Heavy, velvet curtains blocked out most of the city glow, and the only illumination came from strategically placed low-wattage lamps, casting a warm but perpetually twilight glow. It was cozy, yes, but also enclosed, almost hermetically sealed. She moved within this dimness with an unnerving grace, like a cat stalking its prey, always seeming to melt into the deepest pools of shadow, even as she gestured for me to sit on a plush, antique sofa. "Make yourself comfortable," she said, her voice soft, as she glided toward a small, ornate bar cart in the corner. I watched her, mesmerized. Every movement was deliberate, elegant, yet utterly silent. She poured 2 glasses of dark, rich-smelling liquid, something like a brandy or a very old whiskey, and brought them over. "To a perfect first date," she said, raising her glass. I clinked mine against hers, the sound echoing a little too loudly in the quiet room. "To a perfect first date," I echoed, taking a sip. The drink was smooth, warming, with a complex flavor that lingered on my tongue. We settled into comfortable conversation again, the hours blurring, the connection between us deepening with every shared laugh, every knowing glance. But as the night wore on, a subtle unease began to prick at the edges of my euphoria. It was not anything specific, just a feeling, a whisper of something off. The way her eyes, when they caught the light, seemed to reflect it rather than simply hold it. The way she never seemed to blink. The way the air in her apartment, despite the coziness, felt strangely still, almost dead. I tried to shake it off. I was tired, perhaps a little too much to drink, and definitely overwhelmed by the unexpected intensity of my feelings for her. My bladder, however, was less forgiving. "Excuse me for a moment," I said, rising from the sofa. "Could I use your restroom?" She smiled, a slow, languid curve of her lips. "Of course. It is just down the hall. Second door on the left." I walked down the short, shadowed hallway, the thick carpet muffling my footsteps. The first door was closed. The second, slightly ajar, revealed a glimpse of a pristine white bathroom. I pushed it open and stepped inside, closing the door behind me. The bathroom was immaculate, almost sterile. White tiles gleamed under a single bright vanity light, a stark contrast to the rest of the apartment's dimness. I did my business, then washed my hands. As I dried them, I noticed something. A faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang in the air, beneath the clean scent of soap. It was subtle, but distinct, like old blood or rust. I dismissed it as my imagination, a trick of the senses. My eyes drifted to a small, antique wooden cabinet tucked away in a corner above the toilet. It was not locked, just latched. And something about it, some tiny detail, caught my eye. A sliver of paper, peeking out from a gap in the cabinet door. Curiosity, that ancient, dangerous human impulse, tugged at me. I told myself it was just a piece of junk mail, or maybe a recipe. But something deeper, a nascent dread, urged me to look. I reached up, unlatched the cabinet, and pulled it open. Inside, it was not toiletries. It was stacked with folders, thick manila folders, tied with string. They looked old, official. My heart gave a strange little lurch. This was not something you would typically find in a bathroom cabinet. My eyes, adjusting to the sudden brightness of the bathroom, scanned the labels on the folders. Case files, one read. Unsolved disappearances. Another, and then one caught my attention. Its label handwritten in elegant, looping script Project Chimera subject tracking. Project Chimera. What the hell was that? My curiosity, now laced with a growing sense of unease, compelled me to pull out the top folder from the subject tracking stack. It was heavy, thicker than I expected. I untied the string with fumbling fingers, a strange chill spreading through me despite the warmth of the room. Inside were documents. Lots of them. Type reports, some with official-looking stamps, others handwritten notes, grainy black and white photographs. They looked like police reports, or some kind of investigative files. My gaze flickered over the first page, my mind still trying to process what I was seeing. Dates, times, locations. All very specific. And then I saw it. My breath hitched in my throat. My name. My name. Printed clearly, starkly, in bold letters, under a section labeled Victim Target Profile. My hand started to tremble, the papers rustling faintly. I stared at the name, my name, unable to reconcile it with the reality of me standing there, alive, in Lena's bathroom. This had to be a mistake, a coincidence. Someone else with the same name. But the details that followed, they were too specific. The report was not about a disappearance. It was about an incident, a traffic accident, a hit and run, that had happened to me about 5 years ago. I remembered it vividly. I would have been walking home from work, crossing an intersection, and a car had come out of nowhere, clipping me. I would have been thrown, suffered a concussion, a broken arm, and a few weeks of intense physical therapy. It had been a traumatic event, one I would mostly try to block out. But this report described it with chilling accuracy. The make and model of the car, the exact intersection, the date, the time, everything, except for one crucial detail. The report stated victim identified as my full name, pronounced deceased at the scene, body recovered, deceased at the scene. The words swam before my eyes, blurring the rest of the text. I was alive. I was standing here. How could I be deceased at the scene? A cold dread, unlike anything I would ever felt, began to coil in my stomach. This was not a mistake. This was not a coincidence. This was something profoundly, sickeningly wrong. I flipped through the pages, my fingers clumsy with terror. There were photographs. Grayscale, grainy, but unmistakably me. Lying on the asphalt, bloodied, contorted. The scene of the accident. It looked exactly like I remembered it, but the person in the photo, they were clearly not moving. They were dead. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A prank, but these looked like genuine police files. A hallucination. I pinched myself hard. The pain was real. No, this was real. I scanned further down the report. Details about next of kin, a brief family history, even a description of my apartment building at the time. It was all true, all accurate, except the part where I was dead. And then I saw something else, buried deep in the notes section, handwritten in that same elegant script I would seen on the folder's label. Subject resilience noted. Unexpected recovery. Protocol for re-engagement initiated. Re-engagement. Resilience. What the hell did that mean? My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic drumbeat against the silence of the bathroom. It felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. I was lightheaded, my vision tunneling. I quickly looked through other documents in the folder. There were follow-up reports, surveillance logs, dates and times, detailing my life after the accident, my hospital stay, my recovery, my return to work. It was a meticulously detailed record of my entire existence, compiled by someone who had been watching me, someone who had expected me to die, and then, when I had not, had continued to watch. And then I saw Lena's name, not as a victim, but in a different context, a handler or an observer, mentioned in relation to Project Chimera. The pieces, disjointed and terrifying, began to click into place. The old building, the dimness, her avoidance of light, her unnerving grace, her gothic, ethereal beauty, the feeling of being watched, the metallic tang in the bathroom, the Project Chimera. This was not just a date. This was not just a woman I was falling for. She was involved. In this, in my supposed death, in my life after my supposed death. I slammed the folder shut, the sound echoing explosively in the small room. My hands were slick with sweat. I hastily tied the string back around the folder, trying to make it look untouched, and shoved it back into the cabinet. My breath came in ragged gasps. I forced myself to take a deep, shaky breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I needed to get out. Now. But how? How do you casually excuse yourself from a date with a woman who has detailed police report of your own death in her bathroom cabinet, and who has apparently been tracking you for years? I splashed cold water on my face, trying to compose myself. My reflection in the mirror was pale, eyes wide with a terror that felt primal, ancient. I looked like a ghost, a man who had seen his own obituary. I dried my face, tried to smooth out my expression, to project an air of normalcy. This was a nightmare, a waking nightmare. I had to play along. I had to get out of this apartment. As I opened the bathroom door, the dim light of the hallway seemed to press in on me. I walked back towards the living room, my steps feeling heavy leaden. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every creak of the old building sounded like a warning. Lena was still on the sofa, seemingly lost in thought, staring into the flickering lamplight. She turned as I approached, a soft smile gracing her lips. "Everything all right?" she asked, her voice calm, melodic. "Yes, fine." I managed, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. I tried to make eye contact, but my gaze kept darting to the shadows, to the corners of the room. I sat back down on the sofa, tried to appear relaxed, but every muscle in my body was screaming to run. She picked up her glass, taking another slow sip. Her eyes, those ancient, Knowing eyes seemed to bore into me. I felt like she could see right through my flimsy facade, right into the churning horror in my gut. "You seem preoccupied," she observed, her smile widening just a fraction. It was not a friendly smile. It was a predatory one. "Just thinking." I mumbled, trying to sound casual. "Long day, I guess." She chuckled, a low, throaty sound that sent shivers down my spine. A long day indeed. Her gaze lingered on me, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. It was like a predator assessing its prey. I had to get out. "You know," I said, forcing a yawn, "I think I should probably head home. It is getting late, and I have an early start tomorrow." She tilted her head, her dark hair cascading over one shoulder. "Oh, already?" Her voice was laced with a hint of disappointment, but her eyes held something else entirely. Something cold and calculating. But we were having such a wonderful time. We were. I agreed, trying to keep my voice even. The best first date I have had in years. Truly. But I really should go. I started to rise, slowly, cautiously. She did not move. She just watched me, her gaze unblinking. "You know," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper, "I have been watching you for a very long time. Longer than you know." My blood ran cold. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. It was no longer a game. She knew. She knew I knew. "What do you mean?" I forced myself to ask, trying to sound confused, innocent. But my voice cracked. She slowly rose from the sofa, her movement still impossibly fluid, graceful, but now imbued with a terrifying purpose. She seemed to grow taller, her form elongating in the dim light. Her eyes, those captivating, ethereal eyes, seemed to glow in inner light, reflecting nothing but darkness. "That accident, 5 years ago," she began, her voice soft, almost conversational. "You were supposed to die. You did die in a sense. The impact was fatal, but you defied it. You held on. A remarkable resilience, indeed." She took a step towards me, then another. I stumbled back, my legs suddenly weak. "What are you talking about?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Project Chimera," she continued. Ignore my question, her voice gaining a strange, resonant quality. "It is about observing the exceptional, the ones who slip through the cracks, who defy the natural order. You were a fascinating anomaly, a subject of great interest." She was close now, too close. I could feel the chill radiating from her. Her scent, which I had found intoxicating earlier, now seemed cloying metallic, like the air in her bathroom. "And now," she said, her hand reaching out, her fingers long and pale, tipped with nails that seemed a little too sharp, "we have finally made contact. The re-engagement protocol is complete." Her fingers brushed my cheek, and a jolt of ice-cold terror shot through me. It was not human touch. It was something else. Something ancient and predatory. "You see," she continued, her voice a soft purr right next to my ear, "some of us, we do not just observe. We manage. We ensure the anomalies do not disrupt the balance too much. And sometimes we need to bring them back into the fold. Or perhaps remove them entirely." My mind screamed. I had to run. I had to escape. But my body felt frozen, paralyzed by an overwhelming, suffocating fear. This was not a woman. This was a monster. A creature that had watched me, tracked me, and now had me exactly where it wanted me. I tried to push past her, to bolt for the door, but she moved with blinding speed, a blur of dark fabric and pale skin. Her hand clamped onto my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, like steel. I cried out, a strangled sound. "Where are you going, my dear?" she murmured, her face inches from mine. Her eyes, no longer merely reflecting light, seemed to absorb it, to be bottomless wells of darkness. "The night is still young. And we have so much more to discuss about your resilience and about what comes next for subjects like you. I struggled, pulling against her grip, but it was useless. She held me effortlessly, her strength unnatural. My gaze darted around the dim room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. But there was nothing, only shadows and the suffocating presence of Lena. Her smile broadened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too long, a little too sharp in the low light. "You really should not have gone snooping in the bathroom," she whispered, her voice a chilling caress. Some secrets are best left undisturbed, especially when they involve your own expiration date. The last thing I remember before the world began to spin and fade was the feeling a sharp, cold prick in my neck and Lena's eyes, those ancient, predatory eyes, staring into mine, filled with hunger that promised an eternity of terror. The metallic tang in the air grew stronger, filling my senses as the darkness finally swallowed me whole. I was no longer a man on a date. I was a subject, and my nightmare had only just begun. The biting, cold air hit me as I stumbled from my apartment, each breath a ragged sob. The image of that photograph, a spindly figure with glowing red eyes looming over my sleeping self, was seared into my mind. It was not just a picture, it was proof of a presence that had tormented me for weeks. Something inexplicable. My apartment was not just bugged, it was inhabited by that. I did not think, did not grab anything, no bag, no coat, my phone forgotten. My keys were in my hand, but I had no destination. My car was blocks away, but the mere thought of returning, even for a second, made me sick. I just had to get away. My feet hammered against the cracked pavement, a frantic, desperate rhythm. Each gust of wind felt like a spectral hand pushing me forward, urging me to run faster, further. The city lights blurred through the sheen of tears in my eyes, turning the familiar streets into a disorienting kaleidoscope of fear. I did not know where I was going, only that it had to be away. Away from the apartment, away from the photograph, away from the inescapable feeling of being watched, hunted. My lungs burned, throat raw from the icy air, but the terror was a hotter, more urgent fire in my veins. I could still feel those glowing red eyes on me, even though I was miles from my bed, miles from the dark corner where I would found that photo tucked away, mocking me. It had been so clear, so undeniable. Proof. I ran until my legs gave out, not a sudden collapse, but a gradual, agonizing slowing. My calves screamed, my thighs ached, and my chest felt like it was going to burst. I leaned against a cold brick wall in an alleyway, gasping, trying to drag oxygen into my starved lungs. The air here was thick with the smell of stale garbage and something metallic, something like old blood. The alley was dark, a jagged line of shadows slicing between two towering buildings, far from a main thoroughfare. I slid down the wall, sinking onto the grimy pavement, my head thumping against the brick. My vision swam, black spots dancing at the edges of my sight. I was utterly, completely alone. And that is when a new fear started to creep in, a different kind of dread. The creature in my apartment, whatever it was, knew where I lived. It had seen me. But now I was out here, exposed, vulnerable, with nothing. No phone, no money, no ID, no idea where I was, or what I was going to do. The cold was seeping into my bones, a deep, pervasive chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. My teeth chattered, a frantic rhythm against the silence of the alley. I pulled my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around myself, trying to generate some warmth, some sense of security. It was pointless. I was shivering uncontrollably, not just from the cold, but from the lingering shock and the sheer helplessness of my situation. Hours passed, or maybe only minutes. Time had lost all meaning. I was in a daze, a state of semi-conscious terror. The city's sounds, once a comforting backdrop, now felt distant and alien. Each creak, each distant siren, each rustle of wind-blown trash sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept imagining those glowing red eyes appearing in the darkness of the alley, watching me, waiting. Then, A sound that was not the wind or the city. A soft, rhythmic tap. Tap, tap. It was approaching. My heart leaped into my throat, hammering against my ribs. I tried to push myself further into the shadows, to make myself invisible, but my limbs were numb, useless. The tapping grew louder, closer. It sounded like a cane, or perhaps high heels on the pavement. A figure emerged from the mouth of the alley, silhouetted against the faint street lights of the distant avenue. It was a woman. She was tall, slender, with a coat that seemed too light for the brutal cold. Yet she moved with an unhurried grace, as if the temperature did not bother her at all. Her hair, dark and pulled back in a severe bun, gleamed faintly under the sparse light. She held something in her hand, but I could not make it out. As she drew closer, her features became clearer. She was not old, perhaps in her late 30s or early 40s, but her face held a timeless quality, a serenity that seemed out of place in this grimy alley. Her eyes, even in the dimness, seemed unnaturally bright, almost luminous. She stopped a few feet from me, her gaze sweeping over my shivering, pathetic form. There was no alarm in her eyes, no surprise, only a calm, almost knowing assessment. "You look like you have seen a ghost," she said, her voice soft but clear, cutting through the silence. It had a peculiar lilt, an accent I could not quite place, but it was not harsh. It was almost melodic. I tried to speak, but only a dry croak escaped my throat. My jaw was locked with cold and fear. She took another step closer, and I instinctively flinched, pressing myself harder against the wall. She noticed, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. It was not a warm smile, but something more like a private amusement. "Do not worry," she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "I am not here to hurt you. I am here to help." My mind, still reeling from the events of the night, struggled to process her words. Help? Who was this woman? Why was she in this alley in the middle of the night? She extended a hand towards me. In it, she held a small, silver flask. "Here," she offered. "Take a sip. It will warm you up." Hesitantly, my hand shaking, I reached out and took the flask. It was surprisingly warm to the touch. I uncapped it and took a cautious sip. The liquid burned as it went down, a strong, sweet liquor, probably brandy. It spread a welcome heat through my chest, and I felt some of the tension begin to drain from my shoulders. I took another, larger gulp. "Better?" she asked, her bright eyes fixed on me. I nodded, still unable to form words. "You are lost, are not you?" she continued, her voice gentle. "And you are running from something." My eyes widened. How did she know? Had she seen me running? Had she been following me? A fresh wave of paranoia washed over me, momentarily eclipsing the warmth from the brandy. "Do not look so surprised," she said, as if reading my thoughts. "It is written all over you. The terror, the desperation. You are a man who has just had his world turned upside down." I finally found my voice, a hoarse whisper. "Who are you?" She smiled again, that same unsettling, knowing smile. "My name is Lila, and I have been looking for you, my love." My blood ran cold, instantly negating the effects of the brandy. My love. I would never seen this woman in my life. The phrase, spoken with such casual intimacy, sent shivers down my spine. "You have got the wrong person." I stammered, trying to stand, but my legs buckled. Lila stepped forward, her hand reaching out, not to help me, but to gently touch my cheek. Her fingers were cool against my skin. "Oh, no," she murmured, her gaze unwavering, impossibly intense. "I assure you, I have the right person. I have waited a very, very long time for you. Elias." My breath hitched. Elias. That was my name. A name I had not spoken aloud to anyone in hours. A name this stranger should not know. "How do you know my name?" I choked out, my voice barely audible. Her smile widened, losing its unsettling quality and becoming something far more terrifying, triumphant. I know many things about you, Elias, things you have forgotten, things you have yet to remember. She paused, her eyes searching mine, as if trying to unlock a hidden memory. We were together, you know, a long time ago. In another life, the words hung in the cold air, surreal and absurd. A past life. This woman was insane. My mind, already stretched to its breaking point, struggled to reconcile this new, bizarre reality with the horror I would just fled. Was this some kind of twisted joke? A hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear? You are mistaken, I said, trying to push myself away from her, but she did not let go of my cheek. Her grip was light, but firm, like a tether. Am I? She challenged, her voice still soft, but with an edge of steel. Do you remember the old oak tree in the meadow? Elias, the one where we carved our initials. E.L. bound by a heart. My mind raced, searching for any flicker of recognition. Nothing. I would grown up in the city. There was no meadow, no old oak tree in my memory. I do not know what you are talking about. I insisted, my voice trembling. She sighed, a sound of gentle disappointment. It is all right. The veil of forgetfulness is thick for some. But I remember. Elias, I remember everything. The way your hair caught the sunlight, the sound of your laugh, the warmth of your hand in mine. Our home, nestled beside the river. The scent of honeysuckle from our garden. She spoke with such conviction, such vivid detail, that for a fleeting second, a strange, impossible image flickered in my mind: a sun-dappled meadow, a gnarled oak, a sense of peace I would never known. But I quickly shook it off. This was madness. Look, I said, trying to sound firm, despite the tremor in my voice. I appreciate the brandy, but I need to go. You have the wrong person. I am not Elias. My name as I trailed off, realizing she would already use my name. I need to go. Go where? Elias, she asked, her gaze cutting through my flimsy protest. Back to that apartment of yours. The one that has been occupied. Do you think it has finished with you? My blood ran cold for the second time. The creature, the photograph. She knew. How could she know? Was she connected to it? My mind reeled, trying to connect the dots of this impossible puzzle. You know about that. I whispered, my voice barely a thread. Lila's smile returned, colder now, more predatory. Of course. I know. I sent it. A little reminder. A nudge. To make you remember what you truly belong to. To whom you truly belong. My entire body went rigid. She sent it. The spindly figure with glowing red eyes, lurking over my sleeping form. The source of weeks of torment and sleepless nights, she was responsible. The revelation hit me like a physical blow, knocking the wind out of me. This woman was not just a delusional stranger. She was something far, far worse. You are insane. I breathed, trying to scramble away, but she moved with surprising speed, stepping in front of me, blocking my escape from the alley. Her eyes, those unnaturally bright eyes, seemed to glow faintly in the dimness, mirroring the red eyes in the photograph. Insane, she chuckled, a low, melodious sound that sent shivers down my spine. No, Elias, I am merely persistent, and I am tired of waiting. Centuries, I have waited, watched you live and die, over and over, always just out of reach. But not this time. This time, you are mine. Her words, delivered with such calm certainty, painted a horrifying picture. Centuries, reincarnation. It was too much. My mind, already fragile, felt like it was fracturing. I do not believe you, I said, though the conviction in my voice was wavering. The cold, the exhaustion, the fear of the creature, and now this impossible woman. It was a nightmare. You will, she promised, her gaze unwavering. Come, Elias. You are shivering. You need warmth, rest, and a proper meal. Then we can talk. Properly. I have a place not far from here. The thought of going anywhere with her, especially to her place, filled me with a primal dread. But what choice did I have? I was stranded, vulnerable, and she seemed to possess a terrifying power, a knowledge that defied logic. And the cold was truly starting to gnaw at me. My teeth were chattering so violently I could barely speak. I can't, I mumbled, trying to resist, but my body felt heavy, sluggish. Lila reached out and took my hand. Her touch was surprisingly warm, almost comforting, despite the terror she inspired. You can, Elias. You must. It is our destiny. It always has been. And then, a wave of exhaustion, so profound it felt like a physical force, washed over me. My eyelids grew heavy, my vision blurred. It was as if the last reserves of my energy had simply evaporated. Was it the brandy? Or something else? Something she had done. I tried to fight it, to keep my eyes open, to resist her pull, but it was useless. My head lolled forward, and I felt myself swaying. The last thing I saw before darkness consumed me were Lila's bright, knowing eyes, fixed on my face, a faint, satisfied smile playing on her lips. I woke to the smell of something warm and earthy, like stew and the crackle of a fire. My body ached, but the biting cold was gone. I was lying on a soft couch, covered by a thick woolen blanket. My head throbbed, a dull, persistent ache. I slowly opened my eyes, blinking against the soft, warm light of a lamp. I was in a living room, cozy and old-fashioned. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, a cheerful fire blazing within. Bookshelves lined another wall, filled with ancient-looking tomes. Antique furniture, dark wood and velvet, filled the space. It was a stark contrast to the sterile, modern apartment I would fled. Lila was sitting in an armchair opposite me, her hands clasped in her lap, watching me. She was wearing a simple, dark dress now, her hair still neatly pulled back. Her eyes were still unnervingly bright. "Good, you are awake," she said, her voice calm. "You were quite exhausted. I had to assist you a little." "Assist me." I croaked, pushing myself up into a sitting position. My head spun for a moment, then settled. "What did you do?" "Just a little something to help you rest," she replied, her smile returning. "You needed it. You have been under a great deal of stress lately." My mind flashed back to the photograph, the creature, the terror. "You mean you put me under stress?" I accused, my voice gaining a little strength. "What was that thing in my apartment? Why did you send it?" She leaned forward, her expression serious. "It was a manifestation. Elias, a projection of my will, a shadow of my presence. It was meant to make you remember, to make you realize that you are not truly alone, that you are watched, guided. It was a summons. A summons." I scoffed. Disbelief war with a growing, sickening dread. It was a nightmare. It stalked me, tormented me for weeks. "You call that a summons?" "Sometimes. The truth is uncomfortable," she said, her gaze unwavering. "But it was necessary. You were too comfortable, too settled in this life that is not truly yours. You needed a push. This is my life. I insisted, try to assert some semblance of reality. I am Elias Vance. I work at the accounting firm downtown. I live in my apartment. This is real." Lila shook her head slowly. "A temporary vessel, a fleeting identity. You have lived countless lives, Elias, but in every one, a part of you yearns for what we had. For me." She stood up and walked to a small, ornate table beside her chair. On it, nestled in a velvet-lined box, was a single, tarnished silver locket. She picked it up, her fingers tracing its intricate patterns. "Do you remember this?" she asked, holding it out to me. I looked at the locket. It was old, clearly an antique, with a delicate engraving of a bird a swallow on its front. It meant nothing to me. No, I said, shaking my head. You gave it to me in our second life together, she said, her voice filled with a strange, nostalgic melancholy. You were a sailor then, and I, a weaver's daughter. You said it was so I would always remember you, no matter how far you sailed. And I did. I always did. She opened the locket. Inside, on one side, was a tiny, faded photograph of a man with kind eyes and a faint, familiar resemblance to myself. On the other side, a lock of dark, braided hair. That is not me, I said, though a cold knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. The man in the photo did look like me, a younger, softer version, but undeniably similar. Of course, it is you, my love, Lila said, her voice gentle, almost pitying. Just a different iteration. A different face, a different name, but the same soul. The same heart that beats for me. She then walked over to a bookshelf and pulled out a large, leather-bound book. It looked ancient, its pages yellowed and brittle. She opened it carefully, turning to a specific page. And this, she said, her voice barely a whisper, is a record, a chronicle of our journey together. Through the ages, she showed me the page. It was filled with delicate, hand-drawn illustrations and elegant, flowing script. And then I saw it, a drawing of a man and a woman, standing beneath an enormous oak tree, their hands clasped, and on the trunk of the tree, clearly visible, were the carved initials EL, bound by a heart. My breath caught in my throat. The oak tree, the initials, the details she had spoken of in the alley. It was all here in this impossible book. My eyes darted to another illustration. It showed a man in a sailor's uniform, waving goodbye to a woman on a dock, a tiny silver locket clutched in her hand. The resemblance to the locket Lila held was unmistakable. This is not real. I stammered, my mind struggling to reject the overwhelming evidence. This is some kind of trick, some elaborate hoax. Lila closed the book, her expression calm, almost serene. There is no trick. Elias, only truth, the truth of our eternal bond. I have followed you, guided you, watched over you. In every life, I have found you, and in every life, something has torn us apart. But no more. This time we will be together, forever. Her words, delivered with such quiet conviction, were more terrifying than any scream. She was not just a stalker, she was something far older, far more powerful, and utterly obsessed. Why? I whispered, my voice hoarse with fear. Why me? Why this madness? Because you are mine. Elias, she said, her eyes burning into mine. You always have been. And in our last life, the one before this, you were taken from me too soon. A terrible accident. I promised myself then that I would not lose you again. I learned ways to ensure our reunion, ways to break through the veil of forgetfulness, ways to make sure you remember. She gestured around the room. This home, these things are all echoes of our past, reminders, and soon you will remember them too. Remember us. I felt a cold dread settle deep in my stomach. She was not just talking about memories. She was talking about erasing me, erasing my current life, my identity, and replacing it with something else, something ancient and terrifying. I won't. I said, try to stand, to find some way out. I won't remember. I won't be part of this. Lila's smile faded, replaced by an expression of deep, almost sorrowful resolve. You have no choice. Elias, our fates are intertwined, and I have worked too hard, waited too long, to let you slip away again. The creature in your apartment was just a warning, a gentle nudge. If you resist, I can be less gentle. Her words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. I knew, with a chilling certainty that she was not just speaking metaphorically. Her power, the way she had affected me, the way she knew things, the way she had sent that terrifying entity she was capable of anything. I looked around the room, desperately searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. But there was nothing. Just old books, antique furniture, and the unwavering, intense gaze of Lila. I was trapped. "I am going to make you a meal now, Elias," she said, her voice returning to its calm, melodic tone, as if we had not just had a conversation about centuries of obsession and supernatural threats. "You must be starving, and then we can talk more about our future." She walked into an adjoining room, which I assumed was the kitchen, leaving me alone in the living room. But I did not feel alone. I felt her presence, her gaze, even when she was not in the room. It was like she was woven into the very fabric of the house. I tried the door to the hallway. Locked. I tried the windows. Latched and sealed shut, thick curtains drawn. This was not just a cozy home, it was a gilded cage. Panic began to rise in my throat, a cold, suffocating wave. I was in her house, at her mercy. She claimed to have sent the creature that had tormented me, claimed to have waited centuries for me, claimed to be my wife from a past life. And she had the proof, impossible as it seemed. The locket, the book, the knowledge of my name and my apartment. A sudden, sharp pain shot through my head, a blinding flash of light behind my eyes. I cried out, clutching my temples. Images flooded my mind, a blurred vision of a vast, starlit desert, the feel of rough wool against my skin, the scent of spices in a woman's hand, warm and familiar in mine. Then, the sound of a roaring fire, a burning building, and a desperate, agonizing cry of Elias. I gasped, falling back onto the couch, trembling. The images faded, leaving behind a lingering sense of loss and a profound confusion. What was that? Was she doing this? Was she forcing these memories into my mind? Lila returned from the kitchen, carrying a tray with a steaming bowl of stew and a glass of water. She saw my distressed state, but her expression remained impassive, almost pleased. Having some flashes, "Are we, my love?" she asked, setting the tray on the coffee table in front of me. "Good. The veil is thinning. It won't be long now." I stared at her, my heart pounding. She was doing this. She was manipulating my mind, forcing me to relive fragments of lives I could not possibly have lived. "Stop it," I pleaded, my voice weak. "Just let me go. I do not know you. I do not want this." She sat down opposite me again, her eyes unwavering. "You say that now, Elias, because you are still caught in the illusion of this fleeting existence. But soon you will remember. You will remember the joy we shared, the love that transcended time itself. And then you will understand why I have gone to such lengths to reclaim you." She picked up a spoon and held it out to me. "Eat. You need your strength. We have much to discuss, much to rekindle." I looked at the stew, then at her face. The smell was inviting, but the thought of eating anything she prepared, anything she offered, filled me with revulsion. What if she had put something in it? Something to further bind me to her, to break my will. "I am not hungry," I said, turning my head away. Lila sighed, a sound of gentle exasperation. "Elias, do not be foolish. You are weak, both in body and spirit. I am trying to help you, to restore you to your true self." She placed a spoon back in the bowl, then reached out and gently but firmly gripped my jaw, turning my face back towards her. Her eyes, those unnervingly bright eyes, seemed to bore directly into my soul. "You will eat, Elias," she said, her voice dropping to a low, chilling whisper, devoid of its earlier melodic quality. "Because you are mine, and you will do as I say. You always have." Another wave of pain, sharper this time, coursed through my head. More images flashed, a vast, barren plain under a blood-red sky, the clash of swords, the roar of battle, and then A moment of profound peace. A quiet embrace with a woman whose face was obscured, but whose presence felt undeniably like Lila's. And then a sudden, blinding agony, a crushing weight and darkness. I screamed a raw, guttural sound, clutching my head. The visions were too vivid, too real, too overwhelming. They felt like memories, ancient and deeply buried, now clawing their way to the surface of my consciousness. Lila released my jaw, her hand retreating. A triumphant smile played on her lips. See, it is working. The truth is breaking through. I was sobbing now, tears streaming down my face. My reality was dissolving, crumbling under the weight of her impossible claims and the terrifying, forced memories. I did not know who I was anymore. Was I Elias Vance, the accountant? Or was I a sailor, a warrior, a man from countless forgotten pasts, forever bound to this terrifying woman? Who am I? I choked out, my voice broken. Lila knelt before me, her eyes filled with a terrifying, possessive love. You are Elias, my husband, and you are home now. Finally home. She picked up the spoon again, scooped a portion of the stew, and held it to my lips. My body was shaking uncontrollably, my mind a tempest of fear and confusion. I wanted to resist, to fight, to scream, but the visions had drained me, leaving me weak and utterly defenseless. Her eyes were fixed on mine, compelling, inescapable. Slowly, against my will, I opened my mouth. The stew was warm, savory, and as it slid down my throat, a strange, profound sense of calm began to settle over me, replacing the terror, dulling the edges of my panic. It was a terrifying peace, a surrender. As I swallowed, Lila smiled, a deep, satisfied smile. It was the last thing I saw before my world, finally went dark again, not with exhaustion, but with something far more insidious. Something that felt like an ending and a beginning of a nightmare from which I would never truly wake. All right, so you know how it is. You hit a certain age, and suddenly everyone around you is getting married, having kids, settling down, and you're still out here, swiping left on guys who pose with dead fish or try to pass off a blurry selfie from 2008 as their current picture. Yeah, that was pretty much my life a couple of years ago. I was tired, man, just genuinely exhausted with the whole dating scene. Every date felt like an interview, every conversation a performance. I just wanted something real, someone who did not make me feel like I was constantly on trial. So, one particularly dreary Tuesday evening, after a truly abysmal date involving a guy who spent an hour explaining his crypto portfolio and then tried to pay with a gift card that did not work, I was ready to throw in the towel. I was scrolling through my phone, half-heartedly swiping, when I saw his profile. Mark. His pictures were different. Not the usual gym selfies or group shots at a bar. He had one of him hiking in a forest, another of him sketching in what looked like an old, dusty art studio, and a really good one where he was smiling, a genuine, warm smile, with a slight crinkle around his eyes. His bio was short, quirky, and surprisingly intelligent. He mentioned a love for vintage horror films, obscure literature, and long walks in places where the trees outnumber the people. Okay, I thought, this is either incredibly pretentious, or he is actually interesting. Against my better judgment, I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched, and his first message was not a cheesy pickup line or a demand for my number. It was a thoughtful comment about one of my profile pictures, asking about the book I was holding. We started chatting, and it was easy. So easy, in fact, that it almost felt suspicious. We talked for hours, sometimes late into the night. We bonded over a shared love for obscure 80s synth music, a mutual disdain for cilantro, and a surprisingly similar dark sense of humor. He seemed genuinely curious about me, not just waiting for his turn to talk. He was funny, intelligent, and articulate. I started to think, maybe, just maybe, this could be different. Our first date was at a small independent coffee shop. He was exactly like his pictures, Maybe even better in person. Taller than I expected, with kind eyes and a calm, reassuring presence. We talked for so long that the barista had to gently remind us they were closing. It felt like 5 minutes, not 3 hours. The conversation flowed effortlessly, no awkward silences, no forced laughter. He listened intently, remembered details I would casually mention, and offered insights that genuinely surprised me. He was not overtly charming in that slick, practiced way that always sets off my internal alarms. He was just nice, genuinely nice, and that, in my experience, was a rare commodity. Over the next few weeks, we went on a handful more dates. Dinner, a movie, a walk in park. Each one was better than the last. I found myself looking forward to his texts, anticipating our next meeting. My friends, who had heard my endless dating horror stories, were cautiously optimistic. He sounds too good to be true. Chloe, my best friend, warned me. Just be careful. Okay, and I promised I would. But honestly, I was starting to let my guard down. For the first time in a long time, I felt a flicker of hope. He was not pushy. He was not demanding. He respected my boundaries. He was, dare I say it, a gentleman. Then came the invitation. About a month into our dating, he asked if I wanted to come over to his place for dinner. He said he was a pretty decent cook and wanted to try out a new recipe. My heart did a little flutter. This was a big step, right? The meet the apartment phase. It felt like things were getting serious, in a good way. I said yes, of course, trying to play it cool. The day arrived, and I was a bundle of nerves and excitement. I picked out my favorite dress, did my hair and makeup, and tried to calm my racing thoughts. This was it, the moment of truth. Would his place be a disaster? Would he suddenly turn into a slob? Or would it be as charming and put together as he seemed? I drove to his address, which was in a quieter, older part of town, a little further out than I usually ventured. His house was a quaint, two-story Victorian, nestled among some overgrown trees. It had character. I will give it that. A bit weathered, a bit mysterious, but not in a creepy way. More like a house with a story. There was a porch swing, chip paint on the trim, and a slightly overgrown garden. It actually added to his charm, making him seem even more like the artistic, thoughtful guy I had been getting to know. He met me at the door, a warm smile on his face, looking handsome in a casual button-down shirt. "Hey," he said, pulling me into a gentle hug. "Come on in. Dinner's almost ready." The inside of the house was interesting. It was not meticulously clean, but it was not messy either. It had a lived-in feel full of books, art supplies, and what looked like various antique curiosities. There was a faint, earthy smell, like old wood, and something else I could not quite place. Not unpleasant, just distinct. The living room was cozy, with a big, plush sofa and shelves overflowing with books. It felt like a place where someone actually lived, not just staged for visitors. I liked it. He led me into the kitchen, which was surprisingly modern for such an old house. Stainless steel appliances, granite countertops. He had a few pots simmering on the stove, and the air was filled with a delicious aroma of herbs and spices. "Smells amazing." "Mark," I said, genuinely impressed. "Thanks," he grinned. "It is a new take on an old family recipe. I hope you like lamb." We chatted while he finished up dinner. He poured us some wine, and we talked about our days, laughing easily. It felt so normal, so comfortable. This was it. I thought, this could actually be it. Dinner was incredible. Seriously, I am not just saying that. The lamb was perfectly cooked, the vegetables seasoned just right. He was a genuinely talented cook. As we ate, we talked about everything and nothing. He told me more about his work as a freelance graphic designer, how he found inspiration in nature and old architecture. I told him about my job, my hopes, my dreams. It was a perfect evening. After dinner, he insisted on doing the dishes, but I offered to help. Nonsense, he said, gently pushing me away from the sink. You are my guest. Why do not you make yourself comfortable in the living room? I will be out in a few minutes, and we can put on a movie. I nodded, feeling a warmth spread through me. What a guy. I headed back to the living room, but as I passed the kitchen, I realized I was still pretty thirsty after all that wine. Hey, Mark, I called out. Mind if I grab a glass of water? Go for it, he replied from the sink, his back to me. Help yourself to anything in the fridge. Perfect. I walked back into the kitchen, heading straight for the refrigerator. It was a large, double-door stainless steel model, the kind you see in magazines. I pulled open the right-hand door, expecting to see the usual array of condiments, leftovers, and maybe some sparkling water. What I saw instead made my breath catch in my throat. It was not what I expected. Not at all. The entire right side of the fridge, from top to bottom, was filled with jars. Glass jars of various sizes, all meticulously labeled in neat, precise handwriting. But it was not jams or pickles or homemade sauces. Oh no, it was something else entirely. My eyes, at first, could not quite process what they were seeing. My brain tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some kind of elaborate art project, a science experiment. But the longer I looked, the more the horrifying truth began to dawn on me. Each jar contained what looked unmistakably like organs. My heart started hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat that echoed in my ears. My throat went dry. I tried to swallow, but could not. My hand, still on the fridge door handle, felt clammy. The first jar I focused on was on the top shelf, front and center. It was a large, wide-mouthed jar filled with yellowish, murky liquid. Floating in it, undeniably, was a human eye. It was pale, cloudy, and seemed to stare back at me with a horrifying, vacant intensity. The pupil was dilated, fixed, like it had seen something truly terrible in its last moments. A tiny label was stuck to the side of the jar. I squinted, my mind screaming at me to look away, but my eyes were glued. The label read Agnes optic nerve. Agnes. My blood ran cold. I quickly scanned the other jars. They were all similar. Different sizes, different contents, but all preserved in that same unsettling fluid. There was a smaller jar with what looked like a section of intestine, coiled and pale, labeled Timothy's small intestine. Another, larger one, held what appeared to be a human heart, shriveled and dark, floating ominously in the fluid. The label on that one simply said the lover's heart. No name, just the lover's heart. My stomach lurched. A wave of nausea washed over me so strong, I thought I might vomit right there on his pristine kitchen floor. The earthy smell I would notice earlier, the one I could not quite place. It suddenly took on a new, sinister quality. It was not just old wood. It was something else. Something organic. Something preserved. I felt like I was going to pass out. My vision blurred around the edges, and the kitchen seemed to tilt. This could not be real. This had to be a nightmare. I pinched myself hard, but the pain was real. The jars were real. The organs were real. Mark, the charming, kind, intelligent Mark. The man I thought was different. The man I was starting to fall for. He had a fridge full of human remains. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe he was a medical student, a pathologist. But the label's Agnes optic nerve, Timothy's small intestine, the lover's heart. Those were not scientific labels. They were personal, possessive, trophies. A cold dread spread through me, colder than the air wafting from the fridge. I could hear the gentle clinking of dishes from the sink, the sound of water running. Mark humming a low tune. He was just a few feet away. If he turned around, if he saw me, I had to close the door. Slowly, carefully, without making a sound. My hand trembled as I pushed the heavy door shut, each millimeter of movement feeling like an eternity. The soft click of the latch echoed in the sudden, terrifying silence of my mind. I leaned against the fridge, my forehead pressed against the cold stainless steel, trying to control my breathing. Inhale, exhale. Do not panic. Do not make a sound. Think, what was I going to do? I was in his house, alone, with him, the man who collected human organs. My date. I could feel my heart still pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. My mouth was still dry. My tongue felt like sandpaper. I needed to get out. Now. But how? I could not just scream and run. He would hear me. He would know. And who knew what he would do then? The image of those jars flashed in my mind, particularly the lover's heart. A chilling implication. I forced myself to take another shaky breath. I needed to act normal. Pretend I had not seen anything. Pretend everything was fine. This was going to be the hardest acting job of my life. I straightened up, trying to compose myself. My hands were still shaking, so I gripped them together, trying to hide the tremor. I needed that water. A prop, a reason to have been at the fridge. I cautiously opened the other fridge door, the left one, praying to God it would not be more the same. Thankfully, it was normal. Milk, juice, a carton of eggs. I grabbed a bottle of sparkling water, my hand still trembling slightly, and poured it into a glass, trying to make it look casual. The sound of the fizzing water was deafening in my ears. Everything all right in there. Mark's voice, calm and even, came from behind me. My entire body stiffened. I nearly dropped the glass. I spun around, forcing a smile that felt like it was tearing my face. Oh, yeah, just admiring your kitchen. I said, my voice coming out a little too high-pitched, a little too strained. It is really nice. He smiled, wiping his hands on a towel. Thanks. I put a lot of work into it. He walked closer, and I instinctively took a step back, trying to make it look like I was just moving towards a living room. His eyes seemed to linger on me for a moment, a tiny flicker that I could not quite decipher. Was it suspicion? Or was I just imagining it? My paranoia was at an all-time high. Ready for that movie? He asked, his smile still in place. Yeah, definitely. I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. Just needed a little refresher. I took a sip of the sparkling water, trying to force it down my parched throat. It tasted like ash. We went into the living room, and he put on a classic horror film, something by Dario Argento. Normally, I would have been thrilled. Now, every shadow, every jump scare, every unsettling close-up of a human, I felt like a personal assault. I could not focus. My mind was racing, trying to figure out an escape plan. Are you okay? Mark asked suddenly, turning to look at me. You seem a little quiet. My heart leaped into my throat. Had he noticed? Did he know? Oh no, I am fine. I stammered, forcing another smile. Just really getting into the movie. It is intense. He chuckled softly. It is not it? One of my favorites. The way Argento uses color truly masterful. I nodded, trying to appear engaged. My eyes kept darting toward the front door. It was only a few feet away. Could I just make a break for it? No. He was between me and the door. And he was bigger, stronger. I could not risk a confrontation. Not yet. I needed an excuse. A believable one. Something that would not raise a suspicion. You know, I said, trying to make my voice sound casual. I just remembered something. My cat, I left her out longer than I meant to. She is usually inside by now, and she gets really anxious if she is left out in the dark. It was a lie, of course. My cat, Mittens, was a fat, lazy indoor cat who cared more about her next meal than the time of day. But it was plausible. Mark's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, really? I thought you mentioned she was an indoor cat. My blood ran cold again. He remembered that. He paid attention to that detail. Well, she is, I quickly corrected, trying to sound convincing. But sometimes I let her out in the backyard for a little bit just to get some fresh air, and I must have forgotten to let her back in before I left. She will be scratching at the door. I just know it. I tried to inject a note of genuine concern into my voice. I really should go check on her. He looked at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. My stomach twisted into knots. This was it. He was going to call my bluff. He was going to tell me to stay. He was going to then, he sighed, a small, almost imperceptible sound. "Oh, that is a shame," he said, and for a terrifying second, I thought he was going to refuse. But then he continued, "I was hoping we could watch the whole thing, but I understand. A pet owner's duty." He smiled, a perfectly normal, polite smile. "Let me walk you out." A wave of relief, so potent it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I had done it. I had pulled it off. "Oh, you do not have to," I said, trying to sound modest, but secretly desperate for him to just let me go. "Nonsense," he said, rising from the sofa. "It is late and it is dark. I would not dream of letting you walk to your car alone." My heart sank a little. This meant he would be with me until I was actually in my car. But it was better than being trapped inside. I stood up, trying to keep my movements smooth, not rushed. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, but I forced myself to walk calmly towards the front door. As he opened the door for me, the cool night air hit my face, a welcome shock. I stepped out onto the porch, taking a deep, shaky breath. "Thanks for dinner." "Mark," I said, turning to face him. "It was really delicious." "My pleasure," he said, his smile still in place. "I had a wonderful time." His eyes, however, seemed to hold a peculiar depth in the dim porch light, a glint I had not noticed before. Or maybe I was just seeing it now because I knew. I walked quickly down the porch steps, trying not to run. He followed a few paces behind me. My car was parked at the curb, just a short distance away. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely insert the key into the lock. "Need a hand?" he asked, his voice close behind me. No, I got it," I said, finally getting the key in and yanking the door open. I practically threw myself into the driver's seat. Before I could even close the door, he leaned down, his face appearing in the open window. "Are you sure you are all right?" he asked, his voice soft, almost concerned. "You still seem a little pale." My blood ran cold for the third, maybe fourth time that night. He knew. He had to know. That look in his eyes, it was not concern. It was something else. Calculation. Curiosity. Predator. Just tired. I lied, forcing another brittle smile. "Long day. Thanks again. Mark, I will text you." "You do that," he said, his smile widening just a fraction. It did not reach his eyes. "I look forward to it." I slammed the car door shut, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I jammed the key into the ignition, my hand still shaking, and started the engine. I put the car in reverse, not even bothering to look in the rear-view mirror, and backed out his driveway, my tires squealing slightly. I sped down the street, not daring to glance back, until his house was out of sight. I did not stop driving until I was miles away on the highway, my foot pressed firmly on the accelerator. My phone started buzzing. It was Mark. I stared at the caller ID, my breath catching. No, I could not. I could not answer. I could not ever talk to him again. I let it go to voicemail. I drove straight to Chloe's apartment, pulling up to the curb, still shaking. I burst through her door, tears streaming down my face. "Chloe," I sobbed, "you won't believe what happened." I told her everything. pacing her living room, recounting every horrifying detail, from the labels to his unsettling smile at the end. She listened, her face growing paler and paler with each word. When I finished, she wrapped me in a tight hug. "Oh my God. Sarah," she whispered, "you have to call the police." And I did, still shaking. I called 911. I explained everything, trying to sound coherent, try and convey the sheer terror I had experienced. The dispatcher was calm, professional, but her tone slowly shifted from concerned to skeptical as I went on. "So, madam," she said after I had finished, "you are reporting that your date has human organs in his refrigerator." "Yes." I practically screamed into the phone. "I saw them, labeled, with names. And did he threaten you, madam? Did he physically assault you?" "No," I admitted, my voice dropping. "But he has human organs. Is not that enough?" She sighed. "Madam, without any direct threat or evidence of crime, we can't just obtain a search warrant based on your observation of jars in someone's fridge. For all we know, he could be a medical professional or an artist, or it could have been a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" I yelled, my voice cracking. "It was a human eye, for God's sake. Labeled Agnes." She promised to log the report and keep an eye out, whatever that meant. She advised me not to contact him again and to be careful. That was it. No immediate action. No sirens. No squad cars rushing to Mark's house. Just a polite dismissal. It was exactly like the recap Chloe had told me about how the police had been useless when she was abducted. It reinforced the terrifying truth sometimes. You are on your own. The next few days were a blur of fear and paranoia. Every shadow seemed to hold Mark's face. Every car that slowed down on my street made my heart leap into my throat. I could not sleep. The image of that milky, staring eye, the shriveled heart, kept flashing behind my eyelids. I changed my locks, even though Chloe said it would not do anything if he was that kind of person. I blocked Mark's number, blocked him on every social media platform. But the fear remained. He called me a few more times that night, leaving voicemails. I listened to them with Chloe, my blood running cold. His voice was calm, almost disappointed. "Sarah, I am a little worried. You seem so rushed. I hope your cat is okay. Call me when you get a chance." Then, the next one was a little more insistent. "Are you all right? I am starting to think something happened. I just want to know you are safe." And the last one, the one that truly made my skin crawl, was just a whisper. "Did you see something? Sarah, did you see something you should not have?" We immediately deleted them. Chloe insisted I get a new phone number, which I did. I started taking different routes to work, avoiding my usual coffee shop, changing my routine entirely. I felt like a hunted animal. Weeks turned into months. The terror slowly subsided, replaced by a dull, persistent ache of anxiety. I still flinched at loud noises, still checked my rearview mirror obsessively. Dating. Forget about it. The thought of letting another stranger into my life, into my home, was unthinkable. The trust I had so painstakingly built up for Mark, only to have it shattered in such a gruesome way, left a deep scar. One day, about 6 months later, I was browsing the local news online, trying to distract myself. An article caught my eye. Unidentified remains found in old Victorian home. My heart stopped. The address listed was in the older part of town. Mark's address. The article was brief, vague. It mentioned a new owner had been renovating the house and discovered a hidden compartment in the basement behind a false wall. Inside, they found several tightly sealed containers. The police were investigating, but no further details were released. The previous owner, a Mr. M. Davies, had apparently moved out of state several months ago. Mr. M. Davies, Mark, I read the article over and over, my hands shaking. They had found them, or some of them. It did not say organs, just unidentified remains. But I knew what they were. The article did not mention any arrests. No updates followed. Mark simply vanished, leaving behind his gruesome collection and a trail of unanswered questions. He was never publicly linked to the discovery, not that I could find. It was like he just evaporated. Sometimes, I wonder, did he know I saw? Was that why he moved? Or was it just a coincidence? Was he always planning to move on to a new town, a new life, a new collection? The thought makes my blood run cold even now. I still live in fear that one day I will be on a new dating app, scrolling through profiles, and I will see that familiar, unsettlingly kind smile again. Or I will be walking down the street, and I will catch a glimpse of him in a crowd. And I will wonder if he is thinking about me, about what I saw, about the empty space in his fridge where the lover's heart used to be. Because once you have seen what is truly hidden beneath the surface of someone you thought you knew, you never really look at anyone the same way again. And some horrors you learn do not just happen to you. They become a part of you, a chilling reminder that the monsters are not always under your bed. Sometimes they are sitting across from you at dinner, smiling and asking you to grab a drink from the fridge. You know how it goes. You hit a certain age, you've been through the online dating gauntlet one too many times, and you just give up. That was me. A few months back, I would deleted the apps, vowed to embrace my destiny as a crazy cat man, the kind who talks his felines more than actual people. I was done with the endless swiping, the bland bios, the ghosting, the awkward first dates that felt more like job interviews. I was ready to settle into a comfortable, solitary existence, maybe take up competitive bird watching. But then, just as I was about to hit delete account for good, Lena's profile popped up, and it was different. No filtered selfies, no generic travel photos, no fluent in sarcasm cliches. Her main picture was a slightly blurry shot of her laughing, framed by a cascade of dark, almost black hair, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Her bio was short, quirky, and genuinely witty, something about collecting antique keys and having a deep appreciation for the sound of rain on a tin roof. It was not trying too hard, and that is what got me. I swiped right, almost on instinct, a feeling I had not had in years. We matched instantly. Our conversations flowed effortlessly, like we would known each other forever. We talked for hours, late into the night, about everything and nothing. It was not just surface-level banter. There was a genuine connection, a spark I honestly thought I would lost capacity to feel. She was smart, funny, insightful, and her messages had this understated charm that just drew me in. Our first date was even better. We met at this little indie coffee shop, her suggestion. Naturally, in what was supposed to be a quick coffee turned into lunch, then an impromptu walk through a nearby park, then dinner at a tiny, hole-in-the-wall Italian place she knew. Hours melted away like minutes. We talked, we laughed, we just clicked. By the end of the night, I was utterly captivated. She was even more beautiful in person, with this kind of gothic, ethereal beauty, all pale skin, dark hair, and eyes that seemed to hold ancient secrets. I was completely smitten, which, let me tell you, was a terrifying feeling for a guy who'd sworn off emotional entanglement. As we stood outside her apartment building, under the dim glow of a flickering street lamp, still talking, still not wanting the night to end, I was practically buzzing. And then she smiled, that knowing, slightly mischievous smile, and tilted her head. "Hey," she said, her voice a low, warm murmur. "How about coming up for a nightcap? I have got some ridiculously good whiskey." I eagerly accepted her invitation. The air was cool, carrying a faint scent of rain that had not quite materialized. Her apartment building was old brick, with a heavy, creaking wooden door that seemed to swallow the dim light from the street. Inside, the hallway was even darker, lit by a single bare bulb that flickered sporadically, casting long, dancing shadows. As we walked down the narrow corridor, I noticed something odd right away. Lena seemed to subtly shift, staying a step behind me or slightly to the side, always keeping herself just out of the direct glare of the overhead light. I did not think much of it at first. Maybe she was just being polite, letting me lead, or perhaps she just preferred the shadows. Some people are like that, right? A little introverted, a little shy of the spotlight. I brushed it off. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor. When she unlocked the door, a wave of cool, almost damp air wafted out. The interior was surprisingly dim, even for a late evening. Heavy, dark curtains were drawn across every window, and the only light came from a few strategically placed, low-wattage lamps, casting a soft, golden glow that barely pushed back the encroaching shadows in the corners of the room. It gave the place a cozy, intimate feel, but also a slightly enclosed one, like a haven from the outside world. "Make yourself at home," she said, gesturing vaguely toward a plush, velvet sofa that looked like it belonged in a Gothic mansion. She moved with an almost unnerving grace, a fluidity that reminded me of a cat silent on her feet. Again, she seemed to avoid the direct pool of light from the table lamp in the center of the living room, preferring to stay near the edges of the room, where the shadows were deepest. She went to I would pretty much given up on the whole online dating thing. It felt like a never-ending cycle of swiping left on shirtless gym selfies, fish pictures, and guys holding up babies that definitely were not theirs. Every conversation felt forced, every first date a chore. It was exhausting and honestly a little depressing. I was ready to just embrace my future as a crazy cat man, even though I did not actually own any cats. Then, one Tuesday night, scrolling through profiles with a half-eaten pint of ice cream, I saw Lena's. She was stunning in a really unconventional way. Not your typical Instagram model, but more artistic, I guess. Her profile picture showed her with this fiery red hair, a smattering of freckles, and eyes that were so green they almost looked like emeralds. Her bio was short, quirky, and did not mention anything about living life to the fullest or good vibes only. It just said, "Looking for someone who is not afraid of the dark, literally and figuratively." My thumb, almost on autopilot to swipe left, hesitated. Something about it clicked. Maybe it was the ice cream talking, but I swiped right. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. Her first message was not a generic "hey" or "how's your night." It was, "So, are you actually not afraid of the dark?" I laughed, a genuine laugh, and responded, "Only when I can't find the light switch." We started talking, and it felt easy, like talking to an old friend, but with that underlying current of excitement that comes with something new. We talked about books, old movies, conspiracy theories, and the weirdest dreams we would ever had. She was smart, witty, and had this dry sense of humor that perfectly matched mine. After a week of non-stop texting and a couple of phone calls that stretched late into the night, we decided to meet up. We chose a quiet little coffee shop in the Arts District. I arrived a few minutes early, heart doing that nervous little flutter it does when you are about to meet someone you have built up in your head. When she walked in, she was even more striking in person. She wore a long, flowing black dress, a deep crimson lipstick, and a vintage silver necklace that looked like something from an old occult shop. She smiled and my nerves settled. The date was fantastic. We talked for hours, the coffee turning cold, then ordering lunch, then another round of coffee. There was no awkward silence, no desperate reaching for topics. It just flowed. She had a captivating way of telling stories, her green eyes sparkling, her hands gesturing expressively. There were moments when she would get really intense, leaning forward, her voice dropping to a near whisper as she talked about something she was passionate about, and I would just be mesmerized. I found myself completely drawn in. As the afternoon wore on, the sky outside turning a bruised purple, she suggested we get dinner. We ended up at a cozy Italian place, and the conversation picked right back up. I felt a connection with her that I had not felt with anyone in a very long time, maybe ever. It was exhilarating. I found myself thinking, could this actually be it? Could she be the one? Yeah, I know. I sound like a sap, but that is how good it felt. Around 10 of the clock, after we would polished off a bottle of wine and shared a tiramisu, she looked at me, those emerald eyes serious. My place is not far from here, she said, if you would like to keep talking. My heart rate definitely picked up. It was late, but the thought of the night ending, of saying goodbye to her, felt wrong. I wanted to keep that feeling going. I wanted to know more about her. Yeah, I said, maybe a little too eagerly. Yeah, I would like that. She drove. Her car was an old, beat-up sedan, not what I expected from someone who seemed to have such an artistic flair. The interior smelled faintly of old books and something earthy, like damp soil. We drove out of the city, past the last few gas stations and convenience stores, onto a winding, unlit road. The streetlights vanished, and the only illumination came from her headlights cutting through the dense trees that lined the road. It felt like we were driving deeper and deeper into nowhere. You live pretty far out. I commented, trying to sound casual, but a tiny prickle of unease had started at the back of my neck. I like the quiet, she replied, her voice soft, almost a murmur, and the privacy. I nodded, trying to convince myself that it was just her being an artist, seeking solitude. Nothing weird about that. After what felt like an eternity, maybe 15 or 20 minutes, she turned off the main road onto an even narrower, unpaved track. The car bounced and rattled over potholes. Through the trees, I could just make out the silhouette of a house. It was large, 2 stories with a steeply pitched roof. As we got closer, my unease sharpened into something more distinct. The house was old, very old, and clearly had not seen a fresh coat of paint in decades. The wood siding was peeling, the porch sagged, and overgrown bushes clawed at the foundation. But that was not what truly caught my attention. It was the windows, every single one of them. They were covered, not with curtains or blinds, but with thick, dark planks of wood, nailed shut. From the outside, too, it looked like rough, weather-beaten 2x4s crisscrossed over glass, driven in with heavy, rusty nails that bit deep into the frames. No light escaped, and no light could get in. It was like the house was blindfolded, or maybe sealed. I stared, my mouth probably hanging open a little. "Lena," I said, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. "What is with the windows?" She parked the car, cutting the engine. The sudden silence was absolute, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the unseen wind. She turned to me, her face illuminated by the faint glow of the dashboard lights. Her green eyes seemed to gleam in the dimness. "Oh, those," she said, a small, almost secretive smile playing on her lips. "They are for privacy and security." My gut screamed. This was not privacy. This was a fortress or a prison. Security from what? I pressed, trying to keep my voice even, but a tremor was definitely there. She just shrugged, unbuckling her seatbelt. "Lots of things. Alex, you would not believe." She opened her door and the cool night air rushed in, carrying with it the smell of damp earth and something else, something faint and metallic, like old blood. I hesitated, my hand on the door handle. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, to get back in my car, to drive away and never look back. But then she was out, walking around to my side, her hand resting lightly on my arm. Her touch, so gentle just hours ago, now felt possessive. "Come on," she whispered, her voice a low purr. "It is cold out here." Against my better judgment, against every single alarm bell ringing in my head. I followed her. Maybe it was a wine. Maybe it was the intoxicating effect she had had on me all day. Maybe it was just sheer, stupid curiosity. But I got out of the car. The porch creaked ominously under our weight. She produced a heavy, old-fashioned iron key from a pocket in her dress, and unlocked the front door. The hinges groaned like a dying animal as she pushed it open. A wave of cold, stagnant air washed over me. It smelled musty like a tomb. Inside, it was even darker than I expected. No moonlight filtered through the boarded windows, and the only light came from a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling in the entryway. Its dim, yellow glow did little to dispel the gloom, only casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to ride and stretch in the corners of the room. The air was heavy, thick with dust and that same earthy, metallic scent. "Welcome to my humble abode," Lena said, her smile wider now, revealing perfectly white teeth that seemed a little too sharp in the dim light. I stepped inside, my shoes crunching on something gritty on the floor. I tried to make out details in the murky light. The furniture was old, antique, draped in white sheets like ghosts. There were no personal touches, no photos, no knickknacks, nothing that said someone lives here. It felt abandoned, or perhaps preserved in amber. "It is rustic," I managed, my voice a little hoarse. She laughed, a low, throaty sound that echoed strangely in the silent house. "Rustic. I like that." She led me further in, through a narrow hallway. Every step I took, the floorboards groaned underfoot. We passed several doors, all of them closed, some with heavy-looking bolts on the outside. That was another detail that snagged my attention. Bolts on the outside. What were they keeping in? Or out of those rooms? We finally reached a living room, where a few lamps with heavy, dark shades cast pools of dim light. There was a fireplace, cold and empty, its hearth filled with ash. A large, worn armchair sat facing it, and a small, round table in the center of the room. The windows here were also boarded, the planks clearly visible from the inside, creating a suffocating sense of enclosure. "Can I get you anything?" she asked, her voice closer than I expected. I turned to find her standing right behind me, her green eyes fixed on mine. Water would be great," I said, try to regain some semblance of normalcy. She nodded, then vanished into what I presumed was the kitchen. I used a moment to quickly pull out my phone. No service. Not a single bar. My heart sank. I tried to tell myself it was just the remote location, but the thought of being cut off, trapped in this windowless house, sent a shiver down my spine. Lena returned with 2 glasses of water. She handed one to me, her fingers brushing mine. They were cold. "So," she said, settling into the armchair, "tell me more about your dreams." I tried to engage, tried to pretend everything was fine, but my mind was racing. I kept glancing at the boarded windows, the closed doors, the oppressive darkness. My gaze drifted to the front door, wondering if it was locked. "Lena," I interrupted. "Seriously, why are all the windows boarded up? It is not just for privacy, is it?" She took a slow sip of her water, her eyes never leaving mine. "No," she admitted, her voice dropping to that intense whisper again. "It is not just for privacy. It is to keep the light out. Keep the light out." I repeated, confused. "Why?" "Because," she said, leaning forward, "some things they do not like the light, and some things they need the dark to thrive." A cold dread settled deep in my bones. This was not a quirky artist. This was something else entirely. "What things?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She smiled, a slow, unsettling smile that did not reach her eyes. "Oh, you will see." That was it. My brain finally kicked into overdrive. I had to get out. "You know what?" "Lena," I said, forcing a casual tone, "it is getting really late. I should probably head home." I started to stand up. She did not move. "Nonsense," she said, her voice suddenly firm, almost commanding. "You just got here. We have not even really started." "No, really," I insisted, moving toward the front door. "I have an early morning tomorrow." She was on her feet in an instant, moving with surprising speed. She blocked my path to the door. Her eyes were no longer just green. They seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, reflecting the bare bulb above like a cat's eyes. "You are not leaving. Alex," she said, her voice losing all pretense of gentleness. It was flat, cold, and utterly terrifying. "Not yet." My heart hammered against my ribs. "Lena, what are you talking about? Let me go." She shook her head slowly. "Can't do that. You are exactly what I've been looking for." "What is that supposed to mean?" I demanded, trying to sound brave, but my voice trembled. I took a step back, looking for an escape route. The kitchen door, maybe? Or one of those bolted rooms. "No, bad idea. It means," she said, taking a step towards me, "that you're going to help me. You are going to help me keep the darkness alive." She reached out, her hand grabbing my arm. Her grip was surprisingly strong, her fingers digging into my flesh. I tried to pull away, but she held me fast. Her touch was icy cold, like she had been handling something frozen. "Let go of me," I yelled, fear finally overriding my attempts at composure. She did not let go. Instead, she pulled me deeper into the living room, towards the back of the house. I struggled, twisting and turning, but she was unervingly powerful. "There is something I want to show you," she whispered, her breath cold against my ear. Panic surged through me. I kicked out, hitting her leg, but she barely flinched. She dragged me past the fireplace, towards another closed door at the very back of the room. This door was even more heavily fortified than the others. It was made of thick dark wood, reinforced with iron bands, and secured with a massive, rusted padlock. "This," she said, her voice filled with a strange reverence, "is where it sleeps." My blood ran cold. "What sleeps?" She ignored me, fumbling with a key on a chain around her neck. As she unlocked the padlock, a low, guttural growl echoed from behind the door. It was not human. It was not animal. It was something primal, ancient, and utterly terrifying. The sound vibrated through the floorboards, through my very bones. The metallic smell in the air intensified, becoming almost overwhelming. "It is hungry," Lena whispered, her eyes wide, staring at the door with a mixture of fear and devotion. "And you, Alex, are going to feed it." My mind went blank with terror. I thrashed wildly, desperate to break free. She finally released my arm to unlatch the heavy bolts on the door. This was my chance. I shoved her hard, sending her stumbling against the wall. Without a second thought, I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the lock. It was a deadbolt, old and stiff, and my shaking fingers struggled with the mechanism. "You can't leave." Lena shrieked from behind me. Her voice was no longer human. It was distorted guttural, echoing the growl from the bolted room. I finally got the deadbolt undone and yanked the door open. The night air, though cold, felt like a breath of fresh life. I burst out onto the porch, my eyes scanning for my car. But then I saw it, or rather, I heard it. Behind me, the heavily fortified door in the living room had been thrown open. A wave of oppressive darkness, colder and heavier than anything I would ever felt, seemed to spill out, carrying with it that sickening metallic smell and a new, wet, sucking sound. And then a shape. It was massive, indistinct in the gloom, but I could feel its presence. It was tall, impossibly tall and thin, like a shadow stretched beyond its natural limits. But it was not just a shadow. It had substance, a shifting, undulating form that seemed to absorb what little light there was. Two pinpricks of crimson light, like embers in a dying fire, appeared within its form, fixing on me. Eyes. I did not wait. I did not look back. I sprinted off the porch, my feet pounding on the dirt path. I could hear Lena's distorted shrieks, a mix of rage and something else, something almost ecstatic. And behind that, the wet, slithering sound of the thing moving, gaining on me. My car. Where was my car? I would parked it right here, had not I, but in my blind panic, The world had become a blur. The trees seemed to press in on me, their branches like grasping claws. I stumbled, falling to my knees, scraping my hands on the rough ground. I scrambled back up, adrenaline coursing through my veins, screaming at me to move. A cold, unseen force slammed into my back, sending me sprawling again. I cried out a raw, terrified sound. I felt a chill, like ice water, seep into my clothes. The metallic smell was overpowering now, filling my nostrils. I could hear its breathing, a ragged, rasping sound, right behind me. I rolled over, desperate. The crimson eyes were right there, inches from my face, glowing with a malevolent hunger. I could feel its cold breath on my skin, and the air around it shimmered, distorting the world. It was not just a shadow, it was a void, a hungry, living darkness. In a last, desperate act, my hand closed around something hard and sharp on the ground. A rock. I did not even think. I just swung, aiming blindly at the glowing eyes. There was a shriek, a sound that ripped through the night, a sound of pure agony and rage that was not Lena's, not human. The crimson eyes flared, then recoiled, and the oppressive coldness receded slightly. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my scraped hands and knees. This time, I saw my car, a dim, familiar shape through the trees. I ran, faster than I thought possible, fumbling for my keys, which were still clutched in my hand. My fingers were shaking so badly, I almost dropped them. I jammed the key into the lock, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. The engine turned over after a few anxious seconds, roaring to life. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning in the dirt, tearing away from a house. I did not even bother to close the door properly. I just sped down the unpaved track, the open door flapping wildly. I could hear the shrieks and growls fading behind me, slowly, agonizingly slowly. I did not stop driving until I hit the highway, then the outskirts of the city, then finally pulled over at a brightly lit gas station. My body was shaking uncontrollably, my heart still pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, gasping for breath, trying to process what had just happened. Lena, the house, the boarded windows, the thing in the dark. It was not a dream. My hands were scraped and bleeding. There was a cold, lingering sensation on my back where that thing had touched me. The metallic smell seemed to cling to my clothes, to my skin. I called the police, of course. My voice was hoarse, choked with terror, as I tried to explain. There's a house out in the woods. All the windows are boarded up, and there's a woman and something else. They listened patiently, probably thinking I was drunk or high. They asked for an address. I gave them the best directions I could, describing the winding road, the unpaved track. They said they would send a patrol car to check it out. I knew they would not find anything. I just knew it. I never went back to that part of town. I never looked for Lena's profile again. I deleted all my dating apps. The experience changed me, fundamentally. I still get that prickle of unease when I am in a dark room. I check the locks 3 times before I go to bed. And I can't stand being in a room with no windows, or with the curtains drawn too tightly. The thought of being sealed off from the light, of being in that oppressive, suffocating darkness, makes my stomach clench with fear. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the streetlights outside cast long, distorted shadows, I think I can still smell that metallic, earthy scent. And sometimes, just for a fleeting second, I think I see a flicker of crimson light in the darkest corner of my room. I quickly turn on every light I can find, my breath catching in my throat. I did not know what was in that house, or what Lena truly was. A cultist, a caretaker, a willing sacrifice. All I know is that she lured me there, to that blind house, to feed me to something unspeakable that thrived in the dark. And I barely escaped. I still wonder if it is out there, waiting for another unsuspecting person to swipe right. waiting for the next time the light goes out. The dark, viscous liquid slid down my throat, a vile metallic sweetness I could never have imagined. It burned, then soothed, then ignited something deep inside me. It was human plasma. Lena had said, my body, which had been a symphony of dull aches and gnawing emptiness, suddenly hummed with an unsettling new energy. My senses, already heightened from the deprivation and the bizarre reanimation, sharpened to an almost unbearable degree. I could hear the faint, rhythmic thrum of the ventilation system in the walls, the distant muffled footsteps of guards, even a microscopic scuttling of some insect I could not see. The air, usually a stale mix of disinfectant and my own fear, now carried 1,000 distinct scents Lena's faint perfume. The metallic tang of the cell bars, the lingering ghost of my own blood from a recent assessment. A chilling clarity washed over me, a horrifying understanding that went beyond mere physical sensation. It was not just energy, it was power. A cold, primal strength pulsed through my veins, making every muscle fiber feel taut and ready. My mind, usually a jumbled mess of fragmented memories and agonizing confusion, became unervingly sharp. I could process information faster, recall details with photographic precision, anticipate Lena's next move before she even finished her thought. But this clarity came at a terrible price. With it came the undeniable realization of what I was becoming, a predator. Lena had called me Homo redivivus, the next step in evolution, an apex predator. And as I felt this surge of vitality, this monstrous awakening, I knew she was not wrong. The revulsion was still there, a faint echo of my former self, but was being drowned out by a terrifying new instinct, a deep, resonant hum that whispered of dominance, of survival, of hunger. Lena, ever the meticulous observer, watched me with an almost scientific fascination, her eyes gleaming behind her spectacles. Remarkable, she murmured, jotting notes on a tablet. The integration is faster than anticipated. Subject 734, you are truly a marvel. I wanted to scream, to lash out, to tear her apart with these newfound, terrifying capabilities. But the new clarity also brought a cold, strategic calculation. I was still trapped. I was still an experiment. And she was still in control. For now, the assessments continued, but they changed. They became less about studying my healing and more about testing my limits, my reactions, my burgeoning abilities. They would expose me to extreme temperatures, deprive me of light or sound, introduce noxious gases into my cell. Each time my body adapted, faster and more efficiently than before. My skin grew tougher, my vision adjusted to near total darkness, my lungs filtered toxins with chilling ease. And after each test, the hunger for the specialized fuel would return, a deep, agonizing ache that only the plasma could satisfy. I hated myself for it. Every time I drank from a vial, I felt a piece of my humanity flake away, replaced by something cold and alien. My reflection in the polished steel of my cell door showed subtle changes. My eyes seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, my features sharper, more angular, almost predatory. I was no longer the man who remembered Lena's betrayal, who longed for Lena. I was Project Chimera, and Project Chimera needed to feed. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. Time became a meaningless blur in the concrete confines of my prison. I learned to control my new senses, to compartmentalize the horror, to exist as two beings, a terrified man trapped in a monster's body, and the monster itself, ever present, ever hungry. Then one day, Lena arrived with a different kind of smile. It was not the detached, scientific smirk I had grown to dread, but something almost triumphant. Subject 734, she began, her voice unusually soft. We have reached a new phase. Your physical evolution is progressing beautifully. Now, it is time to assess your social reintegration. My blood ran cold. Reintegration. What are you talking about? Project Chimera is not just about physical prowess, she explained, gesturing vaguely with her tablet. It is about the whole organism. An apex predator needs to navigate its environment, understand its place in the ecosystem. And for you, Subject 734, that mean society. My society was a lie. I retorted, the words laced with venom. You built a cage around me. Lena, you destroyed everything I thought I was. She merely shrugged, a practiced indifference. That reality served its purpose. This one will serve a new one. Consider it a family reunion. My mind reeled. A family reunion. The words felt like a cruel joke. I had no family, not anymore. Not after Lena had stripped me of my identity, my past, my very life. The next thing I knew, a dull ache bloomed behind my eyes, and the world dissolved into a hazy, dreamlike sequence. I remembered the prick of a needle, Lena's distant voice, then profound, heavy darkness. When I awoke, it was not in the cold, hard confines of my cell. The air was soft, permeated with the scent of freshly baked bread and something vaguely floral. Sunlight, real sunlight, streamed through a window, painting warm stripes across a patterned rug. I lay in a bed, a real bed, with soft sheets and a plush duvet. My prison jumpsuit was gone, replaced by comfortable cotton pajamas. Panic, cold and sharp, cut through the lingering grogginess. This was a trick, another layer of the lie. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering against my ribs, my new senses immediately on high alert. I could hear the gentle hum of a refrigerator, the distant murmur of voices, the soft ticking of a clock somewhere in the house. The door creaked open and a woman stepped in. She was middle-aged, with kind eyes framed by laugh lines and a warm, inviting smile. Her hair was a soft brown, streaked with silver, pulled back in a loose ponytail. She wore a simple apron over a pastel dress. She looked normal, utterly, terrifyingly normal. Michael, oh, Michael, you are awake. Her voice was soft, overflowed with a relief that felt utterly alien. She rushed to the side of the bed, her hand reaching out hesitant, then gently caressing my cheek. Her touch was warm, human, and it sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with comfort. Michael, I repeated, the name feeling foreign on my tongue. Who? Who are you? Her smile faltered slightly, a shadow of concern crossing her face. It is me, sweetheart. Mom, do not you remember? Mom. The word was a punch to the gut. I had a mother once, a life once, but this woman, I had never seen her before in my life. Yet her eyes, filled with an almost painful love, seemed to recognize me, to know me. Before I could respond, a man appeared behind her, taller, with a grizzled beard and a sturdy build. He looked at me with the same overwhelming sense of relief. Our boy's back. Thank God, he is finally back. He clapped the woman on the shoulder, then stepped forward, his eyes shining. Michael, son, it is Dad. You gave us such a scare. 5 years. Michael, 5 long years. 5 years. The number echoed Lena's words. You died 5 years ago. This was it. This was the reintegration. My new reality. I do not understand. I stammered, pulling away slightly from the woman's hand. I do not know who you are. I am not Michael. The woman, Mom, exchanged a worried glance with the man. Dad, it is a trauma. Dear, she said, her voice soothing, but with an underlying tremor of sadness. The doctor said you might have some memory loss, but it will come back, won't it? We are so glad you are home. Home. I looked around the room, which, despite its warmth and comfort, felt like a meticulously crafted stage set. This is not my home. I do not know this place. I do not know you. The man sighed, a deep, weary sound. It is okay, son. We know it is a lot. But you are safe now. You are with family. Family. The word tasted like ash in my mouth. My real family, my real life, had been ripped away, replaced by a lie. And now here was another one. A more elaborate, more insidious lie. They helped me out of bed, gently guided me down a hallway that smelled of lemon polish and old books. The house was a quaint, two-story affair, filled with what looked like generations of family photographs and knickknacks. Every corner seemed to hum with a manufactured history. In the living room, a young woman, perhaps in her mid-20s, sat on a plush sofa, flipping through a magazine. She looked up, and her eyes, which were the same kind, worry brown as the mom's, widened. "Michael," she cried, dropping the magazine and rushing towards me. She threw her arms around me in a tight embrace, her body warm and soft against mine. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought we would lost you forever." She was Sarah, my sister, according to them. Her hug felt genuine, her tears real, but to me, she was a stranger who was part of this horrifying charade. Over the next few hours, they bombarded me with memories. They showed me photo albums filled with pictures of a boy who looked uncannily like me, growing up in this very house, with this very family. There were pictures of Michael on swings, blowing out birthday candles, graduating high school, even a blurry one of Michael with a group of friends, one of whom looked vaguely like Lena, though younger and with a different hairstyle. It was a perfect, seamless fabrication. Every detail was meticulously placed, every story perfectly rehearsed. "Remember that time you tried to bake Mom a cake for her birthday?" Sarah laughed, pointing to a picture of a flour-dusted kitchen and a very lopsided cake. "You set off the smoke alarm 3 times. I stare at the picture, searching for a flicker of recognition, a phantom memory. Nothing, only the cold, hard knowledge that this was a lie. A very, very good lie. They talked about my favorite foods, my childhood pet, my dreams of becoming an architect. They spoke of the accident 5 years ago, a hiking trip gone wrong, where my body was never recovered. How they mourned, how they never gave up hope, how a mysterious benefactor had contacted them, saying I had been found, suffering from amnesia and severe trauma, but alive. Lena, I knew, was that benefactor. Throughout it all, a gnawing emptiness persisted within me, a deep-seated craving for the dark, viscous liquid that Lena called specialized fuel. The smell of the freshly baked bread, the roasting chicken they prepared for dinner, the comforting aroma of coffee, none of it appealed to me. In fact, the very thought of normal food made my stomach churn. My body craved something else, something I dared not think about. During dinner, the family chattered happily, their eyes constantly flitting to me. Assessing my reactions, their smiles just a fraction too wide, their laughter a beat too loud. I picked at my food, the rich taste of the roast chicken feeling bland and unappealing on my tongue. My heightened senses, usually a source of power, were now a torment. I could hear the subtle shift in the floorboards as Dad moved his foot, the faint, irregular beat of Mom's heart, the slight tremble in Sarah's hand as she raised her glass. And beneath it all, the unsettling realization that they were watching me, always watching. "Michael, are you all right, dear?" Mom asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "You have barely touched your dinner." "I am just not very hungry." I mumbled, pushing my plate away. Dad cleared his throat. "It will take time, son. The doctor said your system might be a little off. We have got some special supplements for you to help you regain your strength." Supplements. My mind immediately went to the plasma. Was this their way of feeding me? In this elaborate charade. Later that evening, after Mom and Dad had gone to bed, Sarah offered to show me to my old room. It was exactly as a young man's room might be posters of bands I did not recognize, shelves crammed with books and video games, a worn guitar propped in the corner. It was all a meticulously crafted lie, a ghost of a life I never lived. As Sarah left, her eyes lingering on me for a moment too long, I began my own frantic search. I tore through drawers, rifled through closets, desperate for some anomaly, some crack in their perfect facade. Nothing. Every item seemed to belong, every detail accounted for. Then my gaze fell upon a small, locked wooden box on the top shelf of the closet. It felt out of place, too carefully hidden. My new strength, the monstrous power Lena had unlocked, pulsed through me. I did not need a key. With a surge of adrenaline, I gripped the box and twisted. The wood splintered with a soft crack, and the lock burst open. Inside, nestled amongst faded letters in a tarnished silver locket, was a small, sealed vial. It was dark, almost black and viscous. Plasma, my specialized fuel. A wave of relief, primal and terrifying, washed over me. They knew. They all knew. This whole family reunion was just another, more elaborate experiment. They were not just observing me. They were facilitating my monstrous transformation. I uncorked the vial, the metallic scent hitting my nostrils, and drank. The familiar surge of energy, the heightened senses, the chilling clarity, it all returned, stronger this time. I felt the monster within me stir, stretch, and settle. The next morning, I descended the stairs, feeling more awake, more myself than I had in years, even if that myself was a terrifying hybrid of man and predator. Mom was in the kitchen, humming softly as she made pancakes. Dad was reading the newspaper at the dining table. Sarah was already gone, having left for her job. "Good morning." Michael, Mom chirped, turning to smile at me. "Sleep well." Like a baby, I replied, the lies sliding easily from my lips. My eyes, however, were scanning, observing, analyzing everything. I noticed a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in Dad's hand as he turned a page, the slight rigidity in Mom's shoulders as she flipped a pancake. The way her smile did not quite reach her eyes. I spent the next few days playing along, weaving myself into the fabric of their fabricated life. I listened to their stories, nodded at their memories, even tried to laugh at their jokes. But every interaction was a performance, every gesture a calculated move. I was searching for truth, for the real purpose of this elaborate charade. My hunger, however, was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. The single vial had been a temporary reprieve, but my body, now fully accustomed to the plasma, demanded more. The scent of their blood, the warmth of their living bodies, was a constant, tantalizing whisper in the back of my mind. I saw them not just as people, but as sources, as fuel. One evening, Mom was telling a long, rambling story about my childhood pet, a golden retriever named Buddy. She was animated, her hands gesturing, her eyes sparkling with what seemed like genuine affection. But as she spoke, my gaze drifted to her neck, to the pulsating vein just beneath her skin, a vibrant blue against her pale flesh. My mouth grew dry. My fangs, not yet fully formed but sharper, more pronounced, ached. A cold sweat broke out on my brow. I clenched my fists, digging my nails into my palms, trying to ground myself, to fight the monstrous urges that threatened to overwhelm me. This was not me. I was not a monster. I was Alex. No, I was subject 734. No, I was Michael. My identity was a fractured mess, but the predator within me was terrifyingly clear. "Michael, are you all right?" Dad asked, his voice laced with concern. "You look a little pale." I forced a smile, a grotesque parody of human emotion. "Just a little tired. Long day. That night, I could not sleep. The hunger was a roaring fire in my gut, an agonizing claw that demanded satisfaction." I crept out of bed, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. I needed more plasma. I needed to know where they kept it. I systematically searched the house, using my heightened senses to detect any hidden compartments, any unusual scents. I found nothing. No hidden stash of vials, no subtle clues. It was as if that single vial in the wooden box had been a one-time offering, a test. My frustration mounted, turning into a simmering rage. They were playing with me. They were letting me starve. As I passed Mom and Dad's bedroom, I heard a faint murmur from within. My enhanced hearing picked up snippets of conversation, hushed and low. He is adapting well. Mom whispered, "The social integration is progressing faster than expected." "But the hunger," Dad replied, his voice grave. "It is getting harder to manage." He almost broke tonight. Lena said it would be this way. Mom said, a hint of fear in her voice. "He is an apex predator. Mark, he needs to hunt, and we are the closest prey." My blood ran cold. Prey, that is what we were to them. That is what they were to me. But we have to maintain the illusion. Dad insisted. It is crucial for the next phase. He needs to believe he is home, that he is safe, that we are his family. The next phase. My mind raced, putting the pieces together. They were not just actors. They were not just part of the experiment. They were bait. Or perhaps they were something even more sinister. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding, not from fear, but from a terrifying realization. They were not afraid of me becoming a monster. They wanted me to. They were cultivating it, nurturing it. The hunger intensified, a primal scream in my head. The scent of their blood, so close, so vulnerable, was intoxicating. I was losing control. The human part of me, the Alex, the subject 734 who hated what he was becoming, was rapidly fading. All that remained was a Homo redivivus, the apex predator, and it was starving. I stumbled back to my room, the house feeling like a suffocating trap, every shadow a potential threat, every sound a whisper of my own escalating monstrosity. I knew what I had to do. I had to escape. But how? And to what? My world was nothing but a series of cages, each one more elaborate than the last. The next morning, the air in the house was thick with an unspoken tension. Mom and Dad avoided my gaze, their smiles strained, their movements stiff. Sarah was unusually quiet. They knew I had overheard them. They knew I knew. The breakfast table was laden with food I could not touch. My eyes kept drifting to their throats, to their wrists, to the faint pulse of life beneath their skin. The hunger was a physical pain now, a constant, unbearable ache that eclipsed all other sensations. "Michael," Dad began, clearing his throat, "we need to talk." I looked up, my eyes, I knew, glowing faintly in the morning light. "About what, Dad?" The word felt like a curse. "About your condition," Mom interjected, her voice trembling slightly. "Lena," she explained everything to us. "She said you need special care, special nourishment, and you are here to provide it. Are not you?" I said, my voice low, a predatory growl rumbling in my chest. "You are not my family. You are just another part of Project Chimera. Another cage." Their faces, usually so carefully composed, finally crumbled. Fear, raw and stark, flickered in their eyes. The illusion was shattered. We want to help you." "Michael," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. We were told you would be safe here, that we could make you feel human again." "Human?" I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "You think you can make me human again after what Lena did? After what you are doing?" My vision sharpened, focusing on Mom's trembling hand, on the delicate network of veins just beneath the surface. The scent of her fear, mingled with the faint aroma of her perfume, was intoxicating. The monster roared within me. I pushed myself away from the table, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. They flinched, their eyes wide with terror. This was it, the moment of truth, the moment I became what they intended me to be. "You want to help me?" I snarled, my voice rough, deeper than before. "Then tell me, Mom, Dad, Sarah, what exactly is the next phase?" They looked at each other, a silent, desperate communication passing between them. Then, Dad took a shuddering breath. The next phase, Michael, is to see if you can control it. If the Homo redivivus can coexist, or if it simply consumes. The word hung in the air, heavy and chilling, and as I looked at them, at their terrified faces, at the pulsing life in their veins, I knew what I was. I was Project Chimera, and the experiment was far from over. My nightmare had just found a new, horrifying home, and I was the apex predator trapped within it, with my unwitting, terrified family as my first, most agonizing test. The hunger clawed at me, an unbearable torment, and I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it would not be long before I failed. The city lights blurred past my window, a comforting symphony of distant sirens and the hum of traffic, a world away from the quiet, almost sterile apartment I called home. My name is Sarah, and I am 28 years old, working a pretty standard 9 to 5 in marketing. My life, for the most part, was a predictable loop of spreadsheets, overpriced coffee, and the occasional desperate swipe on dating apps. And let me tell you, the dating app scene in this city, it is a jungle out there. A jungle filled with ghosters, narcissists, and guys who peaked in high school and never quite understood that six-pack abs was not a personality trait. So, when Ryan messaged me, I was cautiously optimistic. His profile was good, not too flashy, but he had a kind smile and intelligent eyes. He was a software engineer, seemed well-traveled, and his bio actually contained complete sentences. A rarity, believe me. Our initial texts were easy, flowing, and surprisingly engaging. He seemed genuinely interested, not just in my looks, but in my thoughts, my day, the little things. It was refreshing. After a few days of back and forth, we decided to meet for dinner. I remember picking out my outfit that evening with a strange mix of excitement and dread. It had been a while since I had felt a genuine spark, and the last few first dates had been spectacularly bad. I kept telling myself to manage my expectations, but there was a little flutter in my stomach I could not ignore. I applied my makeup carefully, trying to look effortlessly chic, but inside, I was a bundle of nerves. When I walked into the restaurant, Ryan was already there, standing to greet me as I approached the table. He was even better looking in person, taller than I expected, with a neatly trimmed beard and eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled. He complimented my dress, a simple, genuine compliment that did not feel at all sleazy. So far, so good. The first hour flew by. We talked about everything: our jobs, our favorite travel destinations, the ridiculousness of modern dating, our shared love for obscure indie films. He was witty, articulate, and seemed to hang on my every word. He made me laugh, not just a polite chuckle, but a genuine, belly-aching laugh that felt good and unfamiliar. There was a moment when he was telling a story about a disastrous hiking trip, and his eyes met mine across the table. And for a second, it felt like we were the only two people in the entire crowded restaurant. It was a connection I had not felt in a long, long time. But even then, a tiny, almost imperceptible sliver of unease started to worm its way into my mind. It was nothing concrete, just a feeling. Maybe it was the way his gaze lingered a little too long, or how he seemed to anticipate my answers before I even finished my sentences. He mentioned a specific, obscure band I loved, one I had not posted about anywhere online, and when I asked how he knew, he just shrugged and said, "Lucky guess. You just seem like the type." I brushed it off. Maybe he was just intuitive. Or maybe I thought I was just overthinking things, a common side effect of too many bad dates. "So, what is your typical weekend like?" "Sarah," he asked, leaning forward slightly, his eyes sparkling. "Oh, you know," I said, taking a sip of my wine. Usually a mix of trying to be productive and failing spectacularly. I try to hit the gym, maybe catch up on some reading. Sometimes I will wander to the farmer's market on Saturday mornings, grab some fresh produce, and then spend the afternoon attempting to cook something ambitious. He nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. The farmer's market. Huh, near the old clock tower. I blinked. Yeah, actually. How did you know? It was not a huge farmer's market, but it also was not the most famous one in the city. Just my local. He smiled again, a charming, disarming smile. Just a hunch. You seem like someone who appreciates local, fresh things. And that particular market has the best artisanal bread. I laughed, feeling a little foolish in my momentary suspicion. You are right, they do. Their sourdough is incredible. He was just observant. I told myself, a good quality in a person, right? We finished our meal, and the conversation shifted to travel. He would spend a year backpacking through Southeast Asia, and his stories were captivating. He described ancient temples, bustling markets, and serene beaches with such vivid detail. I felt like I was there with him. He made me feel seen, heard, and genuinely interested. It was intoxicating. I do not want the night to end, he said, after the waiter had cleared our plates. How about we grab a drink at that little jazz bar a few blocks from here? It is usually pretty quiet on a Tuesday. I hesitated for a moment. It was getting late, and I had work in the morning, but the thought of going home alone after such a wonderful evening felt suddenly bleak. I would like that, I said, a genuine smile spreading across my face. The jazz bar was exactly as he described, dimly lit. A quiet saxophone is playing a soulful tune in the corner, and just enough people to feel lively without being crowded. We found a small, intimate booth, and the conversation continued to flow easily. We talked about our families, our dreams, our fears. He was open, vulnerable, and incredibly easy to talk to. I found myself sharing things I rarely told anyone. Stories about my childhood, my struggles with imposter syndrome at work, my hopes for the future. He listened intently, his eyes never leaving mine, a genuine warmth in their depths. At one point, he reached across the table and gently touched my hand. You know, Sarah, he said, his voice soft, I feel like I have known you longer than just a few hours. There is something familiar about you. My heart fluttered. It was cheesy, but coming from him, it felt sincere. I feel the same way. Ryan, I admitted, a blush rising to my cheeks. It has been a really long time since I have felt this comfortable with someone on a first date. He squeezed my hand lightly, his thumb tracing circles on my skin. Me too. Definitely not a typical Tuesday night. As the night drew to a close, I felt a sense of genuine excitement. This was not just another dud. This felt real, felt promising. When he offered to walk me home, I did not hesitate. My apartment was not far, just a 10-minute stroll through the quiet, tree-lined streets. The air was cool and crisp, and the moon cast long shadows, but I felt perfectly safe with him by my side. We walked in comfortable silence for a while, his arm brushing mine occasionally, sending little shivers down my spine. This is me, I said, stopping in front of my building, a modest brick structure with a well-maintained garden out front. He paused, turned to face me. The streetlights cast his face in a soft glow, highlighting his strong jawline and the serious intensity in his eyes. Thank you for a truly incredible evening. Sarah, he said, his voice low. Thank you. Ryan, I replied, my voice a little breathless. I had a wonderful time. He reached out, cupping my cheek gently. His touch was warm, sending a jolt through me. I would really like to see you again, he murmured, his gaze searching mine. I would like that too. I whispered back, my heart pounding in my chest. He leaned in and I closed my eyes, anticipating a kiss. But instead, he paused, his lips brushing my ear. You know, he whispered, his voice a low, almost playful rumble. You look even more beautiful when you are completely at peace. My eyes snapped open. A cold shiver, not of pleasure, but of something else entirely, ran down my spine. What did he mean? When I was completely at peace, I was standing here on a date, feeling excited, not particularly at peace. Before I could process the strange comment, he pulled back slightly, his expression softening, as if the previous words had never been spoken. "Good night, Sarah," he said, then leaned in and gave me a soft, chaste kiss on the forehead. It was sweet, innocent, but the earlier comment still echoed in my ears, a tiny, discordant note in the otherwise perfect symphony of the evening. "Good night, Ryan." I managed, a forced smile on my face. He gave me one last lingering look, a smile playing on his lips, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the street. I stood there for a moment, the chill of the night air finally seeping into my skin. The initial excitement had been replaced by that vague sense of unease again, stronger this time. When you are completely at peace. What a weird thing to say. I shook my head, trying to dismiss it. Maybe it was just his quirky way of complimenting me. Maybe I was just tired. I unlocked my apartment door, the familiar click echoing in the quiet hallway. As I stepped inside, I felt a strange sense of vulnerability. My apartment, usually my sanctuary, suddenly felt exposed. I quickly double-locked the door, something I rarely did, and flipped on every light. The cozy space felt too large, too silent. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just the lingering effects of a long, emotionally charged evening. I went through my usual nighttime routine, brushing my teeth, washing my face. As I stared at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, I noticed a tiny, almost imperceptible scratch just above my left eyebrow. I frowned. I did not remember bumping my head or scratching myself. It was so faint, barely a mark, but it was there. I touched it lightly, a weird little prickle of discomfort running through me. I changed into my pajamas, a soft old t-shirt and flannel pants, and crawled into bed. My mind was still racing, replaying the evening, trying to pinpoint why that one comment had bothered me so much. Completely at peace. It sounded like sleeping, but that was ridiculous. I tried to read, but my eyes kept scanning the shadows in my room. The gentle hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen seemed amplified, and the occasional creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. I pulled my blanket up to my chin, feeling a childish urge to hide. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted off to sleep, the unsettling words still swirling somewhere in the back of my mind. The next morning, I woke up feeling strangely unrest. The scratch above my eyebrow was still there, a tiny red line. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was probably just a rogue fingernail in the night. My phone buzzed. It was a text from Ryan. "Good morning. Sarah, thinking of you. Hope you slept well after our amazing night." A perfectly normal, sweet text. And yet, the phrase "slept well" sent another shiver down my spine, echoing his words from last night. I forced myself to reply, thanking him for the wonderful evening and saying I would love to see him again. Maybe I was just being paranoid. The day at work was a blur. I could not focus, my mind constantly drifting back to Ryan, that strange comment, and the lingering unease. I kept replaying the date, searching for other clues, other moments that might have hinted at something amiss. There were the hunches about my routine, the specific farmer's market, the band, all easily explained away, but together, they formed a mosaic of unsettling coincidences. That evening, I decided to be proactive. I was tired of feeling on edge. I called my building manager and asked if they could check the security cameras in the hallway and around the entrance, citing a vague concern about a suspicious person I would seen lurking. They said they would look into it, but could not promise anything. I also bought a small, motion-activated camera for my living room, just to have some peace of mind. I told myself it was overkill, but I needed to feel safe again in my own home. The next few days passed in a haze of work and anxiety. Ryan texted me a few times, friendly, engaging, asking about my day. I responded politely, But a wall had gone up. The charm was still there, but now I saw it through a filter of suspicion. I had not agreed to a second date, yet making excuses about being busy. He seemed understanding, but I could sense a subtle shift in his tone, a slight edge of disappointment, or maybe something else. Finally, Friday arrived. I was meeting my best friend, Chloe, for happy hour. I needed to talk to someone, needed to get this off my chest. So, spill. Chloe said, as soon as we would ordered our drinks, "How was the date with Ryan? You have been weirdly quiet about it." I took a deep breath. It was great, actually. Too great. That is the problem. I recounted the entire evening, from the initial spark to the unsettling comment at my door. I watched Chloe's expression shift from amused interest to concern. "Okay, completely at peace is definitely creepy," she confirmed, her brow furrowed. "And the farmer's market thing and the band, it is not just a hunch. Sarah, that is a lot of hunches." "I know," I said, relief washing over me that someone else saw it too. "I feel like I am going crazy. I have been sleeping with the lights on. Chloe, I bought a security camera." Chloe reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "You are not crazy. Your gut is telling you something. Listen to it." Just then, my phone buzzed. It was Ryan. "Hey, Sarah, still hoping to see you this weekend. Maybe Sunday brunch. I really miss talking to you." I showed it to Chloe. "See, he is persistent. I do not know what to do. I feel like I can't just ghost him, but I also do not want to encourage him." Chloe thought for a moment. "Okay, here's what we do. You agree to brunch. Public place, obviously. Tell him you are meeting a friend right after, so you have a hard out. And while you are there, you keep your eyes peeled. See if he does anything else weird. Get a feel for him again, but with your guard up. Are you serious? What if he is dangerous?" I asked, my voice rising slightly. "Then you will know for sure, and you will have more information." Chloe said, her voice firm but reassuring. "You are smart, you are strong. You can handle this. And I will be waiting for your text the second you leave." Reluctantly, I agreed. I texted Ryan back, agreeing to brunch on Sunday. He replied almost instantly, a string of enthusiastic emojis. The enthusiasm, which once seemed charming, now felt suffocating. Sunday morning, I woke up with a knot of dread in my stomach. I spent an hour getting ready, trying to look confident and put together, despite the churning anxiety inside me. I wore a slightly more conservative outfit than I usually would for brunch, something that felt like a shield. I double-checked my phone to make sure it was fully charged, and I had Chloe's number on speed dial. The restaurant was bustling, a popular spot with large windows and plenty of natural light. I spotted Ryan already at a table near the back, nursing coffee. He stood up when he saw me, his smile as warm and inviting as I remembered. "Sarah, you made it. I was starting to think you would change your mind," he said, pulling out a chair for me. "No, just running a little behind." I lied, forcing a smile. The conversation started out pleasant enough. He asked about my week. I gave vague answers. I tried to steer the conversation away from anything personal, focusing on current events, movies, general topics. He, on the other hand, seemed to gently guide it back to me, asking about my plans for the summer, my aspirations. His questions felt less like genuine curiosity and more like an interrogation, each one probing for more information. I kept my eyes open, looking for any new red flags. He did not say anything overtly strange, but his gaze was still intense, unwavering. He kept his phone on the table, face down, which I noticed was a departure from our first date, when he would kept it in his pocket. I wondered why. Maybe he was just being polite, trying to avoid distractions. Midway through our meal, he was telling a story about a recent work trip. He paused mid-sentence and reached for his phone. "Oh, wait," he said. "I have a photo of the hotel lobby I wanted to show you, It was ridiculously opulent. He flipped his phone over, and as he unlocked it, the screen lit up. My eyes, already hyper-aware, zeroed in on the image that flashed across the display. My breath caught in my throat. It was not a photo of a hotel lobby. It was not a stock image. It was not even a generic nature scene. It was my bedroom. My heart did not just pound, it seized, a cold, icy grip tightening around it. The image was unmistakably my room. The pale blue walls, the specific pattern on my duvet cover, the stack of books on my nightstand, the small frame print of a watercolor landscape above my bed. Every detail was accurate, perfectly rendered, and in the center of the image, curled on my side under the blankets, was me, sleeping. My hair was spread across the pillow, my face serene, eyes closed. The angle was slightly from above, as if someone was standing by my bed, looking down. The lighting was dim, the soft glow of a street lamp filtering through my window, casting long shadows. It was the exact scene I would wake up to every morning. My blood ran cold, the scratch above my eyebrow, the feeling of being watched. His words, "You look even more beautiful when you are completely at peace." It all clicked into place with a sickening thud. He had not just guessed about my farmer's market. He had not just been intuitive. He had been there, in my apartment, watching me, taking pictures of me while I slept. The world around me seemed to tilt. The cheerful chatter of the restaurant, the clinking of cutlery, the smell of coffee and bacon, it all faded into a muffled, distant drone. All I could see was that image burned into my retina and the chilling realization of what it meant. Ryan, oblivious to my horrified paralysis, was fumbling with his phone, trying to navigate to the correct photo. "Ah, here it is," he said, his thumb hovering over the screen. But I had already seen. I had seen enough. "What? What is that?" My voice was a strangled whisper, barely audible above the restaurant noise. My eyes were wide, fixed on his phone, then snapping up to his face. He looked up, his smile still in place, but there was a subtle shift in his eyes. A flicker, like a mask momentarily slipping. "What do you mean?" "Sarah, it is just my wallpaper. A default photo." He tried to sound casual, but his voice was a fraction too smooth, too controlled. "No." I choked out, pushing my chair back slightly, a sudden, desperate urge to flee surging through me. "No, it is not. That is my bedroom. That is me." His smile did not falter, but his eyes hardened, losing their warmth. The crinkles at the corners now looked predatory. "Sarah, what are you talking about? It is a stock photo of a woman sleeping. You must be mistaken." His voice was still calm, but there was an underlying current of something cold and menacing. "Do not lie to me." I hissed, my voice gaining strength, fueled by pure terror. "That is my duvet. That is my book on the nightstand. That is my face. How did you get that picture?" "Ryan." He put his phone down, face up, the image still glaringly visible. He leaned back in his chair, a slow, deliberate movement. His charming facade was completely gone, replaced by an expression of chilling calm. "You are being dramatic. Sarah, it is a simple misunderstanding." But the way he looked at me, the predatory gleam in his eyes, told a different story. It was a look of possession, of triumph. He knew I knew. "You were in my apartment." I whispered, the words barely forming. "You watched me sleep." The thought made by a rise in my throat. The scratch above my eyebrow, the feeling of vulnerability, the strange silence in my apartment, it all made horrifying sense. He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You are a very sound sleeper, Sarah, and quite beautiful. When you are dreaming." My blood ran cold. He was not denying it. He was confirming it. He had been in my home. He had watched me, and he had taken pictures. For how long? Was it just that one night after our first date? Or had he been doing it for weeks, months? Had he been stalking me before we even met? Panic, raw and unbridled, seized me. I was sitting across from a predator in a public place, but suddenly the crowd felt like a million miles away. My carefully constructed sense of safety had shattered into a million pieces. How long? I demanded, my voice trembling. How long have you been doing this? He just smiled, a slow, unnerving smile that did not reach his eyes. Since I first saw you, you have a very predictable routine. Sarah, and you leave your window slightly ajar on warm nights. My bedroom window. I always kept it cracked open a tiny bit for fresh air. My apartment was on the second floor, but there was a fire escape right outside my window. I had never thought of it as a security risk. Until now, my mind raced. I needed to get out. Now, I glanced around the restaurant, searching for an escape route, for a friendly face, for anyone who could help. But everyone was engrossed in their own conversations, their own brunches. I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back further, scraping it loudly against the floor. The sound drew a few curious glances, but no one intervened. Ryan's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. His grip was like steel. Where are you going? Sarah, we are not finished. His voice was still calm, but the menace was undeniable now, a low growl beneath the surface. Let go of me. I yanked my arm, but he held fast. His grip tightened, his fingernails digging into my skin. We have so much more to talk about, he said, his eyes burning into mine. So much more to share. I have been waiting for you. Sarah, for a long, long time. He was not just a stalker. He was delusional. He thought this was some kind of twisted courtship. Adrenaline surged through me. I had to get away. I looked down at his hand on my wrist, then back up at his face, trying to keep my voice steady, despite the terror gripping me. Ryan, if you do not let go of me right now, I am going to scream. He laughed, a chilling, humorless sound. Go ahead. Sarah, who do you think they will believe? The charming, well-dressed man, or the hysterical woman making wild accusations? His confidence, his absolute conviction, was terrifying. He was right. In a crowded restaurant, with no immediate proof other than a photo he could easily dismiss as a stock image. I would look like the crazy one. But I could not let him win. I could not let him keep me there. My eyes darted around again. There was a water pitcher on our table, heavy ceramic. Without thinking, I grabbed it. Let go. I screamed, and with all the force I could muster, I swung the pitcher, not at his head, but at his hand, still clamped around my wrist. The ceramic connected with a sickening thud. Ryan let out a surprised yelp, his grip instantly loosening. The pitcher clattered back onto the table, splashing water everywhere. In that split second, I was free. I scrambled out of the booth, knocking over my chair. Help! He is a stalker. I screamed, my voice raw and hoarse, turning and bolting towards a restaurant exit. Chaos erupted behind me. I heard shouts, the scraping of chairs, and then, unmistakably, Ryan's voice, cold and furious, calling my name. Sarah, get back here. I did not look back. I sprinted, weaving through tables, knocking into a bewildered waiter, ignoring the surprised faces and gasps. My only thought was escape. Get out. Get away. I burst through the restaurant doors, out into the bright sunlight of the street. I did not stop. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my legs pumping, not caring where I was going, just putting as much distance as possible between me and him. I heard his footsteps behind me, fast and relentless. He was catching up. Sarah, do not be foolish, he yelled, his voice closer now. Panic clawed at my throat. I saw a taxi pulling up to the curb ahead, dropping off passengers. Without a second thought, I ran towards it, practically throwing myself into back seat as the previous occupants were still getting out. Drive. Please, just drive. I gasped, my chest heaving, pointing vaguely ahead. The taxi driver, a bewildered man with a thick accent, looked at me, then at Ryan, who had just emerged from the restaurant, his face a mass of rage and determination. Please, I pleaded, my voice cracking. He is trying to hurt me. The driver, seeing the genuine terror in my eyes and the furious man striding towards the car, seemed to make a quick decision. He slammed the door shut, put the car in gear, and peeled away from the curb, leaving Ryan standing on the sometimes. When I'm alone in my apartment, the silence stretches thin, and I can almost hear it. Not a sound, exactly, more like an echo of a sound that should not have been there. A soft, almost indiscernible rustle, like fabric against fabric, or the whisper of a collective, unseen breath. It is enough to make the hairs on my arms stand on end, a phantom chill that plunges me right back into that night. The night I learned that some smiles are just painted on, and some faces, well, some faces are just covers for something else entirely. It all started, as these things often do, with a hopeful swipe and a flattering profile picture. His name was Julian. He had kind eyes, a square jaw, and a bio that promised a love for hiking, indie films, and surprisingly competitive baking. I had been single for a while, navigating the digital dating landscape with a mixture of weary optimism and cynical resignation. Julian seemed different. Our initial messages flowed easily, turning into long phone calls, and eventually a first date that felt less like an awkward interview and more like catching up with an old friend. We met at a cozy gastropub downtown. He was even better in person, taller than I expected, with a laugh that crinkled the corners of his eyes. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. He was genuinely interested, asking thoughtful questions and listening intently to my answers. He even remembered a minor detail I would mention about my cat, which, for me, was a huge green flag. By the end of the night, when he walked into my car and we shared a surprisingly perfect first kiss, I felt a flutter of something I had not felt in a long time. Hope. Real, honest-to-God hope. Our second date was a week later, a low-key picnic in the park that stretched into an evening stroll. The third was a cooking class where we made surprisingly edible pasta from scratch. Things were progressing beautifully. He was attentive, charming, and just the right amount of quirky. I found myself genuinely excited about him, something that rarely happened. Then came the invitation. We were having coffee one Saturday morning, planning our next outing, when he casually brought it up. "Hey," he said, stirring his latte, his gaze meeting mine over the rim of the mug. "My friends are having a small dinner party next weekend. Nothing fancy, just a casual get-together. I would love for you to come. It is about time you met them." A small thrill ran through me. Meeting the friends was a big step, a sign that he was serious. It felt good. "Oh, that sounds fun," I said, trying to sound nonchalant, but inside, I was already picturing myself charming his buddies, laughing at their inside jokes. "What kind of dinner party?" "Potluck. Should I bring anything?" He chuckled. "Nah, do not worry about a thing. It is usually pretty laid back. Just come as you are. They are really looking forward to meeting you." His smile was genuine, and for a moment, the only thought in my head was how lucky I felt. Little did I know, that smile would soon become a chilling memory, a mask of its own. The following Saturday arrived with a nervous flutter in my stomach. I spent an absurd amount of time picking out an outfit, something casual, but chic, approachable, but not sloppy. I wanted to make a good impression. Julian had sent me the address earlier in the week. It was a little outside the city, in a neighborhood I was not familiar with, characterized by older, more sprawling houses with larger lots. Not quite rural, but definitely not suburban sprawl either. I drove out there, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows. The GPS led me down a tree-lined street that grew progressively quieter. The houses became more spaced out, some partially obscured by overgrown hedges or tall fences. Julian's friend's house was one of these. It was a large, two-story Victorian-style home, painted a muted gray with dark trim. It looked well maintained, but there was an air of stillness about it. No lights were visible from the front windows, which seemed a little odd for a dinner party that was supposed to start soon. I parked my car at the curb, took a deep breath, and walked up the flagstone path. As I approached the front door, I noticed the windows were heavily draped, almost as if to keep something in or out. A shiver, not entirely due to the cooling evening air, traced its way down my spine. Do not be silly, I told myself. It is just an old house. I rang the doorbell. After a moment, I heard footsteps inside, heavy and deliberate. The door swung open, and there stood Julian, looking as handsome as ever in a casual button-down shirt and dark jeans. His smile was warm, and he immediately pulled me into a hug. "Hey, you made it," he said, his voice cheerful. "Come on in. Everyone's already here." I stepped inside, and the first thing that struck me was a silence. It was not the comfortable hum of a party already in full swing, but a profound, almost oppressive quiet. The air was still, faintly smelling of old wood and something vaguely metallic, like unpolished brass, or maybe something else I could not quite place. The entrance hall was dimly lit, a single ornate chandelier casting weak light over dark wood paneling. To my left, a wide archway led into what I assumed was the living room. As Julian guided me forward, my eyes adjusted to the low light, and that is when I saw them. They were sitting on a large, U-shaped sofa, arranged around a coffee table laden with what looked like appetizers and drinks. There were 5 of them, and every single one was wearing a mask. My breath hitched. My mind, in a desperate attempt to rationalize, immediately jumped to a theme party, a masquerade. But Julian had not said anything, and these were not elegant, Venetian-style masks. These were different. They were all identical, perfectly smooth, porcelain white, completely featureless save for 2 small, almond-shaped eye holes and a thin, horizontal slit for the mouth. They looked almost like the blank faces of mannequins, but slightly larger, conforming to human head shapes. There was no texture, no individual flair, just that unsettling, uniform blankness. They reflected the dim light with a dull sheen, giving them a cold, lifeless quality. My gaze snapped to Julian. He was still smiling, oblivious to my growing horror. "Everyone, this is Sarah," he announced, gesturing towards me. "Sarah, these are my friends Michael, David, Emily, Ben, and Chloe." He pointed to each figure in turn, but without any discernible difference between them. It was impossible to tell who was who. The masked figures remained perfectly still, their heads tilted ever so slightly in my direction, their blank faces staring. They did not offer a wave, a nod, or even a murmured greeting, just that unnerving, silent gaze through the eye holes. A cold knot formed in my stomach. A hi, I managed, my voice sounding strained and thin even to my own ears. I forced a smile, feeling it stretch awkwardly on my face. "Nice to meet you all." Silence. Just a low hum of the refrigerator from somewhere in the back of the house, and the frantic thumping of my own heart. Julian, still beaming, seemed not to notice a complete lack of response. "Come on, grab a drink. Make yourself comfortable." He gently steered me towards the sofa, towards them. I felt like I was moving through molasses. Every step was heavy, every instinct screaming at me to turn and run. But Julian's hand was lightly on my back, a comforting gesture that suddenly felt like a gentle push into a trap. I sat down on a plush armchair opposite the sofa, trying to appear nonchalant, as if this was completely normal. My eyes darted from one masked figure to another. They still had not moved. Their hands rested on their laps, or on the arms of the sofa, unnaturally still. Their posture was rigid, almost formal. So I began, trying to break the suffocating silence, my voice a little too loud. Are these for a play? Or a performance art piece? I tried a light laugh, hoping to inject some normalcy into the situation. Julian chuckled, a sound that grated on my nerves. Oh no, Sarah, it is just their thing. He said it so casually, as if I should have known, as if it was the most natural thing in the world for 5 adults to sit in a dimly lit room, wearing identical, expressionless masks. Their thing. I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. The knot in my stomach tightened, twisting into something cold and sharp. Yeah, Julian said, shrugging, as he poured himself a drink. They just prefer to keep things a little more anonymous when we hang out. Less distraction, more focus on the conversation. He offered me a glass of wine. My hand trembled slightly as I took it. Less distraction, more focus. How can an identical blank mask encourage focus? It was doing the exact opposite. It was screaming for attention, demanding answers, and providing none. It was a barrier, not an invitation. I took a sip of the wine. It was a good vintage, a rich red, but I could barely taste it. My mouth felt dry, my throat constricted. So, I tried again, forcing myself to look at the masked figures. What do you all do? Silence. Again. This time, it felt less like awkwardness and more like an intentional void. Julian stepped in. Oh. Michael's a software engineer. Emily's a graphic designer. Ben runs a small carpentry business. Chloe's a freelance writer, and David works in finance. He rattled off the professions as if they were present and fully engaged, as if he was not speaking for 5 silent, masked statues. I nodded, feeling a strange disconnect. It was like he was talking about characters in a book, not living, breathing people sitting right in front of me. That is interesting, I said, the words feeling hollow. So, do you guys ever take the masks off? Julian's smile faltered for just a fraction of a second. His eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, and a flicker of something unreadable passed through them. Not usual when we're together like this. No, he said, his voice still pleasant, but with an underlying firmness that had not been there before. It is part of the experience. The experience. What kind of experience was this? It felt less like a friendly gathering and more like a bizarre, unsettling performance art piece where I was the unwilling audience of one. I tried to make conversation, throwing out generic questions about their hobbies, their jobs, anything to elicit a response. But they remained utterly silent, perfectly still, their blank faces giving nothing away. Their eye holes, dark and hollow, seemed to follow my every move, every nervous twitch. It was like being interrogated by a panel of mannequins. Julian, meanwhile, was oblivious. He chatted away, mostly to me, occasionally throwing out a question to the masked figures, which he then answered himself, or simply let hang in the air, seemingly unbothered by the lack of reply. He talked about his week, about a new movie he wanted to see, about a funny anecdote from work. It was a monologue, punctuated only by my increasingly strained attempts to participate. Dinner was announced by Julian, who stood up and gestured toward the dining room visible through another archway. All right, everyone, dinner's ready. I made my famous lasagna. I watched, fascinated and horrified, as the masked figures rose from the sofa. They moved with a strange, almost synchronized grace, like puppets on invisible strings. There was no shuffling, no individual quirks of movement, just a smooth, almost fluid motion as they stood and glided toward the dining room. The dining room was even dimmer than the living room, lit by a few candles on a long, polished wooden table. The lasagna smelled delicious, rich with cheese and tomato, but my appetite had completely evaporated. I felt a cold dread seeping into my bones. Julian pulled out a chair for me at one end of the table, then sat at the other. The masked figures arranged themselves around the table, 2 on each side, leaving a single empty chair next to me. They sat down in perfect unison, their movements silent, their masks still fixed forward. Julian served the lasagna, spooning generous portions onto plates. He placed a plate in front of each masked figure. I watched mesmerized as he then placed a fork and knife beside each plate. How are they going to eat? I wondered, my mind racing. Are they going to take off the masks? Do the masks have secret openings? My question was answered in the most unsettling way possible. They did not take off their masks. They did not have secret openings. One of the masked figures, whom Julian had introduced as Michael, slowly, deliberately reached for his fork. He picked up a piece of lasagna. Then, with an unnerving precision, he brought the fork up to the thin, horizontal slit that served as the mask's mouth, and he just pushed it in. There was no chewing sound, no visible movement of a jaw. The lasagna simply disappeared behind the slit. It was grotesque. It was mechanical. It was utterly devoid of human warmth or natural action. The others followed suit, one by one. Each movement was slow, measured, and identical. They ate in complete silence, the only sound the faint clinking of cutlery against ceramic plates, and the frantic pounding of my own heart in my ears. I watched them, my own fork suspended halfway to my mouth. My lasagna, once so appealing, now looked like something alien and repulsive. I felt a wave of nausea. Sarah, are not you going to eat? Julian's voice, suddenly close, made me jump. He was looking at me, his smile still in place, but his eyes held a subtle, unreadable glint. Oh, right. I mumbled, forcing myself to take a small bite. It tasted like ash. I chewed slowly, my gaze flickering back to the masked figures. Their movements were so precise, so devoid of any human characteristic. They were not eating, they were consuming, like machines. The conversation, if you could call it that, continued to be a monologue from Julian, occasionally peppered with my monosyllabic replies. He talked about his work, his hobbies, even reminiscing about shared memories with his masked friends, as if they were all contributing to the conversation. Remember that camping trip? Ben, he would say, and then pause as if expecting a reply. The masked figure Julian had called Ben would remain perfectly still, his blank face staring forward. Julian would then chuckle and continue. Man, that was a wild one. Almost got eaten by a bear. Good thing David had that flare gun. He was talking to ghosts. Or something worse. The air grew heavy with unspoken questions. I felt an intense urge to scream, to demand an explanation, to tear one of those masks off. But a primal fear held me rooted to my seat. The thought of what might be underneath, or what might happen if I disrupted their unsettling ritual, was enough to keep me frozen. I tried to formulate an exit strategy. Julian, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. This lasagna is amazing, but I am actually feeling a little unwell. I think I might need to head home. Julian stopped eating. He slowly lowered his fork, and for the first time since I arrived, his smile completely vanished. His face became unreadable, his eyes fixed on mine. The sudden shift in his demeanor was terrifying. Oh, he said, his voice low, devoid of its previous cheerfulness. But you just got here. Sarah, we have not even had dessert yet. It would be rude to leave so soon. The masked figures, as if on cue, also stopped eating. They slowly, uniformly, turned their blank faces towards me. Their silent gaze was suddenly palpable, a physical weight pressing down on me. I felt like prey. No, really. I insisted, my voice trembling now. I think I might be coming down with something. I really should go. I started to push my chair back. Julian moved with an alarming swiftness. He was suddenly standing beside me, his hand coming down firmly on my shoulder. His grip was surprisingly strong, almost painful. I said, he repeated, his voice now a low growl, it would be rude to leave. His eyes, usually so kind, were now cold and hard, glinting with something truly sinister. My friends and I have been looking forward to this all week. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not Julian. This was someone else entirely. The charming, funny man I had gone on 3 dates with was gone. replaced by this chilling, controlling stranger. I looked at the masked figures. They were still staring, their blank faces now seeming to radiate menace. The silence was deafening, broken only by my ragged breaths. I noticed something else then, something that made my blood run cold. Through the eye holes of the masked Julian had called Emily, I thought I saw a faint, dark glint. Not the gleam of an eyeball, but something metallic. And just for a fraction of a second, the mask shifted, not quite perfectly, and I thought I saw a sliver of something underneath, something pale and smooth, but not like human skin. It was more like another layer of porcelain, or perhaps something even more unnatural. Panic clawed at my throat. This was not a quirky habit. This was not a game. This was something deeply, fundamentally wrong. Let go of me. Julian, I whispered, trying to pull away. His grip tightened. We are having such a good time. Sarah, he said, his voice a low hiss, devoid of any warmth. Do not ruin it. My eyes darted around the room. Desperate. There was a window, but it was heavily draped. The front door felt miles away. I was trapped. A sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline coursed through me. I did not know what these people were, or what Julian's true intentions were, but I knew I could not stay. I would not stay. With a sudden, violent twist, I pulled free from his grip. He stumbled back, caught off guard. I did not waste a second. I shoved my chair back, sending it clattering to the floor, and bolted. Sarah, Julian roared, his voice no longer disguised by politeness. It was raw, filled with fury. I heard the masked figures rise from their seats. The sound of 5 chairs scraping back in unison sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I did not look back. I burst out of the dining room and into the dimly lit hall. The front door. It was my only chance. I sprinted towards it, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I could hear footsteps behind me, heavy and fast. More than one set. My hand fumbled for the doorknob. It was old, brass, stiff. I twisted it frantically, pulling. It did not budge. Locked. No. I cried out, a strangled sob escaping my lips. I tugged harder, feeling the cold metal bite into my palm. Julian's voice was close, right behind me. You should not have done that. Sarah. I spun around, my back pressed against the door. Julian stood a few feet away, his face contorted with rage, his charming facade completely shattered. Behind him, the 5 masked figures were arrayed in a semicircle, blocking my path back into the house. They moved like a single, terrifying entity, their blank faces utterly unreadable, utterly devoid of mercy. Their silence was the most terrifying thing of all. What do you want? I gasped, my voice hoarse with fear. Why are you doing this? Julian took a step closer. We just want you to be part of the family. Sarah, he said, his voice eerily calm now, a chilling contrast to his earlier fury. You are perfect, just the right fit. My eyes darted to the empty chair at the dining table, the one next to where I had been sitting, the one that was clearly meant for someone new, for me. And then I saw it, on a small, antique table in the corner of the hall, half hidden by a large vase, was another mask, identical to the ones his friends were wearing, porcelain white, featureless, with those chilling eye holes and the thin mouth slit. It was waiting. A wave of absolute, soul-crushing terror washed over me. They were not just wearing masks. They were masks. Or they wanted me to become one, to join their silent, terrifying ranks. I was not going to let that happen. My eyes scanned the hall, desperate. There had to be another way out. My gaze landed on a small, ornate window set high up on the wall, above a coat rack. It looked old, possibly fragile. It was my only shot. Without thinking, I grabbed a heavy, antique umbrella from the coat rack. It was solid with a sturdy wooden handle. Stay back. I screamed, brandishing the umbrella like a weapon. Julian hesitated for a split second, surprised by my sudden aggression. The masked figures, however, did not react. They merely stood, their blank faces staring, their collective presence a suffocating weight. I did not wait. With a guttural cry, I swung the umbrella with all my might, aiming for the window. The old glass shattered with a deafening crash, sending shards raining down onto the floor. The sudden noise seemed to break the spell. Julian lunged forward, his hand reaching for me, but I was already scrambling. I jammed the umbrella into the broken window, using it to leverage myself up onto the coat rack, ignoring the sharp edges of the glass that bit into my skin. Julian cursed, grabbing at my leg. I kicked out wildly, catching him in the chest. He grunted, stumbling back. The masked figures began to move, slowly, deliberately, closing in. Their movements were still unnervingly synchronized, like a horrifying ballet. I scrambled through the broken window, pushing myself headfirst through the jagged opening. The glass ripped at my clothes, tearing at my skin, but I barely felt it. All I felt was the burning need to escape. I tumbled out onto a patch of overgrown bushes, landing hard on the damp earth. The cold air hit my face, a shocking contrast to the suffocating warmth of the house. I could hear Julian's enraged shouts from inside, followed by the soft, rustling sounds of the masked figures. I did not stop. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my arms and legs, and ran. I ran blindly through the dark garden, tripping over roots and unseen obstacles, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. The sounds of pursuit were behind me, growing fainter, but still there. The soft, rhythmic thud of multiple footsteps, a disturbing echo in the quiet night. I crashed through a gap in a hedge and found myself on the street, bathed in the dim glow of a distant street lamp. My car, it was still there, a beacon of hope. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered to life, and I slammed the car into reverse, peeling away from the curb. I did not look back in my rearview mirror until I was several blocks away, my car speeding down the quiet, tree-lined street. When I finally dared a glance, there was nothing but darkness. The house was a black silhouette against the night sky, its broken window a gaping, dark eye. I drove until I reached the main highway. Then I just kept driving, not caring where I was going, only needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and that house. I eventually pulled over at a brightly lit gas station, my body trembling, my clothes torn, my skin bleeding in several places. I called the police, my voice hoarse and broken, trying to explain what had happened. They listened patiently, but I could hear the skepticism in their voices. A date with masked friends. A thing. It sounded insane. They sent an officer to my apartment to take a statement. He was polite, but his eyes held that familiar, pitying look of someone dealing with a traumatized, possibly delusional person. I showed him the cuts on my arms, the tears in my clothes, the lingering terror in my eyes. He nodded, took notes, and promised to look into it. I never heard back from them. I never saw Julian again. His social media profiles vanished. His phone number was disconnected. It was as if he and his masked friends had simply dissolved into the ether. But they did not. I know they did not. Sometimes when I am out in public, I catch myself scanning faces, searching for something familiar, something that might hide a blank, porcelain mask underneath. Every time I see someone with unnervingly still eyes, or a smile that does not quite reach their eyes, a cold shiver runs through me. I bought new drapes for my windows, thick and dark, to block out the world. I check the locks multiple times before bed. I jump at every unexpected sound. And sometimes when the silence stretches thin, I hear it again. That soft, almost indiscernible rustle, like fabric against fabric, with a whispered collective, unseen breath. And I know, deep in my bones, that somewhere out there, they are still having their dinner parties. and they are still looking for the perfect fit to fill that empty chair. And I pray, with every fiber of my being, that they never find me again. The air in the living room had grown thick, heavy, not just with their confession, but with a new, sharper scent their fear. It was a raw, metallic tang, like copper mixed with something sickly sweet, and it was intoxicating. My mom, her face pale and streaked with tears, wrung her hands. Dad stood behind her, a protective, yet utterly terrified stance. Sarah, my sister, had shrunk into the armchair, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. Their words, "We are part of Lena's experiment," echoed in the sudden, suffocating silence. My own heart, if you could still call it that, hammered in my chest. Not with fear, not with anger, but with a terrifying, primal excitement. It felt like a drumbeat, synchronizing with the frantic pulse I could now hear thrumming in each of their veins. My vision, once merely sharp, now seemed to pierce the thin veneer of their skin, tracing the delicate network of capillaries beneath. The hunger, a dull ache just moments before, flared into a roaring inferno. It was not just a craving anymore, it was a physical presence, a monstrous entity uncoiling in my gut, demanding to be fed. Project Chimera, my dad choked out, his voice barely a whisper. That is what Lena calls you. This whole setup, it is a test to see if you can coexist, if you can control it. Control it. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth, almost as bitter as the phantom taste of plasma that now coated my tongue. They were bait, plain and simple. And I, the starving predator, was in a cage with them. The illusion had shattered, and what remained was a stark, brutal reality. She said you were a predator. Mom whimpered, her gaze flicking nervously to my hands, then to my throat. That the hunger would grow. That we were meant to see if you would consume. The word hung in the air, a bell tolling my damnation. Consume. It was a clinical term, but the image it conjured was anything but. It was visceral, horrifying, and yet alluring. My mind, unnervingly clear despite the storm raging within me, processed their words, their terror, the entire situation with a chilling detachment. This was a phase, a test, and they were the subjects just as much as I was. Except their survival depended entirely on my restraint. And my restraint, I knew, was a rapidly dwindling resource. We did not have a choice. Sarah finally managed, her voice trembling. Lena, she has our families. Our real families. She promised they would be safe if we did this. Her confession, meant to elicit sympathy, only sharpened the edges of my clarity. Their lives for mine. Their family for my control. It was a twisted, horrifying calculus. The human part of me, the part that still remembered a life before the metallic liquid, felt a pang of something akin to pity. But it was quickly drowned out by the rising tide of the other. The Homo redivivus, the apex predator. It saw only opportunity, only sustenance, only the slow, rhythmic beat of their hearts. So what now? I asked, my voice surprisingly calm, even in my own ears. It was a low growl, barely controlled. The effort to keep it steady, to keep the monstrous part of me from lashing out, was immense. My muscles twitched, my hands clenched into fists, nails digging into my palms. I could feel the microscopic tears in my skin, the faint, sweet scent of my own blood. It was a tempting distraction, but a mere appetizer compared to the feast before me. They exchanged terrified glances. Dad cleared his throat. Lena, she said, we just have to continue as normal. See if you can integrate, if you can resist the urges. He tried to sound authoritative, but his voice cracked on the last word. Continue as normal. The absurdity of it was almost comical. How could anything be normal now? They knew what I was. I knew what they were. We were trapped in macabre play, and the curtain had just been pulled back to reveal the terrifying reality of the stage. The next few hours, or perhaps it was days' time, had begun to warp and stretch in this new, terrifying existence were a living hell. Every moment was a battle. My senses, once a tool for understanding, were now a constant torment. I could hear the faint gurgle of blood in their stomachs, the whisper of air in their lungs, the minute shifts of their muscles as they tried to avoid my gaze. The house, once a meticulously crafted illusion of comfort, had become a cage, a hunting ground where every shadow seemed to hide my next meal. The hunger was no longer a burning, it was a gnawing, a constant, agonizing emptiness that resonated deep in my bones. It felt like 1,000 tiny needles pricking my stomach, then twisting, expanding, demanding to be filled. It was not just physical, it was mental. My thoughts, usually so clear and precise, were now constantly circling back to one thing: plasma. The rich, life-sustaining fluid that pulsed through their veins. They tried, bless their terrified hearts, to maintain the facade. Mom cooked elaborate meals, the scent of sizzling meat and spices filling the kitchen, a cruel mockery of sustenance. I would sit at the table, forcing myself to chew, to swallow, but it was like eating cardboard. My body, now finely tuned, rejected it. It needed something specific, something vital, something them. One evening, Mom placed a plate of steak in front of me, perfectly seared, still pink in the middle. The smell of the cooked meat was dull, uninteresting, but beneath it, a faint, almost imperceptible scent, the lingering ghost of blood from the raw cut, ignited something within me. My pupils dilated. My hands, resting on the table, flexed, the urge to simply reach out, to tear, to take, almost overwhelming. Mom saw it. Her eyes, already red-rimmed from lack of sleep and constant fear, widened in abject terror. She recoiled slightly, knocking over a glass of water. The clatter echoed in the suddenly silent dining room. The water spread across the polished wood, reflecting the flickering candlelight, a distorted mirror of our shared nightmare. "Michael," she whispered, her voice barely audible. I forced myself to breathe, a slow, deliberate inhale, then an exhale that felt like a growl caught in my throat. The human part of me was screaming, recoiling in horror at the monster I was becoming. The Homo redivivus was watching, waiting, patiently observing the struggle, knowing which side would ultimately prevail. "I am fine," I rasped, the words feeling foreign and clumsy on my tongue. I pushed the plate away, the steak suddenly repulsive. "I am just not hungry." It was a lie, of course. I was ravenous. My stomach felt like a bottomless pit, and my mind, sharp as a razor, was calculating. How long could I last? How long could they last? Dad, try to engage me in conversation about my old school, my friends, the fabricated past they had so carefully constructed. I played along, my answers wrote mechanical. But all I could hear was the frantic beat of his heart, a relentless rhythm that pulsed just beneath his forced cheerfulness. He was trying to distract me, to distract himself from the truth. Sarah, the youngest, was the most transparent. She avoided me entirely, retreating to her room, the door always locked. I could hear her in there, sometimes crying softly, sometimes talking on the phone in hushed tones, almost certainly to Lena, giving updates on Project Chimera. The thought did not anger me, it merely confirmed the scope of the experiment, the layers of surveillance. Lena was not just watching, she was orchestrating every agonizing moment. The nights were the worst. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford. My senses were hyper alert, picking up every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, every breath from the bedrooms down the hall. I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, the darkness a canvas for the terrifying images that flashed through my mind. Images of veins, of blood, of the sheer, overwhelming power of consumption. One night, I heard them whispering in the living room, their voices hushed, conspiratorial. My enhanced hearing picked up every word, every nuance. "He is getting worse." "Mark," Mom said, her voice strained. "I saw it tonight. He looked at me like he was going to tear my throat out. He is still fighting it." "Susan," Dad replied, a forced calm in his tone. That is what Lena wants to see. Control. We just have to keep him calm. Keep him sated as best we can. Sated with what? Mom shot back, a hysterical edge to her voice. He barely touches the food. He is wasting away. Mark. And the hunger, I can feel it. It is radiating off him. Lena said she would send something. Dad said, his voice dropping even lower. A supplement to help with the cravings. She wants to prolong the observation phase. A supplement, a temporary reprieve. My mind, the logical, analytical part, understood. Lena was not interested in a quick kill. She wanted to push me to the very brink, to see how long I could resist, to observe the complete transition from human to Homo redivivus. She was a scientist, cold and calculating, and I was her ultimate experiment. The thought of a supplement was a fleeting comfort, a tiny flicker of hope that I would not have to face the inevitable just yet. But even that hope was tainted. It meant Lena knew exactly how close I was to breaking. She was toying with me, with them, prolonging the agony. Days blurred into an indistinguishable cycle of hunger and terror. My family grew gaunt, their eyes hollow, their movements jerky and anxious. They started leaving small, almost imperceptible gifts for me: a new book, a fresh cup of coffee in the morning, desperate attempts to appease the beast they knew I was. It was pathetic, and it only served to highlight their fear. The house, once a prison, now felt like a giant, ticking clock. Every second brought me closer to the edge. The human part of me was fading, its voice growing weaker, drowned out by the primal roar. I could feel my own body changing, subtle shifts I had not noticed before. My vision seemed to penetrate deeper. My hearing picked up frequencies I had not been aware of. Even my sense of smell had evolved, able to discern individual blood types from across a room. One afternoon, Dad was in the kitchen, fumbling with a knife, trying to open a stubborn package. His hand slipped. A small yelp escaped his lips. I was in the living room, ostensibly reading, but my head snapped up. The scent hit me like a physical blow. Blood. Fresh, warm blood. Just a tiny drop, probably from a superficial cut. But to me, it was an explosion of pure, unadulterated temptation. It filled my nostrils, bypassing all other senses, overriding all reason. I was on my feet before I even realized it, a low growl rumbling in my chest. Dad looked up, his eyes widening in horror as he saw me. He dropped the knife with a clatter. A bead of dark red blood welled up on his thumb, glistening, an irresistible beacon. The human part of me screamed. No, stop. But the Homo redivivus was already in control. My muscles tensed, coiled, ready to spring. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through me, not from fear, but from the thrill of the hunt. My teeth ached, my gums throbbed. The world narrowed to that single drop of blood, that single vulnerable scent. Dad staggered back, bumping into the counter, his face ashen. Michael, please, his voice was a distant echo. All I could hear was a frantic drumbeat of his heart, the rush of blood through his veins. The world seemed to slow down, every detail becoming excruciatingly clear. The fine hairs on his arm, the tiny pores on his skin, the pulsing blue vein just beneath his jawline. I took a step, then another. My eyes, I knew, were no longer human. They were Predator's eyes, cold, calculating, hungry. Just as I was about to lunge, a high-pitched, piercing shriek cut through the air. Sarah. She had come out of her room, drawn by the commotion, and had seen my transformed state. Her scream was pure, unadulterated terror, a sound that would haunt me if I were still capable of being haunted. The sound, for a split second, broke through the fog of hunger. It was like a splash of ice water, shocking me back, just barely, to some semblance of myself. The Homo redivivus snarled, frustrated, but the human part, weak as it was, seized the opportunity. I stopped dead, my body trembling with the effort of holding myself back. My fists clenched so tight my knuckles turned white. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the scent, the sight, the overwhelming urge. "Get out!" I roared, the sound tearing from my throat, raw and guttural. Get out of my sight. Dad did not need to be told twice. He grabbed Sarah, who was sobbing hysterically, and they practically fell over themselves, scrambling out of the kitchen, disappearing down the hall, presumably to lock themselves in their rooms. I stood there, trembling, my body racked with a terrifying internal war. The hunger was still there, a monstrous beast pacing inside me, but the human part had managed a desperate, last-ditch effort. It would not last. I knew it would not last. That night, Lena's voice, cold and disembodied, filled the house. It came from the living room, from the television screen that had suddenly flickered to life. My family had retreated to their locked rooms, but I heard it, and I knew they heard it too. Her face, sharp and intelligent, appeared on the screen. She looked directly at me, her eyes devoid of emotion, assessing. "Project Chimera," she began, her voice calm, almost serene. "You are progressing as expected. The social reintegration phase is proving illuminating." She paused, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. "Your incident in the kitchen today was noted, a natural response to a powerful stimulus. The question remains, however, whether you can truly control these responses or merely delay them." My blood ran cold, despite the inferno raging within me. She had seen everything. Every terrifying flicker of my transformation, every desperate struggle, every moment of their terror. This entire house was wired, every corner under her watchful, clinical gaze. We were puppets, dancing to her horrifying tune. "The next phase," Lena continued, her voice devoid of any warmth, "will test your capacity for sustained restraint. The supplement we discuss will not be provided. We need to observe the full extent of the Homo redivivis's natural progression when faced with unmitigated scarcity." Unmitigated scarcity. Her words were a death sentence, not just for them, but for the last vestiges of my humanity. She was removing the safety net, however flimsy it had been, and pushing me off the cliff. She wanted to see me fall. She wanted to see me consume. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. There was no escape, no control, only the inevitable. Lena was not trying to see if I could coexist. She was trying to see how I would consume. My family was not bait for my restraint. They were bait for my transformation. I spent the rest of the night pacing the house, a caged animal. The hunger was a physical pain now, a constant, grinding agony that consumed my every thought. My senses were in overdrive, amplifying every sound, every scent, every whisper of life in the silent house. I could hear Mom crying softly in her room, Dad muttering prayers, Sarah's shallow, rapid breathing. Their fear was a palpable thing, a thick, suffocating blanket that pressed down on me. I went to the kitchen, to the refrigerator, pulling out every edible item. Milk, bread, vegetables, cold cuts. I tried to force them down, but my body rebelled. It was useless. My system, rewired by Lena's plasma, rejected anything that was not vital. My reflection in the darkened kitchen window showed a stranger. My eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity in the dim light. My face was gaunt, my cheekbones sharply defined. My teeth, I noticed with chilling clarity, seemed longer, sharper. I was no longer Michael. I was a weapon, honed and sharpened and now unleashed. The next morning, the house was eerily silent. My family did not emerge from their rooms. They were waiting just as I was, waiting for the inevitable. The hunger was a living entity inside me now, a constant, roaring presence that drowned out all other thoughts. My mind, usually so clear, was a battlefield of primal urges and fading memories. I tried to reason with myself, with a monster. They are innocent. They are victims too, but the monster did not care. It saw only sustenance. It saw only the rhythmic pulse of life, the promise of satiation. Around midday, a new scent drifted from Mom and Dad's bedroom. Something acrid chemical. It was faint, but my enhanced senses picked it up instantly. They were trying to drug me. Again, probably slipped into a drink or food if I ever came out. A desperate, pathetic attempt. It only served to infuriate the beast within. They were trying to delay the inevitable, but they were also trying to trick me. That is when the last thread snapped. The human part of me, exhausted and defeated, finally gave way. The cold, primal power pulsed through me, stronger than ever before. There was no more revulsion, no more struggle, only a terrifying, calm acceptance. I was Project Chimera, and I was hungry. I walked to Mom and Dad's bedroom door. It was locked, of course, but to the Homo redivivus, a locked door was merely a minor inconvenience. My senses picked up their frantic whispers, their shallow breathing. They were huddled together, terrified. The scent of their fear was intoxicating. With a surge of strength I did not know I possessed, I slammed my shoulder into the door, though it splintered with a sickening crack. I hit it again, then again, the frame groaning in protest. On the third impact, the lock shattered and the door burst inward, revealing them cowering on the bed. Mom screamed a high-pitched, desperate sound. Dad lunged, a futile attempt to protect her, a small, ornamental lamp raised over his head. His movement was slow, almost comical to my accelerated senses. I sidestepped him effortlessly, my hand shooting out, catching his wrist. His bones, so fragile, cracked under my grip. He cried out, dropping the lamp. The scent of his blood, fresh and vibrant, exploded in my nostrils. It was an overwhelming, irresistible siren. All thoughts of humanity, of Michael, vanished. There was only the predator, only the hunt. My vision narrowed, focusing on the pulsing vein in Dad's neck. A primal roar tore from my throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated hunger and triumph. He was still screaming, trying to pull away, but his struggles were pathetic, meaningless. I plunged my teeth into his neck. The sensation was beyond anything I had ever imagined. The initial shock, the tearing of flesh, the hot gush of liquid filling my mouth. It was not just blood, it was life, pure and potent. A jolt of energy, raw and exhilarating, surged through my entire being. My body hummed, not with terror, but with a terrifying, ecstatic power. Mom's screams turned into choke gurgles. I could hear Sarah's horrified shriek from her own room, a sound of absolute, soul-shattering terror. But I did not care. The world had narrowed to this moment, to this profound, intoxicating act of consumption. The hunger, that agonizing beast that had gnawed at me for so long, began to recede, replaced by a profound, chilling calm. My mind, now completely free of the human struggle, was clearer than it had ever been. Analytical, efficient. When I was done, a chilling silence descended upon the room. The air was heavy with the metallic tang of blood, a scent that no longer repulsed me, but filled me with a deep, primal satisfaction. My body felt renewed, invigorated, humming with the terrifying energy of the specialized fuel. I stood over what remained, my breath steady, my heart beating with a slow, powerful rhythm. There was no remorse, no regret, only a profound, terrifying sense of rightness. This was what I was. This was what Lena had made me. I walked to Sarah's room. The door was still locked, but I could hear her frantic whimpers, her desperate attempts to barricade it. The scent of her fear was even stronger now, mingled with new, sharp tang of urine. She knew. She had heard everything. I did not bother with the door this time. With a single powerful kick, the entire frame ripped from the wall, sending Splinterwood flying. Sarah was huddled in the corner, her face streaked with tears and snot, her eyes wide with a terror so absolute it was almost beautiful. She did not scream this time. She just stared at me, the monster I become, her mouth open in a silent, horrified gasp. I looked at her, truly looked at her, with the cold, assessing gaze of the Homo redivivus. She was no longer Sarah, my sister. She was merely another source, another vessel to specialized fuel. The hunger, briefly sated, was already stirring again, a faint, pleasant hum of anticipation. Lena had won. She had created her apex predator. And the experiment, I knew, was far from over. This was just the beginning. The house, once a cage, was now my hunting ground, and I was no longer the prey. The cold night air bit at my exposed skin as I stumbled out of my apartment building. My breath hitched in my throat, each gasp a ragged sob. The image of that photograph, the spindly figure with glowing red eyes standing over my sleeping form, was burned into my retinas. It was not just a picture, it was a physical manifestation of a presence that had been torturing me for weeks, a presence that had defied every attempt to explain it. My apartment was not just bugged, it was inhabited. And now, I knew by what. I did not stop to think. Did not grab a bag, a coat, nothing. My phone was probably still on my nightstand, a useless piece of technology against whatever that was. My keys were clutched in my hand, but I did not even know where I was going. My car was parked 2 blocks away, but the thought of going back for it, even for a second, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. But the metallic tang of their fear and the frantic pulse in their veins ignited a terrifying excitement within me. The hunger, a monstrous entity, demanded to be fed. I tried to resist, to cling to the fading human part of me, but the dam had burst. It was not a choice, not really. It was an instinct, primal and overwhelming, like a tsunami crashing against a sandcastle. The world narrowed to the thumping rhythm of a heart, the scent of fear so potent it was almost sweet, and the blinding, all-consuming need to consume. My mother, Sarah, was the closest. Her eyes, wide and pleading just moments before, now held only a stark animal terror. I remember the glint of the overhead lights reflecting in the tears that streamed down her face, the way her lips trembled as she tried to form words that never came. And then there was just a rush. My body moved with speed and force I had not known I possessed. One moment, I was standing, trembling, fighting. The next, my hands were around her throat, not in anger, but in a desperate, almost tender grip. Her frantic struggles, the choked gasps, they were not human sounds anymore. They were just vibrations, signals to a different part of my brain, a part that was no longer me. The first taste was an explosion, hot, coppery, vital. It was not like blood from a cut or a nosebleed. This was different. This was life. It surged through me, a jolt of pure energy that chased away the debilitating ache that plagued me for weeks, months, maybe even years. Every cell in my body sang with a terrifying relief. My vision sharpened. Colors became more vibrant, sounds more distinct. I could hear the panic thrum of my father Mark's heart, the rapid, shallow breaths of my sister Emily, huddled in the corner. It was horrifying. It was exquisite. When I finally pulled away from Sarah, her body slumped, lifeless, against the wall. Her eyes were still open, staring, but the light had gone out. The metallic tang lingered on my tongue, a ghost of the feast. And for a split second, the human part of me resurfaced, crashing down with the force of 1,000 anvils. What had I done? The horror was so profound, so absolute, it threatened to buckle my knees. This was not some nightmare I could wake from. This was real. Sarah, the woman who had tucked me in at night, who had cooked my favorite meals, who had hugged me when I cried she was gone. And I had done it. But the hunger, though temporarily sated, was not truly gone. It had merely retreated. A predator licking its lips after a kill, watching for the next opportunity. And the others were still here. Mark, Emily, their fear, so palpable, was a siren song to the beast within. Mark, bless his terrified heart, lunged at me. He was a big man, a construction worker, strong. But he was human, and I was not. His punch, aimed for my jaw, felt like a feather. My hand shot out, catching his wrist, and with a sickening snap. That was today's story from the world of dating apps. Which part surprised you the most? Leave a comment, share your thoughts, and do not forget to subscribe. Daily Story continues tomorrow.